Welcome, guys. Good morning. Oh, afternoon. Hope we're all doing good. Welcome. Relived, Zero, Cool, Cossage, Naratu. You guys are talking about the intro screen thing, and saying it's just a modified video of a very old beta version of the client. That's not true. It's not a modified version. It's a fully recreated. It's a purely digitally constructed, composited thing. So like the white in the background you see there is just a white image. The mask of the Guild Wars 2 logo, or the End of Dragons Guild Wars 2 logo, is just the logo imposed over it. There's no modification or anything. It's just been made to look exactly like the old thing. And in some cases pulling from the old assets, like screenshot the login element and then put it. So maybe you consider that a modification, I don't know. But yeah, so hope you guys are all doing good. Yesterday's stream went on for like 4 hours, was it, in the end? I actually unpublished that. I went to Twitch to export it, but I didn't know whether I really liked the stream that much. So I kind of unpublished it. We're just getting back in the swing of things anyway. And I figured I'll stream again today. Now today is the day where Skiffs and fishing is getting revealed to us at their stream, which I guess is going to be in like 3.5 hours. Don't they usually stream around 5? I don't actually know the exact time. If one of you guys in chat can tell me, that would be pretty cool. And I figure we'll just sort of stream and, you know, play the game, continue what we were doing yesterday, which is the current event stuff. So let's head on in. Well, I say current event stuff. What do we call it? Side story? Just living world replay, I suppose, is the best way to describe it. And you know, just kind of get back in the swing of things. My mail is still blitzed. If anything, it's even worse now. Look at this mail. You're only supposed to have a cap of 10, but I've managed to stack up all these personal story mails. I've got these classic mails. This is the last heart I ever did, for what it's worth, 9 years ago. Now I have a 10-year timestamp on it before long. And then all this section here actually represents Christ knows how many random want to join. Whoa, did I have a message from... Oh, no. I did have a message from E. It's just that was the actual E. I thought it was a player that was trying to join the Spud who called themselves E. It's 6.5 hours away. That's a little bit more than I thought, but I mean, I'm happy. As long as it's fun and we've got things to talk about, I'm happy to do that. I don't necessarily want to prioritize anything else today. I don't know, the idea of streaming a lot's kind of captured me at the moment, so maybe we'll try it. And yeah, we'll see what we've got. Hello, Turtle Moji, Bent, Nagstore. So yeah, let's just run on in, and the question on my mind right now is, do I want to do the logging and the mining first, or should we do it a bit later when there's like topics, and then I can be sort of a little bit more discussion oriented? I think the first thing I want to do is what we flirted with a bit yesterday, which is the Silver Wastes jumping puzzle. If anyone wants to do this with me, you are welcome to. I'm playing on NA at the moment. I haven't announced to anyone I'm live. Maybe I should tell people on stream. Now, which branch am I repping right now? Spud 2. And then I'll tell people in Spud 1 as well. Yeah, so, if anyone wants to do this with me, I guess I'll just wait a second. I'll wait on the boat. Now, are my checkpoints from yesterday preserved? No. I guess they get... When do they get reset? If it's at reset, that'd be brutal. Imagine doing the JP, you're near the end, reset passes, and then you lose your checkpoints. That'd be pretty nuts. Yeah. And I guess in the meantime, I can clean out Liss's inventory. I almost don't want to clean this inventory, because this is almost a better inventory than the one I set up on my warrior for that video. But if we're going to be doing a bunch more of it, it will probably just fill up again. Delectable birthday dice. Oh, did they do new dice? Are these tradable on the TP? They're account bound on acquire. So hold on, how else would we get bubblegum dye? Let's /wiki and see. Is this just a birthday dye set? So you have to wait like 10 years to get all the dyes now? Delectable birthday dyes. Acquisition, the committed anniversary achievement box. Oh. It is that. That's quite cunning, ArenaNet. I like how the anniversary rewards as they come in is essentially a parallel form of the laurel, not laurel, of the achievement point reward track. Have you guys kind of noticed that? You know, it's like eventually you get into the pinnacle weapons, and you can only pick one every now and then, every few months, and then eventually the pinnacle weapons, you know, you move through, and the armors and so on. This is kind of the same. Eventually you go through the backpacks, and then you get to the dyes. So the only people with any of these dyes have 9-year accounts. Now, Wiki doesn't say anything. Is there anything special about these dyes? Do you guys... like in terms of their contrast or anything? Wiki lists the taffy dye as all blue. It's a vibrant material. Let's see orange cream. I could preview them on this, obviously, as well. Why did the shoulders not die? That is very bizarre. So this one is all cream. Oh, sorry, that's cherry vanilla. Orange cream is this one. Oh. Oh, but that's... oh, I know why it didn't die. It's because I have to click preview 4 times to see the... oh, my lord. Okay, let's see cherry vanilla. See lemon sherbet. Oh, that's only doing the bottom one. That kind of sucks. So I do have to clear preview like this. It'd be nice if I could just shift click and it would clear the preview. I actually think filling all the channels up is not very beneficial to me. Limesicle. Orange cream. And taffy. I don't know. I really have no... see, this is like an important decision to make. But I really have no sense of where I would use it, or what's a really cool use case for them. Does anyone have one? Orange cream is cool. They're weird dyes. Pastel hell. Oh, sorry. Doesn't the clear preview... oh, you're right. Him Raving's right. I could just click that. No, I'm not a Fashion Wars player, okay? I just want to say. It's basically the Shadow Abyss and Permafrost of their respective colours. I like that description. That makes sense to me, and that's a cool idea. Is that 100% true? But then they don't have any cool colours. What about, like, red? Pink? Not cool. Cherry vanilla, another kind of pink? Not cool. Lemon sherbet? Not cool. Limesicle? Not cool. Orange cream? Not cool. Taffy? Taffy's alright, maybe. Taffy is the one I'm leaning on most, I think. Maybe taffy for an ice theme, but the others are pretty hard to use without looking like a unicorn. Yeah, what do you guys think? Go for taffy? Yeah, lots of people are saying taffy as well. Well, now I don't want to do taffy because you're all picking taffy. Which one do you guys like the least? Which one do you guys like the least? Bubblegum? Yeah, but that's too... it looks like pajamas. It's good. Lemon sherbet. A couple of people saying lemon. So I think maybe I'll get lemon sherbet. I could always go to efficiency and see which one's the rarest. Let's do that as well, real quick. Oh, I'm still logged in. I haven't been on efficiency for ages, and I'm still logged in. That makes me very happy. Okay, so what is it? Stats. Unlock statistics. Dies. Unlocked by player base. Yeah, lemon sherbet is the rarest dye. I hate looking at these stats, to be honest. 1,400 people have picked this. How many dyes are there? In fact, it's about... Cherry Vanilla is very rare as well. Cherry Vanilla is nearly rarer. But it's not. It looks to me, through efficiency at least, there are about 15,000 9-year-old accounts. You still not picked a dye. You can't just choose one. Well, let's go the rarest, which today is lemon sherbet. I feel like it's gonna get overtaken though by cherry vanilla. By the way, the foretold dye is also very rare. I don't have it. Let's have a look. This one here, I don't have this. It's only worth 100 gold on the trading post. Looks pretty good too. Okay. Lemon sherbet it is though. At least this one's not pink. Lemon sherbet, baby. Yeah, see, there's no point doing Guild Wars 2 Master when I would now... You know, as soon as that... You know, I'm trying to think back to when I really started losing enthusiasm for Master. And I think it was when I realized I needed 10 years of festival grind. And now it's like, okay, you're going to look at... How many dies were there in that pack? 8 years or another 8 years. You know, double the time I've spent in Guild Wars 2 again to get back up to 100% die unlock status. Unless they just don't reveal them. No, but they do. They have revealed them. So, I mean... It's very, very, very tricky. But yeah, I am a bit behind. Only 100 gold, and then you've done that face. Yeah, it's 100 gold's not too bad. It looks like no one wants to come do the Silver Waste jumping puzzle. I'll say one more time. Does anyone playing on North American servers right now want to come do the jumping puzzle? Oh, wow. People are talking crazily about yesterday's stream. Was someone linking porn in yesterday's stream? Sounds like they were trying to bait for reactions. What is this? Is this Discord drama or is this on the stream? Did I miss a whole thing? I swear to God, I did not remove yesterday's stream because of that. I don't even have chat on stream. I would have had no problem with that because it wouldn't have been there. There was a loony in my chat yesterday. Really? Well, I missed all of that anyway. Anyway, I was on Discord a second ago there. It's midweek and early morning. Hardly anyone plays. It's also a dead game, right, guys? Right? I mean, let's call a spade, right? What was that I was doing? I was playing like... What was I playing? Final Fantasy? What game was I playing? And for like one brief moment, no one was around. And I was joking, it was a dead game. I can't remember. Hello, Bankrotus. You're currently doing legendary sigils, so 100 gold for a die is a lot. Alright, fine, I'll do it on my own. I'm doing it on my own. I'm not going to use mounts, that's what I'm going to do. Yesterday I was kind of in this place where I was trying to rush through stuff, and I'm not going to be in that place anymore. I'm just not going to use mounts. We're going to do it authentically, okay? get that. I hit my first milestone. All right. If you don't use mounts, then you can't break it. The one thing I will say is I will use mounts for the case. Or, by the way, you guys can hear the volume quite well, right? I will use mounts for the case of like technical jumps. But in terms of like finding my way through and stuff, I'll hold off. So right now I'm confident I'm going the right way because it's very obvious. You played FF on Cerberus for years and you never saw anyone outside of cities. It's just how it's designed. The game I'm talking about isn't actually Final Fantasy. I can't, because I haven't played that for a while. I can't remember what it was that I was doing. So it is up there, but the trick to this bit was to come back, right, and then come up the side rock. Sydney, Australia, the fishing and skiff ANET stream will happen when I'm in bed. Yeah, you guys get kind of screwed a lot, but, you know, it's the time zone, I guess. You know, I learned a lot about Australia this week because I found a YouTuber. I mean, this is going to be a very, very low chance that people in chat know this YouTuber. But do you guys know a YouTuber called Brain for Breakfast? I found him, like, early this week, last week. He's like a world history / politics guy. And as much as he'll talk about, like, the full history of, like, a country or a county or a state, and he'll talk about, you know, how it was settled, you know, what humans did when they and he'll talk about, like, the Middle Ages, and he'll talk about, like, colonial times, and he'll talk about, you know, modern history, and then he'll talk about present day, you know, and you get to really see how a place came to be what it is, or some interesting weird little story about it. And he did really, really, really fun videos. His most recent video was 3 years ago, where he did a really long piece on Australia. And they're fun videos to watch. They're fun. He's from somewhere up north, or the Midlands in the UK. I don't know where exactly. But he did a really good piece. It was called, like, Everything on Australia. And, you know, it talked about its beginnings as a penal colony and blah, 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 blah. And that was his most recent video, but it was years ago. And the reason was because he died. And so I only just found him. And I was like, wow, this guy's really good. These are really fun videos. And I looked and he didn't really actually have that many. And I scrolled down in his comments and I saw everyone was talking about how sad they were and stuff. And I realized, my God, the guy died. And nobody really knows why or how. I guess people, like, speculate about it. But it was announced and nobody really knows what happened. Whether he was in a car crash is, like, one of the theories, I suppose, or whatever. It's a bit tacky, honestly, like, to talk about. It's a bit disrespectful, I suppose. So they're all a bit hush-hush about it. But that's it. It's just, boom. And he lives on in his YouTube channel. And the algorithm gave me his video. It wasn't actually the Australia video it put me on. It was something else. I think it was a video about Taiwan. Anyway, I've watched all of his stuff now. It's a good thing. It's called Brain for Breakfast. And it was just really fun. Yeah, since nobody in the comments is saying they recognize it, I guess none of you guys have seen this stuff. What sort of change do you want to see in Guild Wars 2? A great many changes. It depends what arena we're in. What do you want? If you narrow that down a bit, I can give you something more accurate. No, I'm trolling you. Guild Wars 2 is perfect. I wouldn't change it in any way. Literally, it can stay exactly as it is next 20 years, and it will be wow. It will be wow. Someone's posted Liz Lemon in Discord. Okay, I'm immediately like, what? I swear the way forwards was up there. I swear it was. Oh man, I got a donation from Sia. Thank you. I would have missed that. For some reason, the notification never played an audio sound to me. Oh, it's because I disabled them, isn't it? When we were doing one of those streams, didn't I mute it somehow? How do I unmute it? We can put our guy on screen again. Let's do Black Mage Liz with the Black Mage. Oh, she's talking. Is that a bit distracting? I mean, that kind of sinks. That's sort of her old outfit. That's when she was List the White. She's now List the Black. She's gone up a tier. Or I should say List the Yellow, actually, because the hat is yellow. I don't know. Let's go this way and just have a look around. I love that WP always has the Little Big Adventure 2 song at the end of his videos. Yeah, I'm glad you like that, man. That's not necessarily a good game, but it is like an early nostalgia. But that's like my ultimate nostalgia game from my childhood. It's not even really a game from my childhood because I played it with Kerry like last year or something. Just to show her it. Alright, we're mounting just to move around this tunnel a little bit quicker. I have on many occasions thought about changing that, but I feel like it's been a good long time now. It's a big part of my identity. And it's not like a copyright strike or anything's coming on that. You know, a lot of those games from that era are really, really fascinating in terms of like the assets they have and what you could utilize. Because there's no one to defend those games anymore. And there's no money to be made with those games anymore. So, you know, it's just this world of pure fanship and sort of sharing and so on. What I would say is... there is another song on LBA 2 that I really like and kind of want to do, and I wonder whether sticking with LBA makes it continue to be fun. It's clearly over here. What's wrong with me? It's clearly over here. How did I get so lost before? How didn't I see this a second ago? Oh man, I should change my Mini back to the Ghost, who Liz used for years. And it has that great sound effect with it. Also, since we're not in combat and we're in a jumping puzzle, let's whack up the effects volume. Oh, I want to demonstrate something to you guys. This is completely out of nowhere, and it's like, it's untethered to anything we're doing right now. But I've talked about this many times in the past. For the purposes of this JP, I'm going to mute all of this, right? And I'm going to just keep effects on, which is basically combat sounds. If I get in combat now, it's going to blow out your speakers. You're not going to be able to hear my voice. You're only going to hear Guild Wars 2, right? But listen to all the environment ambience we get as we finish this JP now, coming from the effects slider that is really quiet and really subtle. This is all valid, interesting, cool-sounding stuff in Guild Wars that does improve immersion and make the game a bit more captivating and interesting, that everyone loses out on, because you would never have the volume this high and this isolated. It's just because their volumes are slightly wrong. All the sound, even all the list noises and stuff. Actually, are the list noises included? They might be. You hear? Well, mind you, that's just arrows. That's kind of combat. Are we dropping down? I think we're dropping down, right? And this is the bit where you hop along all the things. No, we're not dropping down. That's where we were a second ago. Weren't you disappointed there's no Domain of Anguish? Actually, I give up on this because it doesn't sound rich enough. Let's move it back. And I'm getting anxiety about the fact that I'm going to forget about it and later it'll be a problem. Weren't you disappointed there's no Domain of Anguish in POF? I guess to a certain degree. I don't know how I really feel about that, because on the one hand, yeah, I like the Domain of Anguish, and a part of returning to those areas of the world in the sequel game is to sort of see those things come back, right? On the other hand, though, I don't think it's Guild Wars 2's duty to constantly retread Guild Wars 1 territory, and just because we're going near there, if it's not relevant to the story right now, then why are we worrying about it? Do you know what I mean? So I don't know how I really feel about that. Am I disappointed? I don't know whether I'd go that far. Maybe back then I was, but as you speak to me today, as you ask me today, not so much. I am disappointed that the metas weren't bigger, more expansive, that they didn't do more with the idea of the setting. But, you know, that was a thing with POF, a very, very obvious thing with POF that's going to happen with End of Dragons 2, like without a shadow of a doubt. And that's that... there is so much. There is a whole game of history, and now there's all the new stuff happening at once. They're just not going to get to everything. So they have to be very, very careful and economical about what they pick that they go for. So, you know, I'm kind of keeping my expectations low, to be honest. Am I really expecting they'll do a lot with the Envoys and the Celestials and really expand and explain stuff? Not really. I don't even want to use the word explain there. I don't even think the word explain is really relevant. Remember, there's no gliding here as well, so the interplay of full damage is supposed to be a thing. Yeah, the library is not the same as the Domain of Anguish, guys. And also, the library is not... You know, you can tell me, oh, this is the same place. Or look, here's some of the torment spikes coming out of the pool or whatever. But it doesn't really mean that they've gone the whole hog, does it? And yeah, Doa is different to the Realm of Torment as well, for what it's worth. I will respect the puzzle and not mount here. I really do love the feel and the style of this JP. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that Season 2 still wasn't confirming an expansion, I think Season 2 was really good. Imagine if the community was in a place where they knew an X-Pack was coming during all this content. I think people would be pretty settled and pretty happy with a lot of this. I'm not doing it again. I think they'd be pretty happy, don't you guys think? It was just that constant sense like, oh, this is it, is it? This is it. Which also dragged Season 4 down, and also dragged the Icebreed Saga down. Didn't necessarily drag down Season 3, but even into... Do you know what? That's just always been a thing with Guild Wars. They've always been cagey telling us that an X-Pack's coming. And then when they finally have told us, they're like in mega crunch mode, and they can't, you know, they can't support the Icebreed Saga. They can't support a full Season 2. Are we climbing at the moment? I think we are. No, of course the library isn't the whole domain. Of course it's not. I'm not missing anything, right? The domain of the library is not specifically the domain of anguish. There's no way. They would have done more to talk about the Foundry or the Ravenark Gloom or the Stygian Vale or whatever. What one am I missing there? The City of Talker. They would have done more. It's just an area within that realm, that's all. In general. When is the fishing stream starting? By the way, you guys that know Twitch a bit better than me, is this a dumb title for today's stream? It's starting like ages away. Someone said 5 hours or something a second ago, didn't they? 6 hours? Yeah, it doesn't specify which part. I didn't think there was anything that specifically specified it. Clickbait. Well, it's not really clickbait, because that is what we're doing. We are waiting for the fishing stream. I don't know whether I'll restream or whatever. I kind of wanted to message Boots and say, hey, Boots, do you want to do it with me? But I never got around to it. Constantly terrified. I'm missing a checkpoint here. You wonder how fishing will work? Well, yesterday I was talking about how I'm not really that enthusiastic about skiffs in a world where skimmers exist. And, you know, I think that this stream could be pretty good because the details that we get from it will, you know, hopefully they'll colour it in and they'll make it exciting. They'll pull the features apart. The more that we know how they're different, you know? I really do like this format of JP where it's like, it's not technical jumps, it's about where to go. It's about size. This isn't right though. Oh, are you serious? Oh, he just rezzed me, so we asked... Yeah, this is definitely the way to go, right? There you go, we get a checkpoint. Pops out on top. That's 6. Why do I have number 7 in my head? It's like 7 is the amount there are. something about this fence post that I really like. It's so empty and dead and sad here. And there's a fence post. And the thing about this is this would be constructed by people because the walkway is so populated and regularly used that safety has become important. So this is like hinting at a history to this place that feels so strange and out of place now. It's almost like poetry. Do you know what I mean? What do they call that? Is that liminal? I mean, it's like almost like dreamlike. It's like not quite right because it's like empty of detail. Liminal just means like transformative, doesn't it? What does liminal mean? No, I'm not overthinking it. So someone deliberately put those posts there to fill in a bit of detail, and it's evocative in a way. And I like it. Oh, well, it's definitely not 7, because we're already at 7 and we've got a long way to go. There's even a ghost. It's like I was talking about in the FF12 series, you know, the mines? Sorry, not the mines, the Barheim Passage. There's something really, really powerful to me about that. That idea of like a really populated place that now is lost and empty, you know. The thought of like, so when we're in the Barheim, you've got like all these like ancient dust-covered rooms, you know, tiled rooms and whatever. And, oh, there's a player down there. And now it's just empty and gone. And I just love thinking about that, like the last person to be there in the Barheim Passage as he walks his way out, as all this industry is shriveled up now. No one needs it. You know, the lights go out for that last time. The last guy to flick the light switch. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's something really, I don't know. There's a video I saw of exact same thing. Who was it? I can't remember who did it. You guys might not know this, but in London, there's a tube network, you know, a train network beneath the city, which everyone uses all the time, right? Like, it's the main way of commuting around the city, because otherwise traffic would be mental. But there are loads of well, not loads. There are several closed down tube stations, and tube stations that were in development that never like got anywhere. I think the most famous one is Aldwych, which people say is like haunted, and there's a level in Tomb Raider 3 at Aldwych Station and so on. There's a YouTube video of someone getting a guided tour, not to Aldwych, it's a different station, a different closed-off tube station. I can't remember which one it is. But they're going into the underground, this station that no one's been to for years and years and years. I think during World War II, Winston Churchill and some other high-ranking members of government used it as a bomb shelter, so they had been there. Anyway, they're just like it's like urban exploration. They're exploring this old tube network. And it's the same thing for me. It's like, who was the last guy that, like, climbed these stairs? Like, it's completely fucking empty. When was the light last on here? Like, I don't know. It just, that gets to me for some reason. It's kind of like the population equivalent of Twilight, you know, the last strand of light in the day. And I don't know, that draws to me. That compels me in a big way. It was a cool video. I can't remember who did it. Yeah, see, I was thinking it might be the Map Men and Unfinished London, but I don't think it's Unfinished London. I'm happy to see someone in chat talking about Unfinished London. The ghost looks really cool following us there. I'm happy to see people talking about Unfinished London there, but I don't think it was that. It might have been them. I think it was a guy I was watching for a while who was super into trains. And I really liked his videos for probably the period of about a week. And then after that, I wasn't watching his videos anymore. But he was really into trains. And now I've forgotten. You feel bad for these awesome maps? People walk through them for a while, they're completely dead. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is another one of those things. It's like we were talking about yesterday. I need to figure out what the fuck my opinion is. Or maybe I need to figure out what my opinion is. Because there's something really weird about MMOs where I, like... It's not just MMOs, it's just games where I'm like, if it's in the game, I want it to be valid. I want it to be regular. I want it to be, like, a part of the game. And so it like I look at like a JP like this. It's like we saw one player here. I don't regularly come here or whatever. It's like, oh, so it has no value. But I think I might be wrong about that. I would like to be in a place mentally where I can look at this and I can look at let's face it, 90% of the Guild Wars 2 content, and I can say to myself, it's okay that people aren't here. It's okay that this economy exists and isn't being used. Like, for example, do we have a daily chest? We don't, but like resonating slivers, right? Is it okay that resonating slivers are in the game and are being given to you every day as daily rewards and are completely fucking useless? I want to be in a place where I can say it's okay. I want to be in a place where I can feel like, okay, that's not unprofessional. That's not an indictment against the quality of the MMO. It just is, all right? They're big products. It's all right if not everything's well executed. It's all right if some stuff's trash. I kind of want to be in a place where I'm okay with that, but I'm just not. So I have this like big thing when I think about Guild Wars and any big game basically where I'm like, it's there, but it's not being used well enough. I must make it be used better. You know, when I was like, whenever I've modded any game I've tried to mod, which is basically I've dabbled in a bit of Elder Scrolls modding and I've been modding in recent years Stellaris a little bit more. I'm always like, I'm just trying to prop up stuff that's in the game but isn't being fully utilized, you know, its potential isn't being realized. That's what I'm all about, and I don't know whether I should be all about that. I don't know why I have that in me. And especially in MMOs, it's like this big story because MMOs are huge and they're going to end up being a graveyard of trash. This is interesting, by the way. They put a Skyscale Rift thing in here of all places. Are we at the bottom now? I don't want to fly out because that's not actually the way that the puzzle works. I could fly out. Like in here, the fact there's a Skyscale Rift is kind of exactly what I'm asking for. It's a new content that weaves into old. And it's kind of exactly the thing that I would want ArenaNet to do, and they did. But then it's like, oh, it's never enough though, is it? It's never enough. They've done it. Just be happy. But... So, I don't know. It's weird. I want to figure out an opinion that where I can be a bit more settled about that sort of stuff, you know? Do you work for ArenaNet? No, absolutely not. I don't say that as in... I don't say that in a laughing way, as in... I wouldn't choose to. I say that as in... I'm not qualified and I don't live in the same country. I feel like this was leading me there, and now suddenly it's not. You're hyping the Skiffs. Fishing revitalizes some older zones we don't usually go back to. Well, that's always been my argument for why fishing would be a good addition to the game. I don't consider myself to be a huge fishing fan. You know, to me, fishing is... Let's just see where the tunnel takes us. Last checkpoint, right? And we'll go back and see what happens. To me, fishing is... Wait! What? We still have our checkpoints. It's fine. Look, that's the rift. It's down there. We were at the bottom of down here. It's fine. We could just jump back down and we would be there. Let's spiral our way down like a predatory bird. Question is, though, where do we go? Was it the wrong tunnel, or was it the wrong button I clicked? You don't go in the very center, do you? I don't think you do. Do you? Do you swim through a bit? No, you don't. You're supposed to grab those. No, those were added later. They're not actually a part of the puzzle. It doesn't matter. And I don't need the volatile magic. I always like little moments like that where I get advice from someone and it really does show Let's enter this one and see where we go. We just gonna go back to the start? Yeah. Oh, you talk to the kit. That is so badly made, if that's true. That's so awfully telegraphed, it's unreal. Wow, the frame rate looks awful looking at the trail of the griffin. It's like a low frame rate animation or something. You talk to the kit. Wow, that is what they want. Do you want a gold? Oh. Oh, now I have 8 checkpoints. Did I always have 8 checkpoints? Hey? Oh, and now you go in the thing, and it takes you to a different place. I didn't want to skip a checkpoint. Right. Well, hold on, but it's been so long since I was here. I have absolutely no reference. How did I get to this flag? Did I get to this flag, or did he take it? Look at how cool that sandfall looks. Gliding is not a thing. Mounts are not a thing. So the only way forwards is over there. This puzzle isn't a part of the Return to achievement? I think it is. Are you telling me it's not? Is this all a waste of time? Still haven't got this, by the way. This is what we're doing right now. We're actually getting lore out of this. Yeah, everyone's saying it is. It is. It is. Oh, Trixie chat. You got to be careful with Twitch chat. I'm not sure I want to jump off. Nice AP, WP. Why is everyone commenting on my AP suddenly? I had that several times yesterday as well. Thank you very much. It's my pride and joy in life, truly. Dude, we're just going to end up on the sand at the bottom again. Same situation. I'm in the untangled depths. You know what I always regret, speaking of that? Feel like was a missed opportunity with Heart of Thorns. In the Silver Waste, they do those other tunnels. Not these ones, but the ones during the meta event where you go down to kill the 4 bosses beneath each of the forts. Those kind of slimy, oozy, undulating, planty inside a demon kind of tunnel. That's a cool, like, aesthetic. They didn't use that anywhere in Heart of Thorns. You guys notice? It would have fit perfectly to have had that in a few places. But there's none of those chambers, none of it. It just doesn't appear. You gotta do Chalice of Tears. Go for a quick one. Well, I didn't do Chalice of Tears, so we will be doing that. But I feel like this isn't wrong, is it? I'm sure you just climb up. Don't you just go up? Let's check that back wall over there. The Chalice of Tears had like a Dolphy guide when it first came out. But people on Reddit for the replay were like talking mad shit about it, basically. They were saying that it was a terrible guide and it led everyone astray during the original release. That the puzzle is actually nowhere near as hard as everyone thought it was. It's just that they were following the Dolphy guide. And the wiki now has a much better guide, so use that. And there were like all these people amazed by this fact. And I don't know whether I really buy that. Because I don't know what I mean, presumably there is a good proportion of the user base that talks about the game on forums and on Reddit that also just want to skip through everything and use the guide. But you know, a lot of people came away from the Chalice of Tears hating it without using any guide. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a bit rich to listen to any critique of the Chalice of Tears from a person who simply followed a waypoint to waypoint guide. Like, why are you listening to that opinion at all anyway? Because that's not actually playing the game. That's not actually doing the puzzle. Do you know what I mean? That's just, I want my reward, give it to me really quick. That's what that is. So I don't really buy that very much. I think the Chalice of Tears was great. And I feel like I still remember being very disheartened listening to Josh Foreman talk about the Chalice of Tears after it came out, because it seemed to have really affected them, like they thought they made a mistake with it or something. And I really hated getting that sense that they thought they'd made a mistake with the Chalice of Tears. The point of the content was to be frustrating. It was a celebration of that. It was tribulation mode in the real world, and that's fine. That's what you're going for. So that's what you accomplished. You don't need to like. It doesn't need to be everything, you know? And I feel like it was a perfectly valid part of the game. It set out in its ambition. Be proud of it. And I don't know, I maybe I'm misremembering, but I got the sense that they gave it a harder rap than it deserved. This puzzle, on the other hand, is terrible. I mean, what the hell? I actually genuinely don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing with this puzzle now. Let's go back to the other chamber. Over here. It was a dumb ambition. Well, look, your preference might not be to enjoy that ambition, but I feel like, just as I said a second ago, it's an MMO. It's vast. It's got all sorts of different content in it. I feel like there can be space for a bit of crazy every now and then, you know? Because ultimately, it's so big, when you add a single JP, it's just a tiny little tile on the mosaic now, you know? And it can be a sharper shade than it needs to be. The overall picture isn't changing, but maybe you've added a little something new, and that means something to me. Cool, I'm so good at metaphor. Did you guys hear that? Incredible. That's what you're coming to these streams for. Okay. I'm joking, of course. I like this icon. Do you see this icon anywhere else in the game? I remember data mining this a while ago and thinking, where's that from? And I guess it's here that's always. Does this take me to... Do I have to pay a gold every time? No, they've just unlocked it for me. All right. Okay. Let's think carefully here. First of all, how the shit did I get to this flag? I guess I got from that plateau there. I guess I dropped down. And we can use mounts to spy. Right, we grabbed this chest. We dropped down. We got a checkpoint. Good. Everything's fine. It all makes sense. This clearly telegraphs to us, hey, it's okay to go this way. So we want to do that. Realistically, we don't want to drop all the way to the tunnel. I now know to see a tunnel as a reset. So you don't want to go to tunnels. You want to avoid them if you can. And my guess is, if I fall down too far, I'm out of bounds now. So this is fine. So we get a velocity elixir. They're holding my hand. They're saying, it's okay, wooden potatoes. You're going the right way. So we go along here because it's the only way that makes sense right now. Now, I'm not allowed to climb on that. Is this a little technical jump they want me to do? I vaguely remember a jump like this. Okay, so we can make it. A little rock like this is kind of comforting to me because, you know, it's a precise little thing that they seem to have added to allow me to climb up here. So I feel like I'm on the path. Kind of the spirit of this JP is to not blatantly telegraph where you're going a lot of the time. But they've tipped their hand there a little bit. Okay, here I've fallen, but that's okay. So we can keep going. I don't think I needed to take the high road here. How didn't I... This seems really simple suddenly. How didn't I do this a minute ago? Another velocity elixir. I almost just said out loud there, elixir. Right? Elixir. Now, if you guys don't know, that's kind of like a London kind of UK thing. A lot of us say elixir. I don't know why, but that's just kind of like a pronunciation that exists here. But I'm so Americanized now. I'm so beaten over the face by the internet with every slightly weird pronunciation. I just never say words like that anymore. And I just had a weird little moment where I was like, I'm going to go back to the more British way. Like, indignantly. Okay, so now we fall down. Right? There's nowhere else I can go. Maybe, hold on. Maybe we climb up after the elixir. I mean, there's no I in it. There's no I in elixir, is there? But I remember maybe many years ago I used to say that. You should go back to listen to my original Let's Play and probably you'd hear that pronunciation. You'll hear me calling things gay a lot there as well. Oh, this is so gay. That was something as a teenager everyone used to say. Are you serious? Alright, well, look. I'm climbing back up. Grimrock was many years later. I'm talking about, like, 2010 right now. WP, it's spelled elixir. Oh, I said there's not an I in it. Well, yeah, alright. You know what I mean. It's not I-E-R. I watched your Wind of Change LP not long ago and you did used to say gay a lot. Yeah. I watched a clip of one of my old videos like ages ago, and I'm not really embarrassed about, you know, how language has changed over, what, 12 years or whatever. But, yeah, I was like, oh, geez, I would never talk like that in a video now. And it's not like I ever sat down and made a decision to change my language. It's, I don't know, I guess it's just growing up a bit. Right, let's try this again. Grimrock 1 was 2013. That is earlier than I thought. Can you say bottle of water? Yeah, there you go. I'm still lazy with my T's. I guess that's still something. Okay, this is not right. This is not right. Going up there can't be right. And I came from there, so we're going along. We're continuing along. Because there's no way up there. It looks tantalizing. It looks like the right way to go, but no. Just Western standards of language, yeah. I mean, language is always changing. It's foolhardy to try and resist it. So this chasm here, this is not the same one we were at the bottom of earlier. This is the actual chasm, which is where I presumed to have been earlier. I don't actually, my mental map of the place is not sufficient that I know exactly how far away this is from the other area we're at. But this is now the bit where you spiral and you climb up. Right? With all the little ruins and stuff around, I think. Did you forget to ping Discord for this stream? No, I didn't forget. I'm insecure about pinging it because I don't want to, like, bother people. There's always some grumpy guy that's like, I don't want these notifications. The fear is that if you ping people, they'll be like, oh, I don't want this annoying me, so then they mute the server, you know, so you want to ping irregularly. That's the insecurity. Right, here we are. You think it's then valid to say if something aged poorly or well when it comes to language? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Am I missing something deeper there? You can say stuff ages poorly in the same way with regard to language as you can anything, right? As societal norms change and expectations and judgments change, contemporary audiences, you know, they'll find things less palatable than they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. And things can age well or they can age poorly. Why would the field of linguistics be any different? I really like this with no UI. This is quite cool. This is not an experience I had before. Look at the detailing in the sort of the blind effect down here with the vein looking things. How good does that look? And the way it crawls on and off the screen. Look at the animation as it crawls off. Look at that detail. How many of you guys have ever admired that? Look at that. Ready? Oh, looks good. Like ink soaking away. Always be yourself. If others try to change you, you ignore them. That's really stupid, man. Society is always changing you and affecting who you are and changing your beliefs. Always. No one exists purely on an island where they can shrug off the influence of all of human society, every friend group they've had, every, you know, their parents, their family. You are constantly morphing and changing, whether you realize it or not. And And believe me, I have the evidence. Go back and look at my old videos. Listen to how different I sound, how much thicker my accent and stuff was. I never had a moment where I said I want to change my accent. I actually prefer my older accent. But that's just the change, and I can see it because I've been digitally documenting what I am and what I do for so long now. It happens to everyone, though. You just don't realize. And you should... I mean, look, I get the idea of trying to find a truth to yourself and honouring that, but at the same time, you don't want to be too close-minded about your place and your understanding of the world. You do need to be open to influence. Otherwise, you're just a moron, really, aren't you? I mean, let's be real. There's no gliding, right? So is that a jump I'm supposed to make? Oh my god. Do you know when Gandalf is in the Mines of Moria and he says, I have no memory of this place? And then he says, when in doubt, follow your nose. How do I follow my nose right now? Because I have absolutely no memory of this place. Oh, I have memory of this place. Only the slightest, though. Don't fear good changes. Well, that's a really silly thing to say as well. Who are you to judge what is a good or not good change? Obviously. I mean, that's obvious. If something seems like... What am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that's a non-comment, isn't it? The discussion and the game is in the things we're unsure about, not the stuff we can already identify as positive or negative. I feel like I need to be higher up. You know, it's leading me to this, which is basically saying, yeah, you messed up. So let's try this again. We have reason to see what's good. Well, no, not all the time. You can't always discern what's good and what's bad. You know, people were abominably racist and terrible to each other for hundreds of years. And nowadays we see that as bad, but none of those people saw it as good. You can look back with hindsight, but the people of those days were being told hard science meant that different races were, like, predisposed to be worse than them. Like, it was a hard it was a fact that you were better because you were white, blah, 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 blah. They couldn't discern whether that was right or wrong, any better than you can discern what's right or wrong today. Do you know what I mean? You don't have hindsight. To assume that everything you know right now is infinitely correct, you don't know. That's the point. You don't know. Just as they didn't know. By and large. Like, I think it's a pretty safe bet that if you had a time machine and you spoke to someone from 300 years from now, there is some aspect of your interpretation of the world, your belief system right now, whether you're a religious person, whether you're an atheistic person, no matter what you are, there's something you believe about a people, about something about the world that they will look at as monstrous and abominable. And you probably only need to go about 300 years in the future for that to be a thing. You know, shit moves fast. And who do we say has the more advanced opinion? The guy 300 years forwards? Probably, right? So you just got to accept that you're limited by your time. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Why are my streams like this? Because I'm not actually encouraging this, I don't think. And it's not like I have a clue what I'm talking about. So we are in the main bit of the puzzle now here, where we have to guess which tunnels to go in, right? It's basically like a memory game. And eventually you can get screwed. I don't really have a point. I'm just reacting to chat. Right. I feel like that one's a trap. I feel like we climb down, don't we? And there's another one. But that's the one we came from. Maybe it's not a trap. I also feel like I bluffed my way up here right now, that I actually managed to get through a little bit of a tangled thicket. Just purely by coincidence for a second there. Let's climb in here and see where we go. Okay. I don't like how this appears to be at the top of a staircase. And we're now going in the reverse direction. But I have a little bit... Oh, are you serious right now? I have a little bit of memory of this. Are you going to let me up ArenaNet? Are you serious? I'm going up there anyway. Because we could have made that jump. Let's pretend we made the jump. Right, now we're on the other side of that wall. Is this all meant to be checkpoint A? I'm so scared I've missed a checkpoint, but it does warn you if you've missed one. Which is what happened yesterday when we were mounting through the earlier sections. So, it's either this tunnel or that one over in that corner. No, we already went in that one in that corner. We already went in that one. So it's actually, it can only be this tunnel. Unless this is somehow dropping us back. Like, way back. Oh, no! This is the bottom, isn't it? Oh, it's the bottom! They dunked us out! We have to do the whole thing again. That one was tricksy. That was one last gotcha. You know what this song always makes me think of now, by association? The goddamn streams. Oh, look, we're back up, guys. I made it. But there's the player over here again. They've been slowly working their way through. I have a lot of respect for this person. For, like, they seem to be doing this legit. The thing is that they have 366 mastery points, so I'm guessing it's not their first time. It's not like a new player that's doing it properly. We're right near the top now. But I went the wrong way last time. Let's see where they go. With 366, they definitely have mounts. They're playing the game. I mean, I really like to see that with an MMO. Oh. This is new. Isn't there a choice here again? Careful. Careful. Oh, God, he's going for it. How viable would it be for ArenaNet to add World vs. World style map queue into PvE so you don't have to play Join Wars 2? What is that next comment? I don't know. Probably pretty viable. I wonder whether that's a symptom, not a solution, though. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say maybe the actual answer is to not. Did this mess me up? Is to try to avoid situations where people feel like they need to play Join Wars 2 in the first place. But maybe that's inherent to meta events, so what am I asking for? People to move away from meta events? That seems pretty tricky as well. So I don't know, really. But I'm sure they could kind of do that. I just don't know whether... whether I think it really even matters that much. I mean, this is a discussion for a post-End of Dragons world in which meta events are a big deal, which we could be moving into because they did say they wanted to go a little bit more Heart of Thorns-like, right? So... I feel like this is not the right hole. We got a 50-50 chance of getting the right hole. Which one do you guys think? Oh god, they're going for the third hole down there. I didn't even consider that one. But maybe that's the best one? Oh, I got the magnificent chest. I went with my heart. But we were right next to this a second ago, weren't we? Alright, look, I've done my time. Look, I have a YouTube video of me figuring it out authentically with Matt years ago. You guys can go watch that. You are missing at least one milestone? Oh, do they make you do it? Is that why that person's doing it? Do they make you do it for the last milestone? So what procs the last one? Is it going into the specific hole right near the end? I don't like this experience of being on the slightly lower thing when I don't have to be. It's like I'll get punished for that. Oh, here you go. There you go, checkpoint 9. Oh, brilliant. Oh, it was right near the end. Beauty. So look, I knew. Okay, we need to kill a Vine Wrath as well. This map's getting there. So screw it, we'll kill the Vine Wrath as it spawns in a second. Do you think it would be bad if commanders with a squad of 40 plus players could manually open a new map instance? No, not necessarily bad. I think, though, if they want to entertain the idea of supporting content of 40-man plus players, they should look at the format they used for the Marionette most recently in Dragonstorm. And do it with that, where it's just specifically a spun-up instance as they like, which is what you just asked for already exists in the game. It's just under a slightly different format. That's what I think that they should do. The idea of competitive meta events and so on, I actually like to Quarter Rising or with Triple Trouble. I actually don't believe in. I think, like, what's so perfect about the Heart of Thorns metas is their balance calibration, is that they are, especially on launch, they kind of kicked back a bit, but they're still comfortable enough that people can just ad hoc join in random maps and they'll get them done. I think if you're going over that line, you need to do more of a Marionette style thing. You know, where you really want to police a lot more who's in your squad and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see the End of Dragons ones be about where HOT was. Now, why were you guys talking about vaccination a second ago? What is that? Have I spun off some stupid, like, idiotic conversation in which unqualified people are talking about things they really know nothing of? In my chat? Never. Just the internet. Okay. Right, let's go tag some events. Let's have a quick look here. I need to collect buried chests. And I need to beat the Vine Wrath. And after that, we unlock some dialogue, guys. This also helps me with some of the precursor crafting achievements, which I'll theoretically get. Have you done the public Marionette? Because I never dared go in there. Yeah, that's all I've done. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. I'm the reverse. Yeah, no, I've never done the public Marionette. Apparently it's easier, though. I really hate dynamic combat music, man. It's just so overwhelming. Yeah, apparently they all succeeded. They don't really fail, the public ones. I want to swap to my Rev. I guess we'll do some more of the achievements in my Rev in a minute. I'm a bit done with Liss at the moment. Oh, Noct. I didn't. I don't know if you saw. Did you see they released all that information about the LEM update on Stellaris the other day? I was thinking about like what streams I want to do at the moment, like whether I want to do a Final Fantasy one and all that kind of stuff and stick with them on those. But I remembered we did do a couple of those Stellaris streams, and the LEM updates in a few days. I kind of want to play, and they're making Necroid Empires Hivemind compatible on it, as well as a ton of other stuff. They're like reworking the way traditions work, so you can pick lots of them, and they'll probably add more in through different DLCs as time goes along, and expansions. So I don't know. I kind of want to redo it, but pick play something more genocidal. The thing is, I've got to learn a lot about like diplomacy and stuff from Federation, so I can't really play a full genocidal empire. By the way, guys, see how little damage we took there as that Terragriff was doing the scream? I usually get nuked by that. That's Celestial plus protection. Or is it because they used to give themselves retail and they don't do that anymore? And there was a Megacorp change. See, I haven't properly played a Megacorp Empire, but they made a Megacorp change that I think is supposed to be really impressive, where if you release a vassal, they no longer release as a Megacorp, and therefore are in competition with you, so you can't do it. Instead, they're a regular empire with, what's the civic? Merchant guilds, is it? Yeah, and Hardy Conduit improves our protection too, yeah, for sure. I wish it changed the icon. But that LEM update, that's exactly the kind of thing I'd love to see for Guild Wars. I think that they've really nailed something. If people don't know, just to give you guys the full story, I'm speaking to the Guild Wars fans right now. With Stellaris, it's like Guild Wars. It's a big, complicated game with lots of like broken, buggy elements or like cool features that just need better balance and so on. It's a huge game, but then the studio is constantly focused on new expansions, new DLCs, so it doesn't really get great housekeeping. But what they did very recently was they split their team in half, and they're doing this thing called the Custodian Initiative. And what they do is free patches that are just like, they're like Guild Wars 2 feature packs. They're just filled with updates and improvements to old DLCs, old areas of the game, core game systems, balance, shit like that. And they're like, the first of their Custodian patches is coming out in a couple of days, the 14th, I think it is. And it's huge. And it's exactly the kind of thing I think Guild Wars could benefit from. So they're still making expansions and DLCs and stuff, but they have a whole separate concurrent team that's just about making feature packs, essentially. It's like Guild Wars 2 feature pack stuff, which obviously Guild Wars 2 hasn't done for years and years and years and years and years. But like, I'm scrolling through all those Stellaris patch notes and I'm like, wow, imagine if Guild Wars 2 had patches like this. It looks so good. Any chance you'll play Elden Ring when it comes out? So that's a weird one for me. I've talked about this on a couple of occasions in the past. Let me just confirm this. Give me 1 second. I'm on Wikipedia at the moment. Yeah. Okay, when I was younger, I played a PlayStation 2 game. Okay. It was a first-person RPG. Alright, I played a first-person RPG on the PS2. But the control scheme... You know how a PlayStation controller, they're dual-stick controllers, yeah? They have 2 analog sticks. Well, in the earliest days of the PS2, some games still weren't using the analog sticks. So it was a first-person game that didn't use analog sticks. So just try to imagine that. How does that work? How do you do a first-person game without analog sticks? Well, what it was the D-pad had you walking around, and the shoulder buttons, R1, L1, R2, L2, they were like look up, look left, look right, look down. And if you can imagine that, you'll know that that's a fucking crazy control scheme. Like, really weird. And so the game was basically panned. Nobody really played it. Nobody really enjoyed it because the control scheme was so fucking crazy, and it released in an era where people had figured that stuff out. You know, people had figured out first-person analog stick gaming on console. You know, this was post Xbox release. This was post Halo and so on. Like, it was a solved science, and here they were releasing this game that didn't do it. So, but I played this game. We didn't have much money. We didn't have that many games. So if I had a game, I was going to play it. And I learned to, you learn, just like with everything, I'm a big believer that you just acclimate to shit, right? You acclimate to bad control schemes. You acclimate to clunkiness. You acclimate to old graphics or whatever. And eventually you just realize what the game's going for, what its true beauty is, whether it's actually a good game or not. So anyway, I played this game. It was called Eternal Ring. And I liked it. And I have nostalgia for it. And a really cool thing about Eternal Ring was one of the things you would do is you'd actually gather rings. And they had all these beautifully rendered different rings, and they all had different elements and shit. And it was really, really fun. It was genuinely super cool. They had a cool element system in it. I really like it. So I'm kind of a fan of that. Years later, and so then I kind of moved on, did whatever. Years later, Souls came out, and I didn't really care about Souls. I've never played Souls. I would probably enjoy it. People recommended it to me like mad, but I never just got into it. I just didn't. And it was only way after Souls was out and done and so on that I realized it was the same company, the same studio. From Software, they made Eternal Ring, and they made Souls. And if I had known that they had made Eternal Ring and I was a fan of Eternal Ring, I would have tried Souls years ago. I really would have. If I'd known it was the same company. Like, why wouldn't I have? But I just never figured that. I never knew. Nowadays, I do know, but the Souls phenomenon's kind of passed me, and so now we move to Elden Ring. I don't know whether it's connected to Eternal Ring in any way, but suddenly I'm like, maybe I'll play Elden Ring. Maybe I'll do it. Because it sounds like I don't know whether it's just a superficial similarity in the title or what, but I'm kind of interested just on those grounds. As an Eternal Ring fan, I'm kind of interested in Elden Ring. So maybe I'll play it. I don't know whether I'd stream it or whatever. WP won't make elite speculation anymore because of the leaks. Yep, that's a bingo. It's always been very easy to be a Guild Wars content creator, as evidence. Why can't you play Souls just because you missed the train? I can play it. I don't move to other games easily or quickly. And I guess, yeah, I just never prioritized it much because it felt like a thing that passed me by, you know? It would be like me becoming a WoW streamer just because WoW's popular, or me becoming a Minecraft streamer just because Minecraft was popular. You know, these were all big fads. These are all big phenomenons that I just kind of thought, I've missed the train. I don't want to look like I'm just on a little lemming in a queue trying to make it big, siphoning the popularity of something that's made it, like a leech, right? Which is what 90% of people do. I don't want to look like the cynical corporate shilling little vacillating twat that has no real opinions. They're just following hype trains. That to me is like, I don't want to be that. So that probably influenced me a lot as far as like professionally why I wouldn't cover Souls. Even if it would be right up my alley, I would rather, I don't want to look like a follower. I mean, there's a lot of vanity in that, okay? Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of arrogance in that. There's a lot of like snootiness and snobbery. But it is the truth. I mean, that is how I feel. So. I think these days I'm a little bit chiller about stuff like that, maybe. I'm coming to terms with just how insignificant my decisions are, so who cares? Do you know what I mean? In which case, I think I'm a bit chiller about stuff like that now. But back then, certainly. Something about your camera position, looking at the chocobo butt as you run, feels indecent. Hey, Boots, do you want to restream the fishing thing later? I was going to message you about it, but I forgot, and then I just kicked this up. By the way, I don't think the leak is 100% correct. If you look at the two T's, it looks like a... I don't know what leak you think you're talking about. I'm talking about a data mine leak. I do, but you're late. Jeb snatched you up. Okay, I won't do it then. I won't do it. Yeah, I got ditched, guys. You should watch Jebro's stream though, because Boots will be on there and it should be good fun. Come on, let's go underground. The leaks are lame. It ruins the devs' work. Well, it doesn't have to. They can embrace the fact that the information's out there. You know, here's what really gets to me about the leak, right? The reason that well, there's a lot of stuff going on, but one thing that really gets to me is that, like, I could just do a YouTube video where I pretend to not know, and I fake it. And there are people that can do that and would get the audience share and would get through insincerity, through deception. It's like, I hate that shit. Stop putting us into a place where, like, those of low moral standing will get ahead. Do you know what I mean? Like, that fucks me off so much. If it wasn't for leaks, we wouldn't have got the Spidey trailer this early. My God, that Spider-Man movie. My God. There is so much hysteria and, like, leaking and, like, behind the scenes set footage and shit going on with that. That is crazy. That movie is so hyped. I hope it doesn't bomb or fail in any way. Yeah, the new Matrix movie looks interesting too, yeah. You still hope WP will become a guest in a Deeg interview? Deeg has asked me multiple times for an interview, and I've said no to him every time. Because I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that would be good coming from an interview with me. I mean, really. You're annoyed the director didn't ask Fishburne to come back to play Morpheus? Well, some people think he might just be lying to the press because he is actually in it. It depends what the story is, though, right? I've read some weird theories about that movie and, like, why some characters may be facsimiles of themselves and others may actually be exactly what they are and stuff like that. It's weird as well because Morpheus got killed in a video game, but it's supposedly canon. So it's like, it's weird. You imagine rage of WP on that interview? Wait, you imagine me raging about something? What would I be raging about? Oh, this guy's the Condi guy, right? So I should just signet a little bit more regularly. I'm basically mostly going to stick with Fire and Earth here for burns and bleeds. We can heat sink for everyone else. This fire overload is probably not very good. I should have signeted first. We're going to water here to reset. Oh, never mind. He's dead. Yeah, these caves, these tiles. This is what I'm talking about. No, I'm not vain enough to think I should do an interview with him. I mean, I'm flattered that he requested, but I'm not doing it. It always blows my mind when this happens. Like, you kill a whole boss and then you look at the next one and it's 100% health. Oh, what's going on? And there are people there. You guys just didn't have the confidence to start the fight? What's our game here? We gotta pop the poison bubbles, right? Is he moving? Yeah. Is he vulnerable? He is vulnerable. How do we stop him moving? What is it? You don't pop the poison bubbles? Bouncing poison attack pulls. He definitely stands still if you do something, right? I didn't know if I really wanted to commit to that fire there. Look at Gale's song. Look at how good that trait is. Oh my god. Does he cleanse when he transitions? I'm hoping he doesn't. That's why I'm kind of... Right, well that's him dead. I love these rooms. I think I put these in one of the Beauty of Tyria videos. WP did well in the Nature's Tea Time video. What on earth is that? Monty says, hi, I hope you're having a good afternoon. Thanks, man, I am. Well, except for the fact I can't do the most basic thing and leave this area. I like how there's no sense of a doorway there at all. They just put UI and say, exit. Okay, there's still only 3 of 5. Let me guess, it's the 2 Terragriffs that are still alive? That might just be wishful thinking, because then we can kill them both in the same place. Oh my god, the double shouts. Oh, oh. You serious? Little unfair. Oh, if I'd known he was that low, I would have tried to damage through it. Alright, that's 1. We get the gas bubble. Which way is he running? Just trying to resustain everyone right now. I can't actually pull target on him for some reason. I have to manually click it. Alright, he's running this way, so we want the next gas bubble. Can we break it? Can we break it? There we go, we got him. Alright, good. That's 5 out of 5. So we get an extra key. I feel like I needed multiple reasons to do the Silver Waste at the moment. I needed a key of Greater Nightmares for something. Maybe I think one of my precursor collections wants me to come here or do something. It's probably like cover myself in ooze and fight the boss or something like that. And I don't remember exactly what, so... Hello, just asking, why was the VOD of yesterday's stream deleted? I still wanted to watch it. Yeah, it was an okay stream. It's just, I don't know, I felt kind of off about it. It's mostly because I haven't really been playing the game very much recently, so I don't know, I get a little bit extra insecure. I actually, to tell you the truth, I went to Twitch to just put it on WP2, and as I went to do it, I misclicked and I was on delete, and then in a flash of a moment, I thought, yeah, just get rid of it. So now it's gone. And we'll just have this one go up on WP2 instead. I think the thing that gets to me most about it is we spent so long on that mount discussion thing about End of Dragons, whether it should have mounts or not, or whether it should do something about mounts. I don't know. I feel uneasy about it. You would unironically love another WP whiskey stream. You know, there's one thing I would love to do. Speaking of dead YouTubers, another guy that's gone now, Total Biscuit. He used to do these little streams where these little videos on his second channel, where he'd just eat snacks and stuff. Like people would send in snack boxes and stuff, and he'd just eat them and review them with his wife, giggling behind the camera. And they were such fun videos. I've always secretly loved the idea of doing that. If there's ever a day that I start doing face cam, guys, that would become a staple. I'm not talking about full-on crazy, mukbang insanity, but oh, let's try this weird thing. You missed TB? Yeah, it is weird. Another. Did somebody tell me on the stream yesterday? Why do I know this suddenly? Did somebody tell me in Discord? A comedian in the UK is dead as well. Sean Locke is dead. Did you guys know that? Apparently, it got revealed 22 days ago. That blows my fucking mind. That makes me really sad as well. He was really funny. Panel shows just are going to feel so weird without having him coming on as a regular every now and then. I completely missed that. Apparently, he'd been struggling for cancer for like 2 years. I guess I'll do lane 2, because why not? I have no real preference. Sherlock was legend. You barely began watching panel shows a few months ago and it was a shock. Yeah. There was a time where he was probably my favourite panel show guest in the UK. I don't think that continued for very long, but I always really, really liked him. My god, do you see the ghost on screen there and how sad it looked? Sorry, I was playing one-handed as I tried to turn the volume down. Thanks for the sub, the, how do we say your name? The Odorict. Thanks, man. Oh, I see Boots has sent me a message on Discord. Ooh, really, Boots? Boots said to me, I think we could discuss the new silhouettes without worrying about the leaks. He also says, I missed the Seasons of the Dragon. What's the Seasons of the Dragon? Do you really think we can do a discussion without referring to... I would... If I did a video with you about that... Is Boots still in chat? He is. I think if we did that video, I would still have to... The thing that worries me is I'm not doing it as like an elephant in the room thing. I'm not doing it where it's been literally not mentioned and people in the audience are watching it and thinking this is insincere. I'm not doing that. The only way in which I'll do that video is by confirming that that we know about the leaks, but we're not allowed to talk about them. And I'm wondering if that alone is enough to get us in trouble. Do you know what I mean? I assume it's not. I already did a video where I said on the day it happened, I said, hey guys, this info's out here. It's funny because in that video, I said at the time, I said, look, I'll probably talk about it. But then everyone was super hush-hush, so suddenly it was like, oh, I guess I can't. Do you think that's fine? The Rev silhouette is very clear about what weapon it is. Yeah, but it's not very clear about the fact it's a Rev, is it? You shouldn't... You don't know that. Maybe that's a... thief. Yeah, but you don't know that, guys. You don't know that. That's speculation. You're speculating right now. Yeah, someone in chat there has a very good point. Think about when the very obvious Guardian art came out and we were all sitting here saying it was Thief. Didn't I do a poll and it was like 50% said Thief? And we had the whole breaking the rules armor discussion. What do you guys think about that, by the way? I still haven't seen any rule breaking. Do you think that was just a really flippant, offhand little thing that was said and suddenly the community latched onto it? That's my guess about it at this point. Oh, we're open. Whoops. What opening? You think no clones for Mesmer is rule breaking? What, in any deeper way than other elite specs have changed the way stuff works? Is that a bigger rule break than taking away a second health bar shroud on Scourge, for example? I don't think it's anything. Because you gotta remember, the quote was, with this batch, we're breaking rules. Like, the idea is they're going a bit further than they would have before. there are rules that have applied to the previous 18 that don't apply to this 9. We don't know what rules there were to begin with. Yeah, I think it was just a flippant little comment that maybe we shouldn't worry about too much. This is going to sound really mean. I don't mean it as mean as it sounds, but I do see End of Dragons as an expansion of low ambition. And so, I don't know how much exciting rule breaking there is to expect in the elite specs. High quality, but sort of not transformative, as we've said before. Okay, good. So that's 2 or 3. Yeah, this inventory is going to be truly blown up. It's a cash grab. Has anyone seen NCSoft stock recently? There's a 25% stock drop. Hey, what characters? What written language is that your name's in? That's cool. I didn't see that. And I don't think, by the way, if NCSoft is having problems, they're not going to look at one of their lesser earning properties to make dramatic changes necessarily. If they're having problems, they'll look at their cash cows. Guild Wars 2 isn't one of their cash cows. So I don't think you're really right about that. You think it's Korean? It looks cool. That last character looks like the, what is it? The symbol for male sex? Sorry, female? It's Korean. Nice. Like, if you look proportionally how much Guild Wars matters for their revenue compared to, like, what they have in mobile markets and what they have just in some of their dare I say, better, I mean, from their perspective, monetized Eastern MMOs, Guild Wars is like a drop in the bucket. It's really not a big deal. And I'm sure that they'd like it to be a bigger deal, but if the company's in rough waters, they're not going to be looking at, you know, what's a good metaphor here? I don't know. Stock is down due to NCSoft's investment in the Chinese market, kind of backfiring due to the crackdown on hours and effeminate content. What? What is this story? What is the Chinese crackdown on hours and effeminate content? What are you talking about? What? All of their entire cash cows are doing bad. All 5 of their mobile games are doing bad. WP doesn't know. Yeah, what does that mean? Effeminate content. What are you talking about? China has some new weird laws. Okay, so teach me. They're banning effeminate males from TV. What does that mean? How do you quantify that? What does that mean? You can't wear eyeliner. What does that mean? New laws in China. What? They're banning K-pop. Oh yeah. Oh no. The disaster. Yeah, they're not allowed to talk about their feelings anymore. So if I'm on TV and I cry and I'm a man and I'm crying, you know, what happens? Do they take me away? Those under 18 can only play 1 hour of gaming on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Holy shit. Is that true? And they can enforce that shit because they have like the whole citizen ID thing, right? Like your game accounts are tied to your like real life like proper ID. Like they've put everything in place that they've got their hand around your throat over there. They can do that if they want. Like if I want a Chinese account of Guild Wars 2 that I'm not like buying from someone else or something, I need like a Chinese passport. been big news for a week or two. Look at how... Well, look, I've been out of touch, guys. Everyone uses their parents' ID to play more. So is that really true? That's not... You're not exaggerating. If you're below 18, you're only allowed to play video games for 1 hour on 3 days of the week. Why would they rip apart their own industry like that? I don't understand that. What's the gain? What's the country's gain from that? So they're dismantling like a large industry there. They're breaking a consumer base. They're artificially fucking with supply and demand for like a reasonably sized industry. I mean, it's video gaming. It's not the biggest industry. What do they get from that? A generation of better educated, more efficient workers? Like, what is it? They're hoping these kids will spend more time on homework, intellectual pursuits. It's an investment in their future. Is that what the gain is for that country? Because it is killing a lot of industry, isn't it? Video game bad. Yeah, but you guys have got to understand, they're doing it out of pragmatism. I want to talk about what they're getting from it, you know. The state knows that there will be an economic downturn from that in some industries, but they're counterbalancing that against something else. I mean, for all the shit you throw at China, they are very, very minded about investing in the future, you know. People don't like talking about it. They don't like talking about how green they are and their solar farms and all that shit. But it's true, so I guess it's in line with that, right? That is quite interesting. Yeah, they're very GDP oriented, right? I was reading something about that the other day too. Investing in their future. Yeah, of course. You think whatever country you're from doesn't do the same? Obviously it's self-interested. What, you think you're morally superior to them somehow, or you're somehow unique to that? We're just talking about state ambition here, nothing else. China had a falling birth rate. You think these policies are to reverse that? Oh, is that cited, is it? They're banning video games so the teenagers will have more sex. Is that's the brilliant theory we're getting from Twitch chat here. Is that is that cited in some article? There's some scholarly journal that discusses this correlation between less video games and more higher population? I learned the most fascinating things from Twitch chat. It's beautiful, really. I love how intellectual we all are. You know, there is no topic too large for us. We always get the good takes. Less nerds, more sex. I gotta read about this, man. This is fascinating. How long ago did this all happen? What was the other thing? There were two things. It wasn't just the video. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, the effeminate men topic. Let's go back to that. What the fuck? What's the value to that? And what does that mean? Someone talk to me more about the whole effeminate men thing. What on earth is that? Now that is bizarre. They don't want their kids talking to foreigners online, huh? There could be a propagandizing side to it. I do agree with that. China is angry at K-pop. Another brilliant take. Because China wants men to be men again and not over-emotional crybabies. I don't... You're just saying that. What? There's no logic to what you just said. To believe that that's the ambition is to believe that, like, there is nothing intellectual behind it whatsoever. And it's very easy to believe that when you're in a stupid, like, tribal mindset of us and them. But I have to believe there's something more going on. There has to be something more going on. If there's nothing more going on, then the truth is it's actually just like a footnote. It's not really a big deal, but Western cultures have become interested in it and have amplified it. So now we all think it's a bigger deal than it is. Shouldn't I have got 3 keys from that? Or is it just the 2? Oh, did we finish the thing as well, by the way? Revenge of the Vine Wrath. Okay, so I just need to do Treasure Hunter now. So do I have any shovels on me? I have 2 shovels. Brilliant. No, it's not a huge... Yeah, it's a huge deal to you. What I'm saying is Western media might have amplified it and made it a huge deal. But the truth is, it's not one. From their perspective, it's just like a little bit of legislation or something. I don't know. Obviously, I'm only just like... I'm not trying to speak from authority about any of this. Obviously, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just getting a sense. What is the policy? You guys are telling me they don't like manly men on TV. What does that mean? What are you talking about? What has actually happened? What is it? I can't go on TV wearing a skirt? What is the actual... Do any of you even know? Or have you just read some headlines and now you're repeating it? K-pop accounts were banned on Weibo. What quantifies someone as a K-pop band precisely? Can I continue to orient myself exactly the same stylistically, do everything the same, but, oh, I'm not K-pop, don't worry. Even China doesn't know, it's just dictator bullshit. Well, see, again, I don't know. I feel like it's... I think it's a bit much to assume that someone else is a moron. It's more likely there's some extra information that you don't have. We are talking about leaders of a country, all right? They're not superstitious, you know, idiots sitting in their house clutching at their curtains all day. They are leading a country. They are creating policy. There has to be a little bit, there has to be a kernel of something in there. That's crazy, though. That is crazy news. So you know the kind of shit you can get done when you're an autocracy, guys, all right? Look at that. You can do interesting stuff. What can we do with our democratic systems? Nothing. It's all boring. Nothing big and interesting and provocative and crazy. Alright. More mystic coins. See, it doesn't actually notify me that Timey has more to say. This is a bit weird, but hey. Alright, so more mystic coins. Oh. 16 noxious seed pouches. I'll close out of that a bit quick. I mean, yeah, it is sad. I do want to be clear. It is obviously sad. It is obviously scary and worrying. Let's go to Stellaris and find out. I really want to play it, honestly. Reading the Lem patch notes, I really want to play it. But pre-patch seems like kind of a boring idea. Well, not boring, but just not as good as it could be. Is it possible to get these mounts before the story requires them, or do I have to keep going to unlock them? You can skip ahead if you want. Okay, so what do they say after? Oh.
Recollecting your memories thing. It's been illuminating. We've got lots more data than we'd have otherwise.
I'm learning a lot about you before we met. Scarlet affected so many lives across Tyria.
Yeah, she did. Boy, don't meet your heroes, huh? Kate's also grown a lot since then, huh? But I guess we wouldn't have Aurene if she hadn't, you know, taken the egg.
I noticed Flunt didn't change at all.
I know, right? He's the worst! Anyway, keep at it, Commander.
Okay. So there's another one after Siren's Landing. So do we want to do this one? I did a bit of it with Kerry already, so it shouldn't be too bad. Let's do the Siren's Landing set now, then. Right, return to one. Well, hold on, I did it already, though.
Zip through.
Speaking of busy, I heard someone other than us has been looking into dragon research. Rada Novus, the Crucible of Eternity, the Dermont Priory. Someone's snooping.
Science is the universal exploration of knowledge and open to everyone, Tiny.
Yeah, well, I don't like it. It feels sneaky.
We're holed up in a makeshift lab in the Eye of the North, miles from civilization.
This isn't makeshift. It's a very respectable, humble lab, thank you very much. If this place is good enough for Aurene, it's good enough for us.
We're in the company of Snargle Goldclaw.
I'm not mad about it.
I'm getting back to work, Commander.
I like the way she delivered that I'm not mad about it. That was pretty good. Okay. So now the next one will be Return to Dragonfall, which isn't even out yet, right? Okay. Yeah, I liked that reference to Crucible of Eternity there too. I thought that was cool as well, for sure. Right, so let's just keep making progress, I guess. I'll check for another sandstorm in Drytop. $20. If someone can remind me in 20 minutes, you're a legend. I doubt we'll manage to, but if you guys can remind me, that would be very, very cool. Right, well, so let's, I guess, resume a regular order, I suppose. We're just looking for treasures in the uplands, and then treasures and events, basically. This one we're done, this one we're done. Alright, so next, we're at Bloodstone Fen. And we have, diving goggles to find, kill Hablion, and do some of the story instances. So we can grab some of those. I'll do the story instances first, I think. I already did the air one, so that's good. What's all this about New World you guys are talking about? I'm kind of interested in playing it. What's this? Army duty? You love a campier character, but you just can't stand Tammy's voice? I don't know. I think Tammy's really good when she's how she was used in Path of Fire is how I liked her the most, but she's a little bit more distant. She's not in the big serious moments, but she adds like that levity and that brightness, and she kind of counterbalances and stops things getting too heavy. I think that's where she's at her best. I'm much preferring her in those situations rather than what we saw say in Season 3, where she's devising stuff where she alone can put 2 Elder Dragons to sleep and shit like that. So I don't know. How they're using her here, I think, is fine as well. Yeah, they didn't kill Bram. That's weird. Where did I hear? Was it an interview or something with Tom Abernathy? Was it on a stream? They were talking about the Bram thing and how Bram survived, and they're like, "Oh, that's a surprise. That's interesting. That's new. That's different. We all expected him." It's like, well, I really don't like that kind of, that sense of, okay, this is a good story, and you're turning your back on a good story because it's the expectation you'll tell a good story. That's such a trap. That's such a bad idea on their end. And that's why Bram's alive? Like, your job isn't to just trick people and deny expectation all the time. Your job is to tell a good story. Do you know what I mean? And it would have been appropriate to have some meaning to that whole Bram arc by sort of concluding, where does he go now? The reason we don't expect him to survive is because it would have made so much sense. It would have added some real, you know, weight and power to what Bram gave up in the pursuit of the destruction of Jormag. I don't know. It was a very brief little thing, but I kind of got a little sense that that's what their main motivation was, and it really kind of bummed me out of it. But maybe they have cool. They also gave a suggestion that they have really cool plans for Bram. So I mean, I guess we'll see. There's still the idea of him discovering the backstory of his black traveling father. Yeah, I like that idea too. That ties in really well with the idea that the Norn go off to some new land in a new era of the game, which I really like. Maybe we find that there are a bunch of Norn living somewhere that we didn't realize. I think Bram's alive so we could have our last fight with Ryland. If Ryland survived, why not Bram? I think they both needed to survive or die, but they weren't. Well, that's weird, because that's almost like a minute plot thing. I get that they wanted to have the epic fight with Ryland after the dragon stuff. I mean, if that doesn't sort of tip their hand as to what they want the game to be about more than anything else, they don't want it to be about the big supernatural stories and the Elder Dragons. They want it to be about the character conflicts and the character resolutions. That's why the Ryland fight comes second. It didn't have to come second. But I don't know. I feel like there might have been more appropriate resolutions to that whole little thing than something as dramatic as, oh, well, let's just keep Bram alive then. Did you listen to Deeg's interview with Tom? I can't remember. I might have. That might be what I'm talking about, but I really can't remember right now. Sorry, do you want me to break this chunk as well? I mean, you do have to be careful with stuff like this, because just killing characters is not necessarily good, very captivating either, you know. But it does feel like the game's a little bit safe. It's a little bit. I'm not even talking about the destruction of reality here, but the idea that you can kill 2 Elder Dragons at once with absolutely no consequence, right? And again, I'm not talking about the destruction of reality, but just like no real suffering, nothing really kicks back with any of the characters. It's just, oh, we're fine. And I get that Bram's a bit injured, isn't he? To me, it sort of betrays the idea of what the Elder Dragons are to a degree. I wonder whether ArenaNet just doesn't like the idea of bittersweet. They don't like the idea of... You know, I wonder whether they just really like the idea of fairy tales and... happy, comfortable, fun. Zodja is better than Timey Ime? Zodja hasn't had enough screen time, really, to be comparable, I think. But I would say, kind of, instinctively, I kind of want to say yes, just because Zodja's not likable. Zodja's a bitch. She is not likable, and she does gross things, and she's self-interested. And to me, that makes her feel so much more authentic than Timey often does. Timey has had a little occasion here and there where she's like, oh, I'm going to run away in a golem, or be like a little girl or whatever. But generally speaking, Zodja's like an adult that is really abrasive and just like not nice. Even if you follow the dungeon story, for example, and again, Zodja hasn't had enough time really, but you know, it's a surprise she comes to help you with Zaitan to a degree. And to me, that lends a lot of authenticity to her as a character. I don't like the character. I don't find her a personable character, but I enjoy her as a facet of the story, you know. So that's why I would be inclined to agree with you there. She's obviously not as likable. One thing I liked about the Reveal Guild chat we watched is when the story dev said, we looked at every event that happened in Tyria and how they may have affected Cantha. I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 dragons dying had a big impact on Cantha. I think you're right, yeah. I think that's a cool line that they gave in that little stream, and I do expect it to pay off. Didn't they expand on that somewhere? I'm sure they expanded on that, didn't they? And they talked a bit about how, like, Balthazar's death would have affected them, and like they basically said they went through the whole timeline, right? And they said, yeah, all these big events will have ramifications. But I mean, if it's a loss that happened off screen to people we don't care about or know yet at a time before we knew them, I wouldn't say that that's necessarily satisfying the emotional stakes that I'm looking for, would you? Your mic is crazy good, really? See, this is the thing. Do you guys remember I did an End of Dragon's Daily where I said I want to talk quieter and a little bit closer to the mic? I'm doing that today just because I don't want to be too loud for my neighbours. And because my throat's a bit sore. And now someone says the mic sounds good. It should be popping like mad as well, by the way, because I'm talking in like Peter Piper, picked a peck of pickled pepper. That should sound awful, to be honest, because I don't have a windshield on it or a pop filter on it. Let's actually do this mechanic before this takes a million years longer than it has to. Wait, what? Give me the thing. Oh. Wow, that's a really subtle effect. Do you see the ring? Here, come on. Did we break it? Come on, dude. Break the bar. There we go. Can I just melt him in one burn, or is it going to phase at 33? I guess it'll probably phase. Some pop in, but otherwise none. I can guarantee you there was some. Maybe I have OBS set up a little bit different. Finishing your Nightfall LP and your mic is better in comparison. My Nightfall mic was better. You best be joking. You had best be joking. Don't sit there and tell me that 7 years of me trying to fuck with the settings and buying new gear and stuff, and I'm not better than what I was when I just plugged a Yeti in. Don't you tell me that. My voice was better, but my mic wasn't. You genuinely hope post End of Dragons it's all new stories? Yeah, I really miss that like fresh exploration, that fresh MMO feel, that sort of new, that sense of mystery. I really want to be revitalized with all that stuff, and I think a new era of storytelling is the only thing that will do it, if not a whole new game. Do you know what I want? I just want cool characters. That's what I really want from Guild Wars. Who's cool in Guild Wars? Who's badass? Who's a badass in Guild Wars? Give me one badass. Who provokes adrenaline and excitement? Kanak. Kanak is comic relief, guys. Kanak hasn't been cool for years. You guys not playing the story? You're not updating your opinions? Kanak hasn't been cool in years. What does Kanak do that's cool? Kanak is funny. He's not cool. Loranth is cool. Off screen a lot. Hardly in it. But yeah, Loranth is a good answer. Joko was cool. Joko, though, they skirted the line. They started putting comic relief in there a little bit more. He was cool in one patch, the patch that they killed him. I don't think you can count Joko anymore because he's not in the story. I don't mean historically. I mean who's around at the moment. Who is used? Joko's dead now. He doesn't count anymore. Ritlock isn't cool. Ritlock has not been cool since they did the whole, oh, he's actually bullied and he's actually, he loved all the other races and he's not. Ritlock isn't cool anymore. Used to be cool. Ritlock isn't cool. Zafira was kind of cool. Needed a lot more time, but she could have been cool. She was kind of cool, especially in like those sniping missions. But where is she now? She's not in it anymore. She's not doing anything. Malik's not in it. Livia's kind of on the fringes of maybe being cool, but I think a lot of people, she hasn't had the time and she's not in it. Amora's dead. She's not cool because she's dead. Banger is cool. Thank you. There you go. Banger is cool. Banger is a real answer. Banger is cool. Anise isn't cool. What's cool about Anise? Oh, hey, love. I don't think Anise is cool. Jenna's kind of cool sometimes, though. I quite like Jenna. Jenna's pretty cool. Whenever I think of Anise, I naturally immediately start thinking about Jenna. Jenna, like, defending the city during the Crichton Civil War, and then also again with the frozen Lake Doric. I know they're just kind of reusing the animation or whatever, but I remember when I saw that in the Icebreed Saga in Champions, where you see that she's protecting the city again. I remember thinking, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. So she's cool, and she's kind of around. She's kind of in it. I'll give you the queen. Farron isn't cool. Bangar is a pompous ass. Yeah, he is a pompous ass. He's also cool. Farron being E all along is cool. Well, that's, I don't know whether that's cool. That's not like, I'm talking about badasses, guys. All right, that's what I'm actually asking. I'm asking who are the badasses. Ephraim's kind of cool. Yeah, all right. Dad energy. Yeah, he does have a bit of that, doesn't he? Yeah, but Farron's comic relief. Farron's not cool. Balthazar wasn't cool. He didn't feel very powerful, and he didn't feel very credible either, I don't think, in a lot of ways. I mean, he did feel powerful for his time. He's not in it anymore, though. Naturally, if the story is we defeat them, and we're post-defeat, they're not going to feel strong anymore. Goric isn't a badass, guys. This isn't just list your favorite characters, alright? Largos a badass, that's true, but we don't have any characters. End of Dragons might resolve that. I guess the thing about End of Dragons for me as well is they introduce new characters in the trailer and stuff. How many of them are badasses? How many of them are cool? I don't see any of them being cool or badasses right now. Ooh, I'm an inventor. Cool. Alright, alright. I think we have different ideas of what's cool. Yeah, we should move away from that phrase. What I'm asking for is badasses right now. Ogden. Who said Ogden? Ogden's kind of badass in sort of a I've been here so long I don't give a fuck anymore kind of way. But he does. I don't know. Ogden's pretty. I don't know whether I really agree with the Ogden idea. Right. So what's the concept here? We just try and hit him and see what happens. My mum says Whitlock's cool. It strikes me that they had a lot of cool characters and then they decided, do you know what would be interesting? Is if they weren't cool. The Whitlock one really kind of aggravates me because it was just a suggestion from the voice actor, wasn't it? Someone like idly speculating about a character they play. And they're like, yeah, all right, let's do it. It's like, ah. Do I break it on you or what? What's the story here? Yeah, I do. I didn't actually get any quickness from that, which kind of sucks. I was hoping for the Sigil of Rage more than anything else. You hope we meet Smoder as a ghost. Kraukatoric was badass. Well, I don't know whether Kraukatoric... well, it depends what facet of Kraukatoric we're talking about, really, doesn't it? The sane Kraukatoric that speaks to us and talks about destroying things he loves and mother and all that shit. I don't know whether that's really a badass that's speaking us to at that point. That's like a thoughtful, ancient, incredibly powerful being that's almost beyond your comprehension. I don't know whether that's badass. I mean, it is badass to a degree. But then if we're talking about the facet of him that is a lightning stormed, tormented thing destroying everything around him, then yeah, obviously that was cool. Badass. Biora version of Jormag was pretty badass. Yeah, I think Jormag was pretty badass, yeah. I think the Bone Skinners were badass. Why haven't we met any badass Coden? Why haven't we met any badass Quaggan? I'm talking about like Raging Quaggan. Oh, I'll tell you who's badass. I've been lying to you the whole time. End of Dragons, the Asura on the airship, that's a badass. Don't you guys think? Did we get the ding already or not? I like that Asura. With the earring, the pirate Asura. You either die a badass or you live long enough to see yourself become Ritlock. Now that's a quote. That's definitely a quote. If we still had quotes going on in chat, I would definitely add that to that. Baruch isn't badass. I mean, I do know the Baruch story, and I remember that from the Lesser Race arc, but he's not around. He was hardly in it, and I didn't really get the sense he was badass. I mean, obviously they played with it. The one occasion in which they played with an enraged Quaggan, I don't know whether that quite counts. It's just all you've got left to talk about. Desmina is cool. Desmina is cool! You're right. Desmina's a badass. You're right. And that story got left in an interesting place. Desmina qualifies. Alright, she's made the qualifiers. Alright, we've actually got a little bit of a list going on here now. Zira's dead and gone. She was badass for her part, but she's not in anymore. This was a great ending to a patch, by the way. Ready?
Possibly slightly, marginally cataclysmic. I managed to finally get detailed lay readings from the map and determined, well...
What is it?
Primordius is active.
Doesn't it then pop up the... There you go, yeah, the patch end thing. Primordius is active. Cut to black. That's essentially what they tried to do there. It's a good ending to a patch. Oh my god, guys. Primordius is active. They're going to do such a good story with Primordius. I can't wait. Holy shit, it's finally here. Primordius, active. Imagine the devastation he will wreak. Did you guys know that he was the first one to wake up? He also kicked off the Elder Dragon story. It's going to be so hype. I can't wait. Alright, we'll go do a Shadow's Deeds now. Ah, no, never mind. I'm bored of the Elder Dragons now. Just kill him. Just get rid of him. Wait, hold on. Where's the entrance to this? Is it all the way over here? I thought the entrance was here. I'm completely, ridiculously wrong. Top 5 most badass characters in Guild Wars 2. I wish I could make a video for like that, authentically make that video. I think that would be a really good... I would love the story to be in a place where I could passionately make a video with that as its subject. The Jinn are badass. I agree, the Jinn. But what Jinn characters have we got? You know what? Maybe some of the other Cardinals... It's just on the floor here. Does WP not care about the Sandstorm anymore? Oh, shit. Is it going on right now? Is it literally right now? I mean, we can come back. Let's go have a quick look. I do care about it. I knew I would forget. I knew that within 20 minutes I would forget. Alright, let's go have a look. I just got to grab buried chests, basically. I feel like Guild Wars 2 has a problem where nobody else can be a badass because they don't want to intrude on your character being the central focus. Nah, I don't agree with that at all. And I can illustrate why I don't agree with that with one question to you. Is the commander a badass? Oh, I can deposit one of these into my material storage again. I'm actually quite happy about that. My completionist, I can fill that. That won't be a grey slot anymore. They really want you to think the commander is? Yes? I don't think they do. I think they're very vanilla with their handling of the commander so that you can, as much as possible, put yourself into it. I don't think they want you thinking too deeply about the commander. I think they want you to think the commander is competent. That's about as far as it goes. Full-on badass? I don't think they want to do that because what if I'm role-playing a pink Thilvari with flowers? What if I love nature and I'm a pacifist? So, and they want to accommodate for people who play the game like that. So they're not going to go too crazy. You know, where's our scene where the commander brutally, like, makes a snap decision where they, you know, they execute some, like, bold power move or something, you know? When did they do something badass ever, really? What's the closest the commander ever got to being badass? Seriously, I am wondering now. What's a cool badass moment for the commander? I'm sure there are some little bits here and there. When have we shown such competence to the degree that it's become, you know, a power move? Yeah, I mean, you can list out facts of what we've done, but they're not individually badass moments. Pressing F to finish Scarlet, you know, pressing F to... Whenever else they've asked us to do that. Oh, the 1v1 with Balthazar is pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty... Still standing. That's a good badass moment, yeah. I agree with that. And that's an all-time highlight of the story for me. Who are you, still standing? I think that was an outright attempt to make him badass. The Morgemoth boss fight. What do we do that's badass in the Morgemoth boss fight? We learn about the power of friendship, and we bring all of our friends through the reality rift, and we defeat Morgemoth through the power of teamwork. Friendship is magic. I don't think that was a very badass boss fight. I'm a badass because of the friends I made along the way. Come on, that's not badass. Mercy killing Traherne. That's interesting that you remember that as a Traherne moment. That means you didn't play the personal story. Because if you play the personal story, it will be your mentor. It's only Traherne if you have no history with the Orders. And it's not... It could have been badass, but it's not really, is it? Because it's just a thing that happens in combat, really. The raid stuff is badass, but we'll be playing as the commander in raids. Kind of, yeah, but I don't see what we do that's badass in raids. It's more like what the team does, isn't it, really? It's not like there's a specific story moment that's written in where the commander will be a badass here. All or nothing, where we're giving orders left and right? Sorry, all or nothing. In Thunderhead, when we're given orders left and right. You mean in the auditorium? You're talking about the auditorium fight. We are pretty badass in that. I think I can agree with you on that. When we're riding through with the... This is agony, by the way. Am I doing something wrong? I don't remember finding chests being this brutally difficult. The auditorium scene is excellent. I mean, I definitely think we are something of a de facto leader there, and there's something cool about that. I don't know whether I'd go full-on badass at that point. I've said badass so much this stream that it's losing all meaning. We should just retitle this Badass Stream. This is the Badass Waiting Room stream, everybody. What's my definition of badass? Violent, dangerous, but on your side. I think that's what qualifies something as a badass. Something really intimidating, like almost like fear-inducing. Like almost you can't control it, but it's an ally. I think that's the recipe for a badass. At first glance, that's what I would guess makes something badass. Yeah, like so when Aurene eats Joko out of nowhere, that's a badass Aurene moment. Kind of hits those criteria I just said. You just described the Flame Legion? Yeah, I think there's sort of an... I mean, they're not on screen enough, though. I'm not seeing them being... But the ArenaNet thing is, once the Flame Legion are on your side, they're not being badass anymore. They're not brutalizing people anymore. They're not... You know, they're good... They're not bad... They're not both at once. So therefore, I don't actually know how badass I really feel like the Flame Legion are. Because You don't get to have it at once. They don't let you enjoy someone who's, you know, morally questionable or is, you know, a bit of a loose cannon or whatever. They don't want you celebrating that stuff. They're scared to that. Oh, violence? No, if you're a good guy, you're not violent. You know, so there's very little space for badassery. Badass could also be the aftermath of a big bowl of chili. Yeah, exactly. That's why Krisha's badass. Because she's like, because of that like horrible shit she says to her own son before executing him. That's badass. That's why Krisha's a badass in that scene, at least. You see? I don't know actually what a more accurate definition of badass would be in you know, in a literature sense, if there even is such a thing to quantify and own. Yeah, you're just a spoiled brat, son. Die now. Yeah, I mean, that's badass. It's brutal. I think there has to be like that element of brutality kind of has to be there a bit. Not always, though. I wouldn't describe Laranthia as brutal. But I would describe him as dangerous. So maybe danger is the thing you want to... Maybe that's how we dig in. I'm going to go look around these areas here because... So, like, Canuck was badass when he had decapitated a member of the consortium and rolled his corpse's head in front of Inspector Null to intimidate him. All right, a guy that decapitates people to intimidate, that's Canuck when he's a badass. But that was a long time ago. Ritlock when he's just killing his superiors in the Char way in order to ascend the ranks. That's Ritlock as a badass. Is it badass or sociopathic? It's both. It's both. Why are you picking one or the other? It's of course sociopathic. Yeah, I think ruthlessness is kind of a thing as well. I think ruthlessness kind of sort of starts playing into these ideas of like impulse control and stuff too, which I don't know whether. But yeah, I think ruthless is a good place. Because don't forget, we're not just talking about protagonists here. We can be talking about antagonists, all right? And that's probably why there's a lot of overlap when people say like Joko and Kralkatorrik and Balthazar. You know, these are all bad guys. You know, it's important for a bad guy to be a badass. They're not always on your team. I think as soon as a badass is on your team, that's where it becomes cool. They're cool if they're good, if they're virtuous, if they are just, if they have good cause, and yet they are doing these questionable things. I think that's where you stop just being a badass, but you're actually kind of cool and you become sort of almost likable to a degree as well. Morgemoth was badass. He gave no fucks. I think Morgemoth goes even further, though. To me, Morgemoth wasn't just a badass. Morgemoth, as he was delivered at that point in the story, with the mystery and the talk of Oblivion, like the de facto suggestion of Oblivion, and like his presumed knowledge of these things, and how he was kind of a communicative dragon when none others were at that point in the story, and so on. I think Morgemoth went even further than badass. It was like he was almost like an authority in a way, and that made him like so like captivating. He's almost like on another plane of consciousness, so I don't know whether I really think badass can apply to an entity like that, you know? It's like, is a hurricane badass? Kind of, but not in the way we're talking about, you know? And there's the other thing, like, when you're that powerful, is it badass anymore when, like, nothing's even on your power level? Oh, well done. You destroyed innocence and you're an Elder Dragon. Oh, big whoop, you know. I think to a certain extent, like, bravery and, like, being outnumbered but coming out on top, you know. I think there's a sort of sense of, like, underdogness, or at least you kind of got to... Oh, maybe we can kill the Chick Nado, because we do need events. What do we do? Just drop the chickens next to him? It's not actually kill the chicknado, is it? It's save chickens. So what do? We catch chickens as we DPS it, put them down? How do I catch the chickens, though? Is it number of hits rather than damage inflicted? Do conditions matter? How does this event work? This one scales really badly, if I remember rightly as well, so I'm a little concerned I won't get it. But we're making good progress so far. I've put several chickens as it is. Skiff stream in 1 hour-ish? It's not that soon, is it? I've not been streaming that long yet. How long have we been going? 2 hours? I think it's ages away, isn't it, still? Raiko was a badass to the very end. That's true. Raiko was a badass. Or Reiko. I can't remember how we say it. Can't really do this one alone, someone said. Well, I just did. And I have a chicken to spare as well. Alright, let's resume our hunt for chests. Tybalt was badass? Tybalt wasn't a badass. What are you talking about, Boots? What are you talking about? What was badass about Tybalt? Give me one badass Tybalt moment. Oh, he was hiding in the apples. He has a gun. That's real badass. What was bad? There's nothing badass about Tybalt, Boots. Tybalt is comic relief. Tybalt is the best of the three mentors because in the limited time that he has, he's so ludicrously, cartoonishly over the top comic the relief. He leaves a big impression in a short space of time, so you're sad when he's dead, which is great, and that's why Tybalt's the best of the three characters, but he's not a badass. He's funny and endearing. It's not a bad take. You can like Tybalt. Listen, guys, you are allowed to like Tybalt. Tybalt is a great character, and he's a likable character. He's not a badass, though. There's a difference between likable and enjoyable and being a badass. Being a badass is not the only way to get into someone's heart, all right? Tybalt's not a badass at all. Yeah, Forgul was more badass than Tybalt. And Forgul is the worst of the three characters. He doesn't get enough screen time to really shine. It feels like you hardly even really get to know him because his archetype, the kind of character he is, doesn't work in that short space. Kaith was a badass. Kaith is like Ritlock light, alright? You know how you've got like Coke, and then you've got Diet Coke, alright? That you've got Ritlock, and then you've got Diet Ritlock. That's Kaith. Kaith early on, where it's like, okay, is she insane? Is she just like killing people? Kaith that killed Wynn and all that stuff. That's kind of a badass Kaith, alright? The silent assassin of the Sylvari Wraith that really doesn't have very well aligned morals just yet and is a little bit of a loose cannon. That's a badass. Kaith once, oh, I'm really pretty and I'm covered in flowers and I'm going to speak for Aurene now, is not a badass, alright? Difference. There's a difference. It's not quite to the Ritlock level, but yeah. She's Diet Ritlock. Look at how pretty she is. And look, you can enjoy pretty Kaith. That's fine. But she's not a badass anymore at that point. Now, was Fowlane a badass? Let's ask ourselves that. Obviously, she's gone, so she wouldn't make the list of a current badass character. Didn't I get all the chests in this area? I'm a little bit worried that I'm wasting my time if I come down here. Or did I need 2 more? I'll collect 2 of these. For some reason, I'm not getting it on Fowlane. Why don't I think Fowlane's a badass? She was a good villain. She felt powerful. Stabs you in the back. I don't know. Fowlane's just... Maybe I can't unpackage Fowlane because it's like such a mess of like unrealized potential with the whole Nightmare Court thing. Kaith used to be edgy when she was a dragon minion, but as a dragon champion, she isn't compelling. Yeah, look, I gotta say, guys, the Crystal Bloom are just about the most anti-badass you can have. You'll notice someone else who hasn't come up in any of this story, and that's Aurene. And what are the things that dominate the story these days? It's all the anti-badass stuff. My army of crystalline flower people. Yay, badasses. This is why I think ArenaNet should have made their Hello Kitty MMO, and they can do all those themes and these tones in that, and then they can have OG Ritlock and stuff in this game. Is that cool? And for what it's worth, I like Aureen's archetype as she now is, where she's like this almost like distant, like this elder dragon in creation now, where she's like learning all this shit. She's kind of becoming like Dr. Manhattan. Is that his name? In Watchmen. You know, she's like she's disconnecting. She's like fucking about in the scrying pool. She's got all this history, all this knowledge, all this power, and she's like becoming distant. Like, I think that's all really cool, and that I really like where Aureen is now. I think she's a very captivating character as she is right now, and she's still kind of on her side, but we're kind of losing her a bit. I think there's a lot of really compelling stuff there, and I really enjoy it, but it's not badass. And she wasn't badass when she was young. She had that one bad eating when she's like a kind of a loose cannon adolescent, and she eats Joko out of nowhere. That's Aureen. The only time she got a little bit badass, it was right there. But otherwise, I don't really see it much. WP's Guild Wars 2 seems full of spiky and gloomy characters, all serious and brooding. No. Not all. As I said, I think that these other characters do have a place. Like I said, I actually enjoy Timey as she's utilized in POF and in some of the more recent areas. I think that stuff works. But as a balance, I believe in more of a mix. The thing is, this conversation is just about the badass side, so obviously that's good. I'm not actually advocating for a full game of badasses. That goes too far. I think PoE is a really good example of a game that's too doomy and too gloomy and too realistic and too drab, and it's not fun at all anymore. They're too far on the other side, right? I believe in a mix. I really do believe in a mix. I don't think that Guild Wars 2 has that mix though, so that's a point I'm trying to make. They're too far. There's too few badasses. There's too few cool stuff. So, you know, I'm advocating for an element here. So it sounds like that's all I want, but it's just, you know, I want to reinstate the balance, okay? It's not about the balance of magic, guys. It's about the balance of badass. What's the antonym of badass? What's the word I'm looking for? What do the crystal bloom embody? Oh, we get another event. This is kind of agonizing, to be honest, getting these chests, but we'll come back again in 40 minutes, I guess. And who knows? I mean, what do you guys think? Has End of Dragons got its fair share of badasses? Like, I remember when they were talking about Season 4 as it was coming out. And they were talking... And I was thirsty for badasses at that time. And I remember... that was really nice, syncing his ability with the water overload. That was such an epic heal. It's crazy. I remember Zayn. I remember they were talking about Zayn was like a badass and an interesting new character that was coming up. And I was like, oh, okay, so Zayn. So what's it all going to be? And then he didn't really do much, and he didn't get to spend much time in the limelight. And it's like, okay, so you could have had a badass character and then didn't really get to use him much. Right, let's go do our instance now. In Bloodstone Fen. This is a great waypoint name, by the way. Depths of the Moor. Crystal Bloom is lawful good, and you want more chaotic good characters. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable way of lining it up. No, not just good though. They don't have to be good. Give me a badass villain if you want as well. I mean, I don't mind. And I think ArenaNet has a better track record for that, which is why that's probably not been in this conversation too much, because it's not as productive to talk about that. You wish they did more with the Stone Summit? Yeah. They could have had a few badass enemies in there. I think they could have done a cool badass dwarf character to bounce back and forth off of Ogden too. Would have been interesting. I feel like they had a really good grip on this stuff in at the time of Nightfall. You know, I compliment Nightfall all the time, but so let's talk about badasses. Let's talk about Koss. Now, you can say, is Koss a badass? And your instinct might be to say, yeah, he's a badass, but not really. The game with Koss, the archetype of Koss, the joke with Koss, is that he believes he's a badass and he has badass elements, but he's actually a comic relief character, really. And Nightfall, from the very outset, understood that about Koss and played with that. And then Guild Wars 2 kept playing with it. And it was always more of a comic reliefy thing. Did they really make me do this jumping puzzle style experience to get up there? Maybe we just go on the bouncing mushroom. And they were very good at that. And if I look at Nightfall, they were good at that with Gorin and Norgu as well. Like, I feel like they got those characters straight away. And they were very precisely and well done. I don't see how many analogs we have to that in Guild Wars 2. I think actually badass is the story of Koss really is about his narcissism more than anything else, and that takes the form of badassery. In his mind, that's what I'm awesome, blah 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 blah. Koss on Koss on Koss and so on. Norgu was cool. Well, Norgu's like a buffoon, right? He's like a bumbling moron, really. But I think there's something very badass about someone who 90% of the time is a moron, but then that 10% they're a force to be reckoned with. I think there's something cool about that. The idea of like the moment you are intimidated by a Norgu, I think that's cool. And maybe that's where Farron starts to maybe work. But I don't think that ArenaNet's ever done that with Farron. They've always gone just all joking all the time, you know. And there's the whole nudity angle with Farron as well, I suppose, at this point. Investigate the area with Keith. Okay. What do you want me to do? Climb down there? We are now in gliding enabled combat content. Farron had some good moments in Long Live the Lich. Did he? What am I forgetting about Long Live the Lich? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, what did I forget? You feel like Farron and Bram post Season 1 was an attempt to be another Koss in some ways? Bram? You think Bram post Season 1? I really think Bram has been handled so well. I really, really do think they did very well with Bram. They took him through a real journey. You know, when he was like the brooding... aside from the things about how he's not authentically Norn and so on, generally speaking, the way they took us through a journey of like, this guy's a dickhead, to, okay, let's find maybe a bit of common ground. Like I said, I think one of the most underrated, underappreciated moments of Season 4 is sort of the conclusion to that Bram story, where you're standing in a fragment of reality, looking out over an abyss of nothing, on a little island of nothing, and you've just got Bram at your side, and you're kind of silently standing there together. I think they really build to that in a great way. I think they do a lot of good stuff with Bram. And then maybe the Icebrood Saga could have really capped him out in a great, captivating way as well if it had been fully funded. I hate every time that fucking that phrase comes out of my mouth. It really crushes me. If it had been fully funded. But it's okay, guys. I've mellowed out about the Icebrood Saga since playing Final Fantasy 15 and seeing what truly unrealized potential looks like. It's okay. You know, shit happens. It's okay. It's not just an ArenaNet thing. $15. I'm talking about 15 right now, not the MMO 15. I keep trying to mount. I keep trying to spring her up there. But it's a little cave, isn't it, actually? There we go. Maybe. Let's hit this bouncing mushroom and see where it takes us. Bram is a badass. Man walked up to Prime Modus and said, I'm your champion now. The problem with that moment, right? I would agree that could be a badass Bram moment. I would agree. But the problem is the spirits of the wild are kind of guiding him and helping him. And they never really like tangibly established a power level for the spirits of the wild or their capabilities or like, so there's no threat there, you know? Oh, shit. There's no, like, real credible sense of danger or that this is a bad thing or that, you know, there's all that whenever you introduce fucking prophecy, right? And it's not a Guild Wars 2 problem. Guild Wars 1 had this as well to a degree. Prophecy just, like, kills the stakes. So do I really feel like Bram's a badass there when it's just like, oh, this is his destiny and he's got these, like, supernatural powerful things that have sort of made it feel like it's okay to do this? Was any of it really badass? I just, look at this, by the way. The 38 fucking bleeds there. It's so good. Is it really badass? I don't know. I don't think so. Why are there still shards there? Okay. Was Primordus always brain dead, or did we and Balthazar do it with Timey's machine? Well, no. Yeah, he was always brain dead. Primordus is like the prototypical Elder Dragon, right? Like, he's the poster child for what they are and were under the idea of the original world building, which is that they were forces of nature, you know, more comparable to a hurricane than a person. In which case they don't need personality or intelligence as we would recognize intelligence. You know, they are these primordial ancient things, but they're not characters really. And so as the story went along, we started finding stuff with Jormag and Morgemoth in particular, and Kralkatorrik in his last moments, where they've become characters more, and Aurene, and where they've become characters. But Primordus doesn't really embody that stuff because the original idea is that that's not what they were. And in a weird way, that now makes Primordus the weird one, you know? Primordus, it's now like his defining characteristic to be like just this apocalypse embodied, you know? And that's all he is. And now that's like the thing that separates him from the other Elder Dragons, but it was not originally so. And in this world, by the way, I suddenly think Zaitan's really fascinating to look at, you know? Because now there's kind of a suggestion there might have been more intellect to tether into and get at with Zaitan, and we just happened to not do it when we were on the Glory of Tyria or whatever, or during that campaign. And it's fun to think of what worms might have scurried out if we'd lifted up that particular rock. Because there's nothing that necessarily says Zaitan wasn't, we just never interfaced with that. Yeah, exactly. Noct just said in a clearer way than I would have. Zaitan would have been cool if he had a chance to speak. And in the world and the story as we now know it, I mean, that's definitely on the cards. And by the way, I think this is one of the big mistakes the writing team made as the years went by. I don't think they had to do all of this with the Elder Dragons. I think some of it's a natural consequence of wanting to have an Elder Dragon on our side and wanting us to love that Elder Dragon, so then Aurene has to have personality, so it all kind of spirals out of that. I think I can see how we got there, but I would have rather the Elder Dragon story be dealt with that they continue to be apocalyptic forces of, you know, like hurricanes, but we focus a lot more on their lieutenants and their you know, their underlings, and that's where the character comes from. And that, I think that's perfectly credible. That would have worked. They just didn't end up doing that. Do you think Zaitan will raise himself and the other dragons at some point? Well, I mean, they did something really beautiful with the Joko resurrection arc in Season 4, but it does now leave that as a weird question mark, doesn't it? Like, if a Lich can do that, why can't Zaitan? And they even play with it a little bit at the end of Season 4. Like, they have their cake and eat it too. Because Aurene specifically, like, says... Fuck, I can't remember the actual conversation. But Aurene, while you're fighting Kralkatorrik, Aurene speaks to Kralkatorrik. And she's like, yeah, okay, I died and came back or whatever. And he's like, yeah, so now you can see death doesn't scare an Elder Dragon. Nothing scares an Elder Dragon. And it's a really cool moment. And it's like, oh, fuck, yeah, this is awesome. They crafted that so well. But if you stop to scrutinize that for a second and you plug all of that into the Zaitan arc, Aitan defined as an Elder Dragon of death, right? Like, it's like, okay, so Liches can do it. Aurene can eat and do it. Kralkatorrik's kind of suggesting that even he can do it and has done it. So what's going on with Zaitan here? I mean, really? And maybe that's space for them to play with, but the year is 2021. Icebrood Saga Champions has released. In the real world, I think it's pretty clear they want to move on from the Elder Dragons altogether, so... But maybe I'm wrong, yeah, the Cycle is reborn, maybe that's what it's all playing with. Wait, I thought Joko killed Zaitan. Oh, that's why he didn't, because Joko stole that ability from him. Oh, of course, of course. I don't remember seeing a magical explosion when Zaitan died. Well, even worse. I mean, even better, even worse. I mean, they have his tail in the Derman Priory. You know, they've even played a little bit with his corpse, right? You can see that a physical body exists. They've like hinted it. They've talked about it. They've teased it in the special archives, which was this mind-blowing, cool as fuck thing. I mean, really goddamn cool. In fact, we might be going there in a second. So, right, we got to kill Hablion. We got to find the diving goggles. Now, how often does Hablion come up? The Legendary Guardian is up. They're not actually asking me to do that, though, eh? Doesn't that mean I just missed Hablion? Where were the diving goggles? Aren't they just super high up? Yeah, there is... Nox right, there is a way that they can just hand wave it all and say, well, look, Zaitan was starved of his magic and blah, 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 so... But I mean, they're very... This game is full of intangibles because the other side of it is did we really remove his magic by cutting off his supply lines, or did we just stop his acceleration of territory? Because by all accounts, really, it's the latter of those two. In which case, his ability to resurrect himself and stuff shouldn't necessarily have been harmed. But then there's the whole thing about Gore poisoning his magic and throwing it back at him, so, you know. There's actually a really kind of poetic and cool idea where it's like, if they had fully expanded on this, again, if Living World Season 1 had been the downfall of Zaitan, they could have done stories like this. But I think there's a really cool idea. You're Zaitan, you know that you have the power to resurrect yourself and all this lich magic or whatever. You know that's not a problem for you. You can do that on the reg. But what the genius of what Gore's done is when he's corrupted your magic and pumped it back at you, you've eaten it. And now when you try to resurrect yourself, it's done the reverse. It's condemned you to oblivion. You know, and there's that snap moment where you try to access that and boom, that's it. That's what sealed your fate because it's been reversed somehow. Like that I've described that possibly in a poor way there, but if you imagine that expanded out into a full concept, that's pretty cool. And that's like a very, very compelling, like, this is why the Elder Dragon died. Because we poisoned his ability to revive himself and it did the opposite. In like some desperately bad way. And you know, you pair that with like a cool animation or whatever, bada bing, bada boom, you have a good story. But none of that's there, obviously. If we're going to do time travel stuff, imagine going to Ore pre-destruction. I've actually talked about that a few times. I'm not very excited about that. For the same reason I wasn't excited about the Abaddon fractal. I just think certain elements of the world building and the story, especially those in the deep history, and that have been described quite magically and quite beautifully and quite evocative, I feel like whatever representation we get in-game is not going to match the poetry of the thing, you know, and the beauty of the thing. And so I'd actually be rather concerned about that. I feel like it would actually rob us of something I find quite beautiful. Does that make sense? So I'm kind of leery at the idea. Right, so where do I land, though? I can't remember where I land on this. Do I have the prototype position rewinder? Or does that even work when I pick up a bundle? Thanks very much for the sub with Prime, Tripperboy69. Thank you, man. Follow the magic orbs. Okay. Makes it easy. I need to orient myself mid-fall. Cool, if you fuck this up, you're not going to have them telegraphing the way in the future? Oh, I hit the portal. Did that count? Okay, it counted. I had absolutely no memory of that portal being an element of that. Okay. And then Hableon's not up, so I guess we leave it. Well, I'll have one quick look. There's a chance he's up. This map is really weird with mounts. Very strange experience. Knowing I can glide and use the glider abilities, or I can skyscale, or I can griffin. It's like a lot of tools available for a very small space. You messed that up when you did it. You had to fall to your death 3 times. Yeah, because it's going to be harder the next time as long. My targeting is fucked up. I was spamming my take target button for the signet there, and it just wasn't landing. Don't know why. Yeah, the White Mantle they're very sticky enemies, aren't they? Like the Mesmers and stuff. You think you've killed it, and you haven't, and you've got to kill it again. It's like if you just want to get out of combat to mount or something, it starts to break down. It starts to get... What is actually quite, intricately cool designed enemies become really annoying. Right. Second dive. So we're at the Chalice of Tears next. 15 events. They're asking for more events on this one. Why did they ask for so many more? Because there were less instances, maybe? Right, I'm on NA. If anyone wants to do the Chalice of Tears with me, you're welcome to it. I will not be using a guide. I'll be doing it from memory. So we might be here a while. And then it's 20 events when you get to corner. A preview of what End of Dragons will be like when we have new movement masteries, but the old ones work just fine, or vice versa. Well, we're already in that world with gliding versus... Well, yeah, you're right. You need to go to the checkpoints as well from here. Yeah, I think we'll be alright. Don't do what I did and position rewinder yourself after the last long glide. It'll reload the map and remove your checkpoint. Boots, it's been really cool having you in chat so much, man. Every time I see a message from you, I'm like, oh, that's cool. Boots is still here. Yeah, well, I think I'll be alright. You wish this oppressive Ember Bay music theme could have become Primordus' theme in Champions? I actually love the Primordus music from Icebreed Saga. I think it's really good. I would say we should listen to it, but I don't have OBS set up in a way that I would instantly have it for you. Did you ever get your patronage from the circus for worst way to spend 1,000 gold? I think I did get it. When we were really big on Master, I think I did get it. What's it called? Just patron, isn't it? I can't remember what it's called. I'm pretty sure I have it though, because I have the item sticking about in my inventory. Yeah, I bought it on a stream. Yeah, there you go. People are confirming. Oh, it's the I'm rich, Yeah, I do have it. I won't be taking off God walking amongst mere mortals though. I love how that's such an iconic thing for Guild Wars now, and it's just lifted out of fucking Anchorman. Is the Primordus music with the one with the flute? You like it? I don't even know how to describe the instruments I'm listening to. I don't even know what they are. I mean, maybe some of them, but the general like vibe of it is like... It's like this fluttering, like, deep... It's weird. It's weird. It's weird sounding music, but it's really good. Okay, so the way I used to enter was from over here. I don't know whether this is right, though. I think you're meant to go just more directly, aren't you? Oh, what? Well, we're off to a good start. Am I crazy? I swear, it seemed to disable my glider there. I'll try the other entrance. There is a more direct entrance just straight through the mouth up the top. It did disable, yeah. Get the lava tube. There's a lava tube that launches you in there, is there? I remember there being 2 entrances. The one there, which is the one I used to use from just how I'd found it and played the patch when it came out. And then there's like usually see players with Guam as bad players. I'm not sure why you think like that, but it works more often than not. I think there might be something in that. People with Guam are people that probably really loved Guild Wars 1 and played a lot of Guild Wars 1. And so that's their most prestigious title. And they're not connected to Guild Wars 2 enough to care about the other titles. And maybe they don't have the other titles. So a sign that they still give a fuck about Guam is probably immediately a sign that they're not as invested in the sequel. So therefore, there's a higher likelihood they're not all about the whole game. I can see that for sure. Once again, Gale's song was awesome there. Pretty annoying making me fight a whole vet right here, but whatever. So it's up there. That's the more direct entrance. But what is it people do to get in there? Is there a lava tube that fires you into it? Is that the idea? You're coming from Guild Wars 2 and going for Guam. I'm always so curious about what Guam is like in today's economy for Guild Wars 1, because it must be really easy in some ways where it used to be hard, and then vice versa in some others. I just don't know what they are. Like minis must be so easy to do now. And I bet that probably like destroyer weapons, tormented weapons, stuff like that, they have to be easier now. Surely those economies have crashed. Surely. No, the lava tube gets you to the closest to the starting area of the JP, which is nearer the Vista. I swear I've seen someone climb in there from there before. I'll go my way again, I guess. You need to go to where the Vista is. Alright. So, this Vista all the way over here? I thought the lava tube just took you on top of the head. See, I think I got disabled, not through mount... Oh, well, mounts are taken out. They're taking mount stuff anyway. So this is where it starts. I thought that this was where it starts. Oh, hold on. Was it up here, actually? This was it, right? Question is, do I want to be in that eye? How often? They never disable gliding, right? But then why did it get disabled a second ago? I'm already taking an aggravatingly high amount of damage. What is hitting me so hard? Am I technically in the lava there? Alright, let's try this. Right, looking good to me. What a brilliantly hidden entrance that is. Okay, can you stop doing that? What? Okay. Right, real quick, let's put diamond skin on. It might help a little bit with the burn stacks. Let's go water, soothing ice. Flow like water. Cleansing water is probably better than soothing power, just in terms of like spamming shouts. Okay, refreshing mists. Let's get up in the bowl. Okay. Having the meteor glider is a pretty nice touch in here, I think. The question is, how do we actually begin the puzzle now? Or get out of the lava at the bottom? And I think I'm actually in the wrong place. I think it's over there, isn't it? Isn't the actual start on the other side? And can we land on this? Oh, that was a little bit too slippery. Let's try again. Okay, we just go direct. Alright. Okay, refreshing mist. These function as checkpoints, right? So that's checkpoint 1. So let's see what we can remember from here. Onto this. Pretty sure it was over there, but do I glide from here or can I get higher? I think I just go from here. Okay. Remember, that's a bit tricky. And over here. There's a dead player here. Hello. Oh, I can't actually res you. You're taking too much damage too fast. Oh no, my thing cancel cast. Oh. Alright, we're okay. Texture of this looks different, so I'll jump straight to this. I want to keep going, but I don't know whether I want to cut in early on the right onto that lava or just fly straight to the thing. I think I want to cut in. Okay. Oh, that's slippery, careful. Why don't you go around the outside of this one? If I remember rightly. There is a little nub up there that I could stand on. So do I need to climb higher before I go around? I don't see any way to, like, get better footing. Unless I can... No, that's not going to work. I think I just glide from here, but maybe later we stand on that. So, it would be that, isn't it? I think it's that. And we wait for this to turn off. Go. Okay, we're either going the right way now or we're completely lost. Now go over to that one. This looks too easy though. This is too easy, isn't it? No, I'm back up to the start of the original refreshing mist. That's not right. That's checkpoint 1 that I'm at again now. See, this is the kind of jump you want to do. This looks tight, right? So it's these kinds of ones you want to go for. So I glided to the wrong area there, but it's fine. We can get back there in just a second. I'm not going to linger in this area this time because that was a lot of damage. Okay. Cut in on the right. Oh, I missed it. I remember that jump there actually being a nightmare. Like, really annoying. I wonder if I can get back easily. It looks like I can. Looks like they're being quite forgiving to me. Or can I? Oh, hold on. Wasn't this a lightning hammer jump? Or is it to the left, maybe? Or was it you jumped straight into the fire? Oh, this thing attacking me is super annoying. I swear that this is a thing you can do. I don't really want to have to lightning hammer, but I will if I feel like there is a very simple way of climbing up there. Ah, shit, it didn't even work. This is masochistic. We've only been in it like 5 minutes, guys. I swear this is doable. Just jump on the fang you climbed before. Oh, just go back the other way, like all the way around. Yeah, you're right. Grinding against that for ages and ages and ages is a bit irrelevant, isn't it, really? You can just climb back up in the flash doing this. Good advice from chat there. All right, so yeah, this jump here, when I did that first time a second ago, I was thinking that was too easy. Because I remember this really tripping me up for ages. All right, okay. So now we're back at this. Now, I swear you glide around on the left. Do you glide to that one? Oh, maybe it's that. Maybe it's the really big, obvious one that's still high up. Yeah, do I glide right there? I mean, that is very tight. If that's possible, that's rough. No, we don't need to use a rewinder, guys. No, the place you go to is on the right. See, I thought it was over there. Really, I did. I thought it was just... This is really freaking me out. This rock here. This clearly is a perch to stand on. Are we really saying that much later in the puzzle we land on that? It's not something for right now. Oh, it's sharper. Oh, I think you guys are right, actually. Yeah, it's further on. It's much tighter on the right, isn't it? You go like right round on the right. No, it's not a bad puzzle for that. The trial and error is a part of it. Is it just like right on the inside? Just keep your eye out for if there's anything you can see. Do we dare drop down? Are we too high right now? That now looks tempting. Drop down and see what happens. Some elementals in there. No tunnels as far as I can see. Oh, there's a coin back there. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, there's hidden fucking coins and stuff. That looks like the way to go though. That looks correct. Alright, I think it's this way. Then we come up here. Dude. Straight across. This feels very familiar. To go much further. Do I glide over there? I'm now a little bit worried that if I make the wrong move here, I might be back near the start. Because we haven't really gained any height. But I definitely do remember like a glide sequence here. There's also a bit later, but I think much later, where we go inside rocks. I remember doing this as well. But I'm dying here. This is probably not where they want me standing. I'm just dying. I've got to move from that. Damn, it's cancel casting my heal if I try to heal in there. To the horn, you guys think? Well, yeah, but which one? This one over here? I'm just worried that's the one we've already been at. Let's just go. Let's see what we've got. I feel like hanging on the right was more important. Couldn't I have been up there right now? I've got to get used to my surroundings here. Is this new? I feel like we've been here, but maybe we haven't. Right, let's think. Okay, that's checkpoint 1, alright, with that mist. So it's definitely not that horn. In theory, can I walk up and inside? There's an ancient chest there. Are the chests on the main route? Because I could jump to this and go over to that chest. Can I go behind the chest and there's a passageway? That one's not necessarily out of reach. Do you think I can go right across? They've got a plume in the middle. From the tip, go to the other tip. Well, that would be going over there, wouldn't it? I think it might be over there. Do you guys think straight across the bowl? I'm going to try it. Ah, how am I going to get the timing for this, though? I'm going. Alright, we made it. Oh, that did not look like I was going to make it either. Is this where we can go inside for a bit? It's blocked off. Obviously, going over there is a good answer. This is a huge checkpoint. Have I missed a checkpoint at this point? No, we're back where we were earlier. Aren't we? Oh, no, we're not. We're not where we were earlier. Yeah, we are, aren't we? We are. We're back where we were earlier. I just reset myself. Wait, how did I reset myself? At what point did I reset myself? This is where we were earlier. Well, hold on. Let's just go back then. Cut to the right. This is the only really annoying bit, I think, for me. This, like, obscenely technical jump while you're trying to figure out where you're going. It's really, really frustrating. Alright, let's go back. It's probably a much more simple thing. It's probably not an obscenely technical jump. It's probably just that I don't know what the clearer jump is. And the risk of learning a new strategy and the time cost is, like, annoying. See, maybe just going straight into the lava is the way to do that. Oh, are you fucking serious? When's the next reveal for End of Dragons? It's in a couple of hours. It's a fishing stream. I'm very thankful for how much I'm regenerating health. How did I reset myself? I'm actually a little bit aggravated about that. How? I did a really... Was that really good glide across the whole thing? That looked impossible but managed to make it and felt really good about? Was that just not the way to go? Oh, this is definitely not what they want me doing. I'm going to try a new technique next time because that is now annoying. There's nothing more frustrating than something you've done before and even done breezily and now it's just like for some reason feeling impossible. I'm probably not climbing from the high enough position on this original rock. So if it's not that though, what's the smarter route? Just directly at it? What's the risk if I go there? Well, I can still turn around and glide back. No, that doesn't do anything. Wow, and it knocked me off my glider. You don't glide to this different rock. Go straight past the big horn. The problem with chat is I don't know what issue they're referring to right now. Whether they're referring to this silly little annoyance that we've now got going on or the bigger question of where I went wrong to reset myself. Man, that's annoying. Doing a really cool fly just to find out it's taking you back to where you wanted to be earlier. Dude, I swear, I used to go straight into the lava. I swear I used to go straight into this lava. No? Right. Lethior in chat says, don't glide to this different rock. Glide straight past this big horn and then they just didn't finish their message. So you just cut off your instruction halfway. How is that of use? You're saying to glide past the big horn, though. I mean, that's a huge risk, because I don't know what's on the other side there. Flying into the lava is later on. Do I trust this random half-baked Twitch message? The answer is no. I think I just needed to start higher up. Yeah, that's fine. I just need it. I don't stand on their platform, just stand higher up. Right. So we're back here. So last time we hugged the right. Wait for this to end. And you go around on the right. And you land in this area. And we jump through here, which is easy enough. Whoops. Okay, and we'll be back once we're here. Dude. See, I didn't want to go to the top of that because I knew that the elemental would start attacking me, which would reduce my movement speed, and I'd have to fight him or continue trying to glide against the thing. But of course, that's exactly what he did. All right. Oh my god, I'm getting the dish soap phenomenon now. Where everything is randomly slippy. It let me up one time, and then it doesn't let me up these other times. Dude, you let me up just with a direct jump a second ago. 1 second ago, you let me up. Fine, we'll kill the elemental. We'll do the whole time-wasting BS. Oh, we'll kill all 3 of them. Why not? Which is completely unnecessary. And they're just going to respawn in a second, so we'll be back here. I'm going to move that to the signet of air. Right, and now we can make the jump. Right. Whoever made this is a sadist. I like it. I'm sure that he'd be very happy to hear you say that. This guy's in here. Well, we made it past this earlier. This isn't even relevant, is it really? This isn't a big deal, this bit. Just jump to this. Please don't kill me. I thought it was not. I thought it would knock me off my glider for a second, which would have been brutal. I remember on my first time through this, sliding off of this. Maybe I don't need to go any further from this, actually. So where did we fly last time? Is it that? It's that, isn't it? Or do we go to the ancient chest? I can, in theory, climb a little bit higher up this. Maybe by getting on that. And then... But after that, I think that's as high as you can go. There's nowhere else after this. That's about as high as I can stand. Can we fly to that? I think that's too hard. That's basically my elevation, but across the whole thing. I don't think that's right. We could, in theory, fly to the right, and there is new stuff to explore there. There's a chest and stuff. Some of you guys like the idea of going to the chest too. Here's the question. Can I fly directly to the chest, or is all of that too steep? Or can I go around the back? Can I land on... I think I can land on this here. Oh, she didn't jump! Liz! Why didn't you jump? I fucking jumped! I pressed the button! Shall we see where this guy's portal goes? These filthy cheaters. If it takes me back to where I was a second ago. Oh, it did take me back to where I was a second ago. Nice. Imagine that. Cheating in a video game. Personally, I'd be quite ashamed. Oh, God. I'm trolling and I'm going to fall. I hit my head a little bit there. I might not make it this time. No, we're right. She didn't jump. I swear to God. We were standing on this and she didn't jump. Oh. Okay. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Maybe I can go directly to the chest. No, that's what I tried a second ago, isn't it? And she just didn't jump. Okay, so we get the chest. Oh, someone said, Liz, do you want to join our party in game? And I just left. Sorry, guys. Okay. So sort of a new area. It's just this first checkpoint. If I remember rightly, the Chalice of Tears is fine after the first checkpoint. They start coming a lot faster. I want to be clear, I'm not sure if I'm off in a side area right now. Or... Oh, there you go. That's checkpoint 2. Yeah, we're at checkpoint 2 now. Okay. So, straight shot across the chasm. Onto that, and it doesn't matter if we fall. So, how do the checkpoints work? Is it when I die? I'm assuming it's off the top of this. God, the timing on this is going to be a bit rough. I'm stealthed. You can't hurt me when I'm stealthed. You can't do it when I'm stealthed. Alright, well, let's see. Okay. Oh, wow. It's instant resurrect, too. That's good. We're going to use that resurrection invulnerability. That's a really nice checkpoint, because imagine... Because that feels like RNG, that. I mean, I'm sure it's not RNG. There is some timing you can look for. Yeah, it's all like clean sailing now, isn't it? It's on the left, isn't it? Back through there. Oh shit! I needed to cut in a little bit earlier to that little rock that was peeping out around the corner. Are we completely screwed, or are we not? I mean, I'm almost just want to do the glide again. Yeah, let's just do the glide again. Fuck it. I look over at chat and everyone's just saying die, 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 die. Yeah. Right, let's see if we get the RNG this time. Nope. I wonder if I have the altitude to just fly around the plume. Do you think? Because it looks a bit rough, but at the same time, I think you can just probably avoid it. It's actually a lot smoother than it looks like it's going to be. I think that's what part of the genius of this puzzle. It looks really dangerous and really scary, and it's got you, you know, freaking out. But in the end, it's actually not too bad. Okay. See, look, he gives you a checkpoint before that glide and then immediately after the glide. I mean, really, you don't have to do much else. Okay. That was a I pressed the button but she didn't jump moment. You guys would probably be vaguely interested to realize, by the way, that I'm not pressing spacebar on any of these jumps. I'm pressing left control. That's my keybind for jump. No joke. Ah, this feels a bit rough. I swear it was over here. But the question is, when it's over here, which way would we rather go? I'm going to go left. See what happens. Or is it straight across again after that, maybe? No, we're back to here. We do that. So let's see, where else might we be able to make an advantage? I think there's a lost coin in there, so we don't want to worry about that too much. So we get a checkpoint. That checkpoint's really good for like telegraphing. Don't worry, you're not out of bounds as well. Sorry, it's not climb up on that somehow, is it? Just literally get up there. See, I quite like this, guys. I like see, this is the puzzle bit. It's like, where do you go? You figure it out. Come up with ideas, test them out. Obviously, it's frustrating when there's the tension of a checkpoint and stuff, but you know, that's just a little bit of adrenaline for you, and then it'll ease off. Did we just go straight over there onto that horn there? Is that it? Is it another one across the bowl? I'm gonna try. Oh, this is where we land on the thing. This is the bit. Don't you fucking knock me off. Oh, you son of a bitch. That's where we land on the tip of that. It's there for a reason. Oh. I've done that like 3 times in a row now. Right. Follow me. I'm just going straight for it. Screw this lava. Who cares? Right, we're on top of it now. Okay, so this little bit of extra elevation allows us to... What? Go there, maybe? Now, what about going straight over there? Have I already been over there? Back and left, people are saying. Where did I just come from? This eye? Oh, over there? That place? This guy's trying it. Alright. We haven't already been in this mess of rocks? This particular... My glider, to be honest, isn't that good. It's so visual noisy. Are you guys sure about this? Is this guy sure about this? I'm mostly following this guy. Alright. Why is this only so fun when I'm not the one going through it? Well, if you're alone and you're just fixed on the reward and not like the experience of the thing, I can see why it'd be a lot more annoying. I mean, that's the thing as well. You got to contextualize features like this. Like, a patch comes out and people are hungry for gameplay and they want to play the game as long as possible. So if you're going into it with that mindset, you know, you can end up having a lot of fun because, I mean, what's the rush? But if you're just like, oh, I just want my reward, it's going to get really annoying to you. Are you guys sure about going back there? That feels so wrong to me. What if I just go to that? I'm going to that. Okay, I think it took me to the same place, basically. It's the same thing. Alright. And I feel confident that this is correct. Or I did for about a split second. This feels possibly meaningful. We're making it. There's a chest. Good luck to that guy to figure out how to do what I just did. I think only a genius could follow in these footsteps. Oh. It's okay. We're all good. We have the tools we need. We have the tools we need. No! Okay, we can. That's one. Maybe I can just... No! What? Ah, you son of a bitch. Oh, we're back here now. It's okay. It's only like 2 jumps away. This guy got reset as well somehow. Oh wow, he's going for it. I think he's done with this. Little does he know he's only about halfway. I'm going my way again. He's going that way. I do not approve of that route. Wait, what was my route? It was over here, wasn't it? Okay. Alright, now we're here. Now, I swear you can just jump to that. That is like the most basic principle. Okay. Look, guys, it's all good. Why? Really? Is this not right? Is this not right? No, it is totally right. It's totally right. I don't know how I made that such a mess. Such a mess out of that. That's unbelievable. All right, next checkpoint. I really want to help that guy. He's so close to the checkpoint. You can do it, friendo. I don't see you anymore, so... Goodbye. We're moving on up. Okay. Now we're in like the half where you're flying around like the very top, right? Just bumble my way around looking for rocks anywhere I possibly can. Okay. The whole chalice in its majesty laid out before us. Where is it? Around that on the left? I feel like it's around that on the left. No time like the present. There is some stuff to stick onto here, but the question is, how do you get that high for that to be of value to you? You subbed, but you don't have a potato. You do have a potato. I can see it right there, man. You've got a potato. And thanks for the sub, by the way. Yeah, there you go. That will slowly expand as time goes by. I don't know who's here, who's subbed the longest right now. Looks like Kabads, who has the triple gold. Need to go back a bit and glide to it, you think? So you think this is my main goal, this rock here? I'm getting ready to do a flight across the whole thing right now. Oh, let's see, there's some stuff there maybe. Around here on the left maybe? You gonna let me up there? I think they should let me up there. Yeah, okay, they do. Oh, I vaguely remember this. Or it's kind of sad when you remember something, because it's like, it's usually not a good sign. Now here's the question. Can I jump straight over there? Or should I go to the rock on the right over there and then climb to the top of that and then fly over like that? I think I need to go to the rock on the right. I'm going to go here, land on this. We were already here. It's too high. It's too high. That's not right. That's incorrect. It's okay, because we've regrounded ourselves. We know where we are, what we're doing. Okay, so that's fine. So we just want to get back up there. Whenever you're going uphill, it's a good thing. Maybe, hell, we can go from the top of this wall. Did I do this a second ago? Isn't this, like, completely out of bounds to get across this wall? Screw it. Unnecessary. Right, this is definitely good. Okay, so maybe maybe it is straight across then. Oh. My whole concept there about climbing from one to the other just doesn't work. Unless it's over on the left and I can get more up. I don't think so. I think we just go across. We can land on that. Oh, we can. Oh, I got to be careful. More careful than I just was there. Let's try that again. Back around. Oh no, he made it. Good on him. He made it. He's over there. It's just become a race. I just became competitive. We can't let that guy beat us now. Alright, so... Okay, good, yeah. It was as simple as it looked. Deceptive. Okay. So from here... Do we make it onto that? We're definitely trying. This is our goal, definitely. He who dares wins. I don't think I'm winning. Aren't we literally just where we were a second ago? Yeah, we are. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. So we have been rewarded with this height. You could go onto the wall now. I'm not that confident that it means anything. Or we could just try and glide directly onto that. Because our depth perception is so you can't quite tell how slippery some of these slopes are. We could also like try and nestle ourselves into that corner there. So which option seems most valid right now? I kind of want to just jump directly at it. Corner right behind, someone says in chat. I don't know what that means. Corner right behind? Is there a fishing beta coming? There's a stream coming in which they're going to talk all about it. Around to the left of that rise. You mean to the wall? You're telling me to go on the wall? We just went around to the left of that rise. I mean, you could definitely make it onto the wall from here. Closest spike. No, on that rise. The one across you. You realise when you say across, if what's across from me here is different to what's across from me here. It's not actually a very good description. Hidden ledge behind the rock in front of you. I would rather just figure it out and just try and jump at it. I already tried it on the left, didn't I? Didn't I already try it? Well, look, what we'll do... So we'll just keep our eyes open and see what we see. So if the game is to get onto this, here we have some rocks. So maybe we go around on the other side of it. Right? So here, so this is what we're aiming for, where my cursor is right now, top left. Oh, man, that's annoying. I was just about to say, I feel like she's not going to jump. I'm going to press the button, she's not going to jump. I have done this before, just a long time ago. Like when it came out, and maybe a few times since then. So I'm doing it with like a vague recollection, a vague memory. I might have done it with add-ons and overlays as well at some point in between, but that's not really doing it, is it? So if that's correct, then the hidden ledge is on the... It's that. Is that really doable? Oh, okay, so all of that is actually legal. So that's all fine to stand on. So we're actually, it's not... If you go for the whole thing in one, you'll slip. But if you just jump at it, you'll be okay, because that's legal. And then we can jump again afterwards. Alright, so we've made it. So the question is, where do we go now? Okay. Oh, and now we want to go across. And we're on this rock, which is what I was aiming for earlier. Does that let me up on the whole spike? The whole spike? Pretty much. Oh, that sudden sprint of elevation you can get. Okay, wriggle our way around this. Okay. This isn't the final glide, is it? There's the ooze. There's the end. That ooze is the end. This isn't the final glide, is it? I thought there was more. Oh my god, I think this is it. This is the final glide already. I don't remember, though. Do we have to land on the far side of it? I'm watching closely. I'm watching real close. I'm going as direct as possible. Where do we want to land? We need to determine a landing. Alright, that was actually quite forgiving. I thought I had to land it a bit higher up. See. See, I'm scared I'm overcomplicating this, but since this is unfamiliar territory, I don't know where the falls are and so on. I don't know whether it's okay to go the other way. probably going around the whole way is... See, like, I'm scared of going too far along there when I feel like I can just make the jump directly. Maybe, we can land on that. Okay, we made it. Again, I think they wanted me to go around the back, but I don't know, man. It looks like you'd slip off if you went over there. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god, and now we almost flew off there as well. Wow. Okay, let's just take it easy. Okay, what happened? I just jumped to it, didn't I? And it didn't... Oh yeah, I jumped to that and slipped off of that. Yeah, that was nasty. Okay. So going around. Spot on stability. You know what we've never had? We've never had a jumping puzzle like the Chalice of Tears that's filled with knockbacks and pushes and pulls and blows and shit. Actually, to tell you the truth, what I'd much rather do here is just go up there with Armor of Earth. We'll start in Fire Achievement as well. I don't know when his knockback comes. Oh, he's blocking. He wants to fight. Oh, we got it anyway, without him being dead. Beauty. Shaman has a fun video of doing this while holding a chicken the whole way as well, by the way. So there you have it. That's the Chalice of Tears. How long did that take us? About an hour? Don't give them ideas. Why would you even say that? It would just be an interesting experience, wouldn't it? It'd be different. Push the boundaries a bit. Is there a date for the fishing? With the expansion, so early next year. Okay. Let's fix up our build here before we forget. By the way, one thing that's really cool is Burning Rage on Tempest. Now, it's funny because there's not really a tooltip for this. I remember the patch coming in. I don't know where the tooltip is. But basically, every element you pick, the second miner gives you an effect on swap. So for Earth, it's Earth and Blast. And on Tempest, when there was a patch that made it so that when you trigger an overload, it will pulse this. So if you're air, you'll do a lightning strike on someone. If you're water, it's a big heal and cleanse instantly if you're set up for that, which is also really nice. Healing Ripple, I think it's called. And that was really good when that patch came in. But that also means that you get Sunspot on the start of an overload. So what that means, when you take Burning Rage, which buffs Sunspot, it means the start of a fire overload is a lot more dangerous straight away. So if you look at his burns, I've just put 2 on because I filled the burn. When I immediately start, it spikes to 5. That's because a little Sunspot landed there as well, and obviously did the flat damage too. And then when it ends, we get the Pyromancer's Puissance explosion as well. And then when we rotate out, we get that explosion again. So it's pretty good. So yeah, you get the empowered Sunspot is better than you might think it is. You know, you might think, oh, I'll do power overwhelming. But this is stats and it empowers the other thing. Oh, the tooltip of Sunspot says it triggers on overload. Oh yeah, I see. It says it in grade there. Also triggers on overload skills. Will the stream be on WP2? Yeah, I'll export this one. Oh, I kind of regret not exporting the other one. I woke up to a message from Magical Mike today saying, oh, I was watching the VOD, where did it go? And I thought, oh. And this is just Sally. This is just Celestial. Okay, so what else was on this this one? Events. Well, that's boring. Let's keep going then. Events. Okay, so we're into Lake Doric. So we want wood, mining. Sorry, wood and crops. And I'm going to do it on my rev as well. I've rather wanted to characters up for a while. How is Mike? I think he's doing good. I talk to him fairly regularly on Discord. I think he did some videos. I haven't watched them yet, but I think he did some videos about his beta impressions, which is very cool because I talked to him a lot about the Elite Spec beta, and he was on the stream when we were theory crafting a lot, and I was really curious to see what his take was, and I think he has offered it. I think he's got a video, so at least one I think I saw. Right, let's see what we've got as far as builds are concerned right now. I'm in an alacrity build right now, so let's just go to our open world build. Oh yeah, I got the new axe as well. It's pretty cool looking. I've actually put that on my Berserker as well. Oh yeah, and I have map comp. This was right about when I took a break. Did I ever produce much footage with map comp on there? Well, we'll do it now. Okay. The build you're watching here is not the best open world build, it's just a fun one. So let's go to Lake Doric. Rocker says, if you plan to put this on YouTube, do you want to quickly put the poll overlay on so that those will be visible in the VODs? Nah, don't worry about that. That's quite cool though. There's a way to do a poll overlay that you figured out, is there? We can talk about that when I'm... maybe not today, because if I'm going to stream all the way up to the fishing thing, then the fishing thing is going to happen. Then I'm going to be making a YouTube video at the end, and I'm probably going to be just tired and want to go. But, yeah, that sounds cool. As a thing for the future. What is the best open world build for Rev? Well, it depends what you value in the open world. If you just want ease and comfort and solidity, but also reasonable damage, it's probably Celestial Herald. Celestial Herald can do quite a lot. I don't know what Selly Renegade's really fun for, but I like just playing Power Mace is what I like more than anything else. I'm turning the character off because the game felt laggy there, like low FPSE, which was annoying. Right, so does grabbing the map material count for these? Let's see. Yeah, it does. We're getting mining from that. Asura Mage VTuber confirmed. I do kind of like that. I do really like having the characters on screen, like talking and stuff. I'll put the Awakened or the Coden or something on at some point. Yeah, I haven't really assessed Battle Scars since it got nerfed. It wasn't a big one, if I remember rightly. How about Trailblazer Renegade? Unkillable with good damage if you have Torment Runes? Yeah, well, basically, as a rule of thumb, Trailblazer Torment Runes on anyone that can inflict Torment, you're doing okay. The exception is that's probably Warrior, because their only Torment access isn't really that regular. Like Sword Off Hand. But generally speaking, yeah, if you can get away with Torment Runes, just put Trailblazer on there and you have a very, very, very strong build. Probably... and I mean, especially since the Torment changes, I mean, that there should be a nerf to that rune. I'm not looking forward to the day that they do it, though, because I know that it's just going to be that they add a bigger ICD or something on it, and it's going to feel really unfun. The way I would most like to see Torment runes be nerfed, as far as that tier 6 resustain, is I would like to see it that it's actually a massive... If you're going to do I would rather see a big ICD... but an actual potent effect, you know, so like I don't know, even that's pretty boring. It's not like you can really build around it. I don't know what I want. I do think it should be nerfed, and I know I'm going to be sad. It's just not a happy world, really. There's a lot I'd like them to look at just fundamentally with the runes. But yeah, especially for World versus World, I think it's important to nerf the Torment rune situation. But I mean, World versus World is weird to me. You might say, well, how have they not nerfed it yet? And the thing is, World versus World is so woefully, terribly balanced that it doesn't really matter if they hit Trailblazer outlier builds, because there's so many others. You know, if you think about like ranking World versus World builds, like S tier, A tier, B tier, whatever, there is a universe of difference between an A tier and an S tier build, and there are so many tiers that it's like, okay, so you hit one outlier thing. It's not like you're actually going to suddenly have a fun meta on your hand. You're just going to have some other oppressive shit in the top dog slot. And it's not fun anyway. So I don't know, it's there are more fundamental things you can do to World versus World, I think, to change it, but I don't know whether the arena has the time or the money to do any of that stuff, so maybe just leave it. Which is maybe why Torment runes have existed as long as they have. In the state that they have, I should say. How long before the Skiff stream starts? I don't know exactly. I can see that you're typing to me in Discord at the moment, Rocker. I'm watching keenly. World vs. World using PvE gear instead of PvP is strange to me. It's because you don't understand what World vs. World is anymore. It's because World vs. World is not a hardcore game type. It's a casual game type. It's a fun game type. It's an asymmetric game type where fun, spectacle, crazy shit happens. That's what it should be. That's why it's tied to the sense of PvE progression. But the problem is, Guild Wars, as far as PvE progression is concerned, they made it deliberately very, very shallow, and they haven't embraced it in any way. So then World vs. World sits in this weird space where it doesn't know where it wants to be anymore. And the people who are still there want it to be competitive and treat it as though it's competitive, because basically it is. Everyone's the same level. Everyone has the same gear. Everyone has access to the same food, the same guild perks. Generally speaking, there is parity. There's not supposed to be parity. It's supposed to be asymmetric. It's supposed to be I won because I have better food. It's I won because I'm a higher level. I won because I have better gear. I won because I have a bigger group. I won because I have a more well-equipped guild. It's supposed to be like this crazy soup of chaos, and all these different variables are supposed to be there to create a dynamic and weird and exciting world. That it's not about competitivity. It's about asymmetry. That's what World vs. World is supposed to be, but it's not, because all of those variables I just mentioned that should be at play aren't at play, because it's tied to their PvE philosophies. So World vs. World is in with this weird middle ground now where people kind of treat it like it's supposed to be PvP, and they say, oh, well, we should have PvP amulets. That betrays the core of what World vs. World was supposed to be. It's fundamentally Zerg combat. If you're trying to make Zerg combat into a competitive, fun experience, you're just not going to go anywhere with it. So that's not the side of World vs. World they should embrace. They should look back to what they were originally thinking about with World vs. World. I don't know whether they'll ever do that, but there you have it. Oh shit, these are these elite things. I don't want to be here. Player skill makes a wild difference in World vs. World. Do you know what makes a bigger difference? Build quality. The average World vs. World player is terrible. Like, they're really bad at the game. Believe me, I've spent over a year, no, not over a year, almost a full year roaming in there relentlessly. They are not good at the game. And that's fine, and I believe in the game having an area where it's okay to play, and it's fine if you're bad at the game, if you're in this chaotic place filled with different variables. You know, that's fine. That's what should be fun about World vs. World. You should be able to act in that space. You want competitive content? Go to structured PvP. It's not the same thing. It's not just structured PvP, but more people. That's like such a dead end. Of course, most players won't ask or recognize any of that. They won't request it. Just another one of the fundamental big ticket problems with Guild Wars and its identity and what it's supposed to be and trying to be. That makes me just want to say, fuck it, just go to Guild Wars 3. Just fuck it. PvPers should be better skilled, but they are. They absolutely are. I'm sorry to burst your bubble there, but most... Well, I don't know, it's hard for me. I don't know whether I can actually say that, because obviously in PvP there's this thing called matchmaking that means you actually fight people of similar skill. So that can cloud your perception of how good people are. But I can have actual fun, interesting... You know, you put me out... Give me a random experience in a PvP game. It's far more likely they're going to be close to my skill level and able to compete with me, and I'm going to be able to have a back and forth with them. And there's a chance they can beat me and stuff. If you put me in against a random world versus worlder, maybe 1 in every 40 of them can put up a fight. Maybe. And this all sounds very arrogant and you know, dickish and stuff, but it is the fact, it is the truth. And that's because in world versus world, I can abuse a ludicrously broken balance. No, I'm only talking about roamers. I'm not talking about Zerg content. All the roamers are terrible. I'm talking about roamers. And if roamers are like the creme de la creme of world versus worlders, then I don't even want to be... I don't know where to even begin for the rest of them. Yeah, Steel Crab's right. Unmatch made PvP is garbage, honestly. Hey, he's right. I mean, if you play a tournament, there's no matchmaking there. Look at how bad the game quality is there. Right, and that's what world versus world is. I think one of the biggest things your average Guild Wars 2 player doesn't realise is how immense the gulf is in player skill between anyone. Like, I mean, no offence to him. I have a friend who... By the way, look how great the ground looked there. I have a friend who's been playing Guild Wars for years, and he knows about Guild Wars, and he has opinions about Guild Wars and stuff. He was streaming himself playing it. He was playing... What was it? He was playing a scrapper in POF the other day. As he was unlocking Hollow. And you know, he's a smart guy, he's a well-informed guy, he likes the game, he knows what the game's about and so on. When I was watching his gameplay, I mean, it is insane, the level to which... And I can guarantee I could watch nearly anyone watching this stream. I could watch your gameplay and it would be like really, really... Like the rate at which you press skills, the decision-making of what button to press, why a build looks the way a build looks... Like, it is bad. There is a huge, huge difference between most people playing the game. And most people are free, and that's fine, of that judgment. So I'm not saying everyone has to be good at the game, but I'm saying it's relevant when we talk about the quality of players in world versus world and so on. Like, it is very eye-opening. I'm not elitist, I have friends who's terrible. No, that's not my point. My point is that most people underappreciate just how different people's capabilities in the game are. You know, people like me sit here and whine that the personal story isn't more engaging, and not personal story, story journal. You know, story patches, just general story delivery, right? DRMs, shit like that. We all whine that they're not difficult enough, but what we're being blind to is just how big that difference is between players who play the game. Like, it is vast. Even if you think you understand how vast the difference is, you probably don't, when you consider not just build quality, but just simply people play the game. It is huge. So it's like almost impossible to find a fun middle ground. Roaming and small scale is important to world versus world. There are so many objectives around small scale combat, the big siege objectives. I don't think it should be reduced to Zerg. I agree. For what it's worth, I said a second ago about the Zerg, so I agree with you. I think world versus world should be a mix of lots of different scales of combat. I completely agree. I think it would be it's a terrible shame, to be honest, how much how overemphasized combat already is. I would rather emphasize mid and small scale combat as much as possible. I'd rather spread people out as much as possible. It makes the maps feel more populated. It adds more excitement, more opportunity to butt heads with other people. The less that they're just packed into these big zergs that roam around. I agree with you. I think World vs. World should be, it already is, and it should emphasize all scales of combat. World vs. World, to me, a perfect World vs. World is the richest area of Guild Wars 2, in as much as you've got a wide skill base and just a crazy possibility for any number of different things to happen. That's the perfect World vs. World to me. It has to be as rich and divergent as possible. There's so many different things that can happen. Right now, it's very narrow, the number of things that can happen, because of, well, everything I just said a second ago. About how most of the variables that should be at play are not at play. But having a mix does make it a mess of balance. Exactly. So, like, that's... They should be liberal and free and comfortable. Like, let's remember, where this conversation started is someone said, why isn't it just the PvP infrastructure? And I'm saying it doesn't... To do that is to move World vs. World away from where it should be. It should be okay that there's tormenting runes. It should be okay that there's really broken builds and stuff. Because there's so much other crazy shit that can happen that sometimes it can get muscled out. Like, as long as there's fun and excitement, being balanced and being competitive is an ambition they should never, ever attempt in World vs. World. Because it is just... It's an impossible dream. And it takes World vs. World away from what it could be. You know, embrace the chaos is really what World vs. World should do. I think that would lead to the best version of World vs. World. And if you don't like the idea of chaos, if you want a skill expression game mode, go to structured. We've done this really efficiently. I just hit my show UI bind because I was expecting to see that I've been over mining or I've been, you know, grabbing too many crops or whatever. But there I am, harvesting a tree, 90%, and I've done the other two. So it's actually kind of worked out really well. All right. So we could do the instances now. Revisit the Hidden Grove. Is that really on par with the Chalice of Tears? Eat a peach? Alright, I'll go do that. So what am I up to now? Well, right now I'm doing the Return to Living World achievement extravaganza bonanza thing as a lead into End of Dragons, and I've missed a lot of it. So, and I'm just doing sort of a casual spread, just a smattering of different things. Yeah, my understanding of World vs. World is supposed to be that sense of classic MMOs, and the open world worked, PvP worked in those games, but it was split off into its own mode. Yeah, exactly. It's like this game's wilderness, and you can see how the wilderness works when it's seated comfortably into the rest of RuneScape's economy and items and leveling and so on. And that's why World vs. World doesn't use PvE stats by accident. It's fundamental to the idea of why World vs. World is fun, or should be fundamental. The problem is Guild Wars 2 then became a game where progression wasn't embraced or talked about in any way, so then that leaves World vs. World in a weird place, which is why my big solution for this, you guys have heard it before, but my big solution is to reset progression in World vs. World regularly. Do like their tournaments, their leagues, their seasons, but you essentially, you put everyone back to level 1 and you level within World vs. World and you get your stuff and you build it up. And in that way, the chaos comes back. You can once again have this thing right after launch where it's like, oh, I beat this guy because I'm level 50 and he's level 30. Or I lost to this squad of level 20 dickheads that were, you know, hunting me down like hyenas and I was on my own. And individually I could take any of them, but they won. You know, and stuff like that. World vs. World, where progression is real and there's like all those variables come back, is such a cool place. So exciting. But the excitement goes away as soon as everyone's at parity at level 80 and everyone's in Ascended and, you know, everyone has the food they need and everyone has the guild benefits that they need. Do I just take a peach from him? Oh yeah, that's it. You just eat one every day. Okay. Let's go to the next patch. Draconismon's ore. Gathering. And trees. You can change the name from Guild Wars to Haddock Quest once the fishing stream goes live. Haddock Quest, I like it. Has anyone, I mentioned this very briefly at the end of yesterday's stream, has anyone kept up with how Skyrim fishing is working? It's kind of a funny thing that Skyrim is getting fishing right as Guild Wars 2 is getting fishing. Skyrim's obviously a year older than Guild Wars, but here they are in 2021 adding fishing to their respective titles, which I think is bizarre in so many ways. So what do you guys think? Does anyone know what Bethesda's going for with their game as they talked about it? Genshin got it too. Well, look, Genshin's new and is getting regularly updated and is in sort of its heyday at the moment, so it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, Jeremy Soul did do both. Wait, like a legit update? Yes, there is a legitimate, real, new. It's not a joke. It's funny to me because I remember seeing Bethesda at E3 one year, where they were now openly mocking and embracing the joke that they're re-releasing Skyrim too much. Didn't they openly joke about the idea of putting Skyrim on a toaster? That was an actual Bethesda joke, right? Like, they owned it. They were like, yeah, we know it's ridiculous. And now, tragically, they are still re-releasing Skyrim. There is another edition of it coming out. Another one for current-gen consoles and stuff. Except this time, they are doing content with it, too. This is the first time since the Dragonborn expansion, there's actual content coming as well. And so they say there's going to be various improvements graphically, blah, 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 but there is content as well, and that's fishing. Fishing is part of it. I don't know what else they're doing. This is what I'm asking you guys, really. I would like to know from you guys in Twitch chat what information you've heard about what they're doing. I've been saying for a very long time, seeing how things have gone. The whole Bethesda and Elder Scrolls thing is very similar, I think, in some ways to ArenaNet after Path of Fire, where it's like a lot more time has passed without a big release than they probably wanted, right? A lot more time has passed. And with hindsight, well, one thing it's very easy to say is, oh man, there shouldn't have just been 2 expansions for that game. They should have done a lot more DLCs. There probably should have been like 3 or even 4 Skyrim expansions before they left it. So it's kind of funny now to see a fishing update coming back. It's similar to... Do you guys remember when I did my Death of Guild Wars 1 video? I talked about Gearbox and the Borderlands franchise. You know, you think it's too late, but it isn't a lot of the time. Borderlands 2 had, like, a big fucking update. Like, a big content update. Like, years after it was over. Just because Borderlands 3 was coming out. And they were like, fuck it, we'll do another Borderlands 2 thing. And like, that to me is like really cool. And I kind of see the Skyrim update as being sort of, it feels sort of similar in a lot of ways. We don't want to go around the south there. I don't think there's much. Wait, I'm in Ember Bay right now. I should be at Draconismon's. I'm an idiot. Let's go to Draconismon's. Yeah, someone just said in chat. Yeah. It's the actual X re-release? Oh, it's the 10-year version. Right, is what you're saying. Oh, wow, we just had a bunch of gifted subs. Thank you so much. Singularity69, thank you. Okay, so Rockers...
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Oh, my mic died, did it? What should I poll you guys on? Oh, Spud Club just started a Divinity Original Sin 1 playthrough. That's cool. What should we poll, guys? It just occurs to me I haven't really been fighting on my river tool this whole time. Wait, when exactly did my mic die? Was it before we were even talking about the poll stuff? GS on Rev or Thief? Okay. Alright, if you could put a great sword on a Rev or a Thief, you only get to pick one. Which would you do? Okay, there's a poll. There's a poll going on. Oh, it died right after the gifted subs. We're testing a poll thing right now. There should be a poll on screen right now. I don't think it's worked for Rocker. I have the browser source up with the URL on it. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's kind of working. Okay, so what does it say? It says current poll, greatsword. I'm very worried about my mic dying. It's going to happen in the middle of a video one day, I can tell. And I'm going to record like an hour and then realize none of it's there. So how does this work? When I click close poll, does it... Well, we'll just let it time out. It was supposed to be a 3-minute timer, I think. That looks good, by the way. That looks really flashy. The damn hype train Twitch UI is covering the poll UI. Oh, is it? Is that a hype train that's going on? That's not the poll timer. Oh no, it is there. Look, you can see. It's just really grayed out. It is very subtly there. Can you guys see that? No, I can't interact with anything except what you guys can see there. That is it. That's the whole page. Oh, very faint, but you guys can see it. Is there actually a thing to click? I don't know, guys. I can't see anything. It's like telling your dad how to use a computer. No, you guys don't know what you're talking about is actually what's going on here. I think you guys think I'm just on Twitch, and I'm not on Twitch. I'm in a very, very small window in OBS using a function that I'm sure a lot of you guys haven't used before. There you go. So now it's coloured in. I think it's just the way that it's styled. Slash joke, says Malenko. You have incurred my wrath, Malenko. Well, Rev is winning. You guys would rather... Well, the thing is, though, some people might be answering that as though they think that's what's coming rather than what they want, you know. Yeah, I don't know. It looks cool. I think it looks really clean. By the way, I'm watching it now to see if it goes away on its own. You set me up for a ban again. You didn't actually get banned yesterday, did you? You shouldn't have. Alright, I'm hiding it for now. Yeah, the Shadowmancer concept is interesting. Is Boot still here? I want to know what he thinks about doing a video on the silhouettes. What? How would that look to him? Get Boots involved and share the blame. He's probably right. I think he is right. I think we can do a video. I think I'm just making excuses. Did we get a time for the memes yet? What do you mean? They might reveal something about an elite spec on today's stream. Yeah, they might. There could be some. They might do that. That would be pretty cool. I mean, I don't have to rush into doing that video with Boots because yeah, but there's content coming. There's all this fishing stuff, which is pretty good. We haven't really had any real discussions about our expectations of the stream. Does anyone have any interesting insights or ideas? Anything they want to share with the class? And teacher will put it on the whiteboard. "40 minutes of devs drinking water." You shouldn't make jokes. There was what was there? What were people saying to me? There were like fires or something. So what have we got coming up? We've got this stream today. How many days away is DirectX 11? I'm unironically really excited about DirectX 11. I really am very curious about what that will do for performance, because it is a joy playing with the DirectX 12 proxy at the moment, and if they can get to that level or beat it, if it means some other changes, if it means they look at shaders a bit, if there's new graphic options to play with, unironically I'm really excited about that, genuinely. DirectX 11 is the 21st, so that's a bit away. And then isn't there an Alliance beta this month as well? Is that the other thing? I will do this event because events are necessary on these maps. Do you think they'll sell fishing poles and animations on the gem store? I think they will, but I don't think they'll actually earn that much. I don't think that they sell as much as mounts do. Yeah, so then that's September 24th. So we've got like a week, 2 weeks of still sort of middle of the road stuff going on. On the 17th is the Elite Spec stream. Actually, I've got to say, there's a lot happening, really. That's 4 big ticket items and points of excitement and things to cover about Guild Wars 2 that's going on right here, right now. That's all really exciting, really. And Halloween soon. Yeah, I've got to do the Festival of the Four Winds stuff. It ends in 11 days. Well, Halloween's not that soon. It's the end of October. We're only just getting kicking up with September right now. It's still very much summery. I read online yesterday that people feel like it's like the last days of summer at the moment, and it really depressed me. We're going to go into the crappy half of the year now, where I never see the sun. World versus World raids with Potato Commander. Now that's an interesting idea. I have always said that when we're in a place where all the spuds can play together, I would like to do that. And that is what the beta will be, so... I mean, the thing is, and the reason I want to do it is because I want to learn more about this side of the game. I really don't know much about, like, leading a World versus World Zerg. I don't know much about compositions. I don't know much about, like, calls. I don't know much about, like, macro, like, what place you go to, where and why. I do know that the current concepts, like, really bore me, the idea of just, like, training around. I much prefer the idea of defending locations than taking new ones. And I mean, like, defending through the feature base. Not just by having loads of people there. But, I mean, like, you know, upgrading places, having the right siege in the right places, scouts, shit like that. I like all of that. I like the siege game more than I like, oh, I'm just moving my Zerg here. But obviously it's not a viable strategy, otherwise people would do it more, right? Can I do another super quick test poll? Yeah, what do you want me to do? Just run a poll? Or do you want me to put another source on? Just tell me what to do and I'll do it, man. Imagine if World vs. World got fishing. In Classic, there was a World vs. World-esque PvP mode that had fishing. It was hilarious watching people fish during the hour-long battles. I mean, I could maybe see them doing it. Just any poll. Okay. What do we want to poll? What do I want to know about from you guys? Here's something I'm kind of interested in. Okay, guys. My question to you is this, in this poll. My question, it's just yes or no. Every single one of you will have a valid answer. My question is, have you beaten the content that I'm doing right now? Are you currently caught up, I mean fully caught up, with the Living World recap? Okay? So there's going to be 3 answers. There's only going to be 2 answers. Yes or no? I was going to say I'll do like a middle of the road, but we won't do that. Are you caught up? Okay? I just want to know. How many of you guys are actually caught up? So there's the poll, and we'll see how it looks on screen. Oh, that looks better immediately. Wait. Or is that how it looked before? So I can see on the actual web, on the stream overlay, I can't see anything happening. But on the actual website, I can see that we've had like 160 votes and it's fighting 30% to 60%. But on screen, we see nothing, no activity. But yeah, a lot of you guys are a lot further ahead than me. You guys are more invested and engaged with the game at the moment in that sense than me. You got all of the season 3 stuff done, but now you have to wait for friends and family to do the story content. How are you guys feeling about it? Are you fatigued by it? Happy with the situation? I want to go back to Malik's, but Chalice is just so much stronger in tricky content. I just came back after 7 years. This is heaven. So much content. That's good. Last week's was really grindy and fatiguing for me. So many things to check off. Tulip says, I'm enjoying going back. I think the open world achievements are super dull, but I kind of enjoy taking in the story again. That's good. It seems to me like this has been a really good initiative overall. Like, really good. You're bored by the old story, but taking the opportunity to do it all on an alt, plus rewards are decent, and it's fun because the maps are populated. Yeah, it's funny. You know, I've talked so often and so much about that moment when Aurora came in and everyone came back to this season in particular. You know, we're kind of living in a hyper-inflated version of that right now, and I feel like I'm not really giving credit or reflecting on the fact that that's going on, you know. It is such a big and profound and cool thing happening. It's every season, and it really seems to have gripped and captivated people. And here I am, caught quite behind. I mean, in all honesty. Frankly, not putting the energy in. My god, we need a lot of crops on this map. It's weird as well, because I'm looking at so many of the icons, and then I can't find them, because they're, like, above or below. You're enjoying it? Isn't grindy at all? I haven't found it grindy yet, but, you know, I'm probably only... What would you guys guess my full progress is so far? I'm probably about 50, 60% done. There's still a good chunk of it left for me to play. And during at any point in that, I might decide, okay, this is grindy now. You don't think it's grindy, but you used to play BDO? Yeah, I mean, grind is one of those things where it's not like it exists in your mind, doesn't it? It's not real. It's, am I bored by this repetitive action yet? And everyone has a different threshold. It's laughable to call any element of anything in Guild Wars 2 grindy when you look among most of its peers in the MMO space. Oh shit, I missed what happened with the poll. What happened on screen when the poll finished? What happened? Did it look good? Hopefully Rocket Song. Coming back, it's amazing the amount of find 60 of this to start a legendary versus there is only the Mystic Forge. Yeah, I mean, the whole state with legendaries is really messy at the moment in a really bad, weird way because, you know, if we were still in this very pure idea where it's like, okay, legendaries are for the super no-life hardcores. Almost nobody has a legendary. It's okay to not have a legendary. Don't worry about them. If we were in that world still, which is what they were originally, you know, a lot of the building blocks along the way had been on that perspective, it would kind of be okay, you know, to see that it's obscene making a legendary because you understand that's what it's all about. Nowadays, though, where it's like, oh no, that's what you do to play the game, and all of a sudden it looks really grindy and egregious and like offensively bad. So, and we're in this like stupid middle grey space now where we're transitioning from one idea to the other. And I don't know, I think it causes a lot of criticism. It's not necessarily unwarranted. I mean, ArenaNet kind of asked for that. They embraced that, you know, doing shit like the Armory. My god, I'm getting low frame rate here. I wonder if he's a part of the recap. I mean, events certainly are, so I may as well hit him. I haven't done this for a long time. Is this actually meleeable right now? Holy shit. This is actually very cool for me right now. I'm having a lot of fun because I haven't seen this for a long time. That animation where he launches us all out of the bowl, was not in my mind anymore. I've completely forgotten about it. You put a gun to my head 5 seconds ago and asked me to identify that animation exists, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I also don't know where my opportunity to melee this guy is. Legendaries are too easy to make, yes or no? You mean that as a poll, or are you asking me? Legendaries are too easy to make, yes or no? It entirely depends on what school of thought you have about legendaries, doesn't it? I think the best answer to that question right now is no. They're not too easy to make. They're too hard to make. For what ArenaNet now wants legendaries to be, and how reliant they are on legendary acquisition as a fundamental part of people's experience and so on, I think they're too difficult to get for how they now treat them and what they now offer, and how the studio relies on them. the answer's that they're too difficult. But I mean, even there, it's like, if they are the reason the in-game economy has any value at all, I mean, maybe they're just right. Maybe they're too easy because, you know, realistically, they need to do more to fight inflation. They need to have more movement on the TP. They need to make people care more about gold. So maybe they're too easy. So yeah, it kind of depends what arena we're in. If you're in the school of thought where you think legendaries should just be hyper rare, ultra exclusive, crazy prestigious, insane spectacle items that basically no one ever has, aspirational content to the hilt, if that's your school of thought, then they're way too easy. It's way too easy. I mean, everyone that wanders around in the game is a ball of flying orbs and magical sparkly effects right now because there's legendaries everywhere. Not everyone, but a good proportion of the active people you will see playing. I'm not talking about dead accounts. I'm not talking about people who, you know, only have a passing interest in Guild Wars. I'm talking about people that you see playing. Sorry, the only way I can figure out to support and make it properly visible would be to add a solid color black in its background. You do what you want, man. I don't mind. Do whatever you want. Whatever you think looks good or pretty. Do you mean another overlay on my end, which has a black box that it's behind, and when I talk, and I would have to manually turn it on and off whenever a poll's going on? You're so annoyed with the infusion effects. I've talked a lot about FF14, but one topic that I may have mentioned on a stream, but that just blows my fucking mind. One of the most mind-blowing points of comparison between Guild Wars and Final Fantasy XIV, okay? Right, and this comes from me as someone who played Guild Wars 1, who's been here a long time. It blows my mind that Final Fantasy is the game with the minimal shiny, refined aesthetic, where you're looking at like characters feel kind of real. Like there are some shiny things, but they're very rare. They're very specifically localized on the character's aesthetic and where they are, and there's only some weapons that kind of do it. It's Final Fantasy that's the king of the arena, of that arena, and not Guild Wars. After it was a defining characteristic of Guild Wars 1 to have that feel and that vibe, and to have paid so much respect and attention and care to crafting that, and having a realistic feeling, decent feeling, you know, Guild Wars 1 that did shit like it did with Obsidian Armor, and people were so proud of and cared so much about. And versus, you know, the ridiculously crazy, you know, aesthetics you find in any number of Final Fantasy and other recent East Asian MMO games. And now you look at where we are in 2021. It blows my mind that ArenaNet fell so far and they climbed so high. It's insane. That's it, really. That's the whole story. It's not just the gem store, though, guys. It's not just the gem store. It also comes into everything I was just talking about, the way that they treat legendaries and stuff. You know, the legendaries being as crazy as they are with the footsteps and all that stuff, and, you know, like, or just as stupid looking, like how stupid the Dreamer looks, and how stupid the Moot looks, and how stupid Quip is. They're stupid, crazy spectacle weapons. That works if you're building them as a thing where it's like, yeah, it's insane to see one of them. You're basically never going to see them. They're that rare. They're that exciting. They're that prestigious. They're almost never around, you know? It works. It's fine. They can be in the MMO in that world, but then you tie that with a studio that's frankly not very brave about stuff like that. And if it's in the game, it needs to be accessible. You have a recipe for what has happened in the end, you know, where you see the stuff on the regular. You will see flying tramp-stamped ponies on the regular in Guild Wars 2. You will hear that whinnying of a pony very regularly because the Dreamer is common. It's just another one of those examples of the left hand doesn't quite know what the right hand is doing, you know, and competing ambitions. Because again, I like them. I do like all those weapons. I think the stupid stuff is fine. It's just if there's the right balance Do I think that we're at the right balance right now with Guild Wars 2, with the amount of auras and shiny effects that everyone has everywhere? Do I think we're at the right balance? Do you? Because there's an argument to be made that we are, because it's what players want. You know, there's like a real snobby kind of arrogant air to this conversation whenever it comes up, you know. And I'm not just talking about me and my streams and whatever discussions we've had. I'm just talking about as a general thing, always when it's on the internet, and for years within this community. You know, if in an MMO, people are dyeing themselves bubblegum pink and making themselves like glowing orbs of white shining nonsense, right? If that's what people are doing, if that's how they want to look, if that's their nature, then who are you to tell them otherwise? That's clearly what they want. If they want to buy that shit on the gem store, if the shiny shit is selling on the gem store, why is it ArenaNet's fault? They're not at fault, are they? I mean, that's what people want. You might want different, but you're clearly not in the majority, so shut up. This is what's selling. You know, the market has spoken, you know, so it is kind of, and I don't know how to argue against that. I don't like it. I don't like how playing Final Fantasy XIV gives me a better sense of like a tangible real character. I care more about fashion in that game, genuinely, because it feels so arbitrary and so stupid and so full of nonsense in Guild Wars 2. And I don't like that. I want Guild Wars 2 to be able to compete, especially considering its origins with Guild Wars 1 and so on. I want it to be able to. But how do I argue with what I just said a second ago? I mean, to be honest, if people want that, if that's where it goes... Who are you to say otherwise? How do you do that? How do you say otherwise? Is it that they think they do but they don't? Uh-huh. Careful now. Surely you wouldn't be as arrogant as to say that. And no, I'm not. Let me be very clear. Let me be as honest as possible. I am the kind of person that does that for attention. You know, I had a giant bubblegum pink massive Norn that ran around throwing harpy pheromones on everyone for a long time. You know, I do stuff like that. I want to stand out. I don't do it anymore because you don't stand out anymore. But if I was still in a world where everyone had realistic clothes and I could dress super shiny to stand out, I'd do it. That is me. I want to be different. I want to be special. I want to be notable. I want people to look at my character and say, oh, that's different. Whether it's for good or bad. Aesthetic matters less to me than standing out. I don't care how good I look. I just want to be of note. That's all that matters. So, you know, I'm 100% the kind of player that does that sort of stuff. I am it. I am ruining your game. But now that's so common and so everywhere, I have to actually try now, you know. Like, I actually try with this look. You know, we got the color scheme of the Springer, with the, you know, with the mace that matches with the animations. You know, I got a thing going on here. It is also obnoxiously shiny. You want realistic, tasteful Dark Souls-esque detailed armors? I mean, it was. I mean, that's the thing that blows my mind. I don't know whether I have anything practical to say about any of this, but it blows my mind that demonstrably there is a very successful other MMO out there that is doing very well in that arena, and Guild Wars isn't. And this is Guild Wars. It's Guild Wars. I mean, who in chat right now was here during Guild Wars 1? Yeah, I mean, why did people get obsidian armor? Because it was shiny and flashy? Or was it because, like, oh, I like that. I mean, honestly, none of it looked good. None of it looked good. Do you know what I wore in Guild Wars 1? I wore the porcupine armor on my assassin. You know? You remember what was it called? It's just exotic armor? That sounds weird in a Guild Wars 2 context. But, you know, like the golden, spiky, like stupidly spiky assassin stuff. Hell yeah, that was my jam. I didn't want any of that, like, loser armor. I played a human male Mesmer. Do you know how dissatisfied I was? I didn't get to look cool. I didn't get to look badass. I didn't get to look pretty. I looked like a loser. I looked like a noble. I looked like I was going to a dance party. And that was lame. That was me back then. Forgive me, I was a teenager. So obviously I was giddy with excitement when I got to play an assassin. I got to have the porcupine and stuff. Why did I eventually get obsidian armor then? Why did I do it? It's just as a status symbol. That was all. Not because it was shiny. You know, and back then I wasn't allowed to argue otherwise. That's what the Guild Wars community was. That's what its identity was about. It was fine to them. They're like, no, I want a game that actually feels realistic and doesn't feel like a kiddie, you know, filled with stupid insanity. I want this. That's what they were all saying. And, you know, if I was the weirdo, it was me, not them. It was something that Guild Wars prided itself on. And I remember numerous articles and interviews before Guild Wars 2 came out in which that topic came up. And they were always like, yeah, we're going for the same thing, you know? Obviously, they pushed the line a little bit. I always think about there's a focus in Guild Wars 2 that looks like a tankard and it's got like a big trail effect on it. I can't remember what it's called. But like bubbles come out behind you, and that was like quite a profound trail effect right when Guild Wars 2 came out. But there weren't many crazy weapons. There were definitely the Mystic Forge conjure weapons like Volcanus were pretty insane immediately. And Mjolnir and Infinite Light. They were there, but they were difficult to get. The Nog Helm? No, I'm not talking about the Nog Helm, but that is a whole other level of silliness. A lot of those discussions pre-release ended up going into like sexism and sexualizing women and stuff, though, I think. And that's where most attention ended up going. Everyone always wants to talk about that stuff, so... Oh, I don't have Draconismon's Empowerment 3. Alright, let's buy it. There we go. What I'm actually here for is a... is gathering tools. I can't see any, though. A regular merchant? I would have thought they would have sold me some. Alright, you got to go for tonight. See you, enjoy the announcement. Thanks so much, Rocker. It's been really great to have you here. Thank you, man. Are you not going to be around for the fishing stream, then? To the other person who asked, I don't know. How long away is it, guys? I don't know. Do we really not have a regular merchant on this map? That has to be wrong. To this day, the culture armors are by far the best thing in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, there you go. That was their answer to prestige armor, and yeah, they didn't go crazy flashy with it, did they? And that was a launch thing. Yeah, that's a good example there, I think. It's an hour and 40 minutes away, apparently. Am I planning another speculation video? Maybe. I might do one with boots. Here we go. Figured a heart vendor would do it, if no one else. So we want foraging and logging. Excellent. And are they asking for a lot more here? 30 ore. Have I really done that badly? And 15 plants. All this time I only got a couple of plants. Do the mushrooms not count? Oh, I guess these don't count because they're a part of the heart, are they? The uncanny mushrooms? What do you think about the raid legendary armor? I think it's just the right amount of flashy, even then only in combat. I don't know. I think it's too flashy, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what my... I don't know. Because on an Asura, I mostly use light on an Asura, and I unsheath my weapons regularly. So like all those big explosions that happen behind your back on sheath and unsheath, they're very, very strong, and they're very, very bright. And we all think they're cool or whatever, but they have to be massive in order to stand out in the game. So I think the whole thing, it's an arms race, isn't it, really? It's just, you've got to go bigger than the older stuff, and then you've got to go bigger and again, and then you've got to go bigger again. Otherwise, how are you going to make anything stand out, you know? And as Asura, you don't really get much real estate to admire small points of detail anyway. So, you know, I miss out on it. And I do just look like a glowing ball of white spikes when I'm unsheathed. So, I don't know. My instinct is I think it's all too big. A lot of people are going to listen to me saying that, and they're going to say, oh, but I really like it. I know you do. You like it because it stands out in the game as you're acclimated now. But did it have to be, always have to be that big? Did they have to go this far? Like, this axe is a really great example. Like, this axe is fucking crazy. And it's just a random gem store skin. It is crazy. I use it on my warrior because that trail. It is crazy. But you're talking about like the company's bottom line when you're talking about this topic in a lot of ways, right? Like they need to make money on the gem store, so they are going to do everything they can to make the skins look as exquisite and as exciting as they can. Which axe is it? It's called like the demon axe or something. Devil rending. Holy shit. In the time it took for that Axe 5 to end, thus CCing them so I could play the game, they killed me. Whoa, I wish I had scrolling convex text on right now. That would have been cool to see. They should make money by shipping expansions. Worked in Guild Wars 1. I'm not going to argue against that to a degree. Wow, they were not fucking around. They just instantly laser beamed me to death. 4 of them just shooting me straight away. Why is one of them a breeze rider and the other one a wind rider? I'm going to double dodge this time. Now what are you going to do? I've never been sniped out like that. That was very cool. I will say I've got more whispers about my outfit from wearing a normal setting appropriate to a mix of cultural pieces. When everyone stands out, no one does, and thus the normal sets are now the more unique ones. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree. I mean, there's another side to this story, which is, you know, why whine about it? Tonally, Guild Wars 2, like, in terms of its story and the places we go to and the way everyone acts and, you know, the substance of the story and how much magic there is and all that kind of shit. Do all the player characters need to look grim and drab? Do they really? Do they need to look realistic or whatever? Nothing else about the game's tone or ambition is anything like that anyway. So, why are you fussing so much, you know? Why are you being so serious about all of this? Lighten up. You know, Guild Wars is clearly lightening up. Guild Wars is being light, so you should be too. You know, your expectations are all off. This isn't, you know, a Song of Ice and Fire, the MMO. This is a fairly lightweight, frothy, cartoony MMO by all standards. It's nothing like Guild Wars 1 in those regards, but it is. So chill out. What do you say to that argument, huh? Anyone want to fight that? I don't know how to fight that. I'm going to go high up. I feel like you've hit an acceptance phase the past few days. What do you mean? Believe me, I've been covering this game for a long time, through lots of ups and lots of downs. Nothing revelatory has happened before your eyes in the past couple of days. You don't want to look like a crown jester of king of jesters. Visual noise is always something people could care about, but we have culling option. Well, no, I think that's a slightly different story. Visual noise is, I mean, we can start talking about how Zergs look and how messy things are, and bosses flashing constantly, and animation scaling with mob size too much, and all those kinds of things. I think it's kind of a parallel discussion, and that one's much more important to me. That's not like an aesthetic choice to have everyone look really shiny and ridiculous. It's not. We're not talking about flying ponies in the air at this point. We're talking about something else. We're talking about clarity. We're talking about presentation, and in those places, I think, yeah, Guild Wars can do a lot better and really should try to do a lot better. Yeah, so Noct got a good point there. FF14 has very calm outfit design, but crazy visual noise, yeah. Because then we're talking about combat and we're talking about animation size and shit like that. That game also has more sophisticated culling options. That game just has, in general, more sophisticated options. You can, like... I've noticed this with a couple of games now. What was I playing? Was it No Man's Sky? I tried No Man's Sky the other day. They have, like... In FF14, for sure this is true. They have audio options for what shit you want to hear while alt-tabbed. In Guild Wars, it's just, do you want the game muted while you're alt-tabbed, yes or no? In FF, it's like, do you want to hear music? Do you want to hear combat sound? Yeah, like, they'll give you all these, like, breakdown boxes for, like, all the different ways the client can operate while you're alt-tabbed. And that, to me, is like, okay, that's a lot more options. I'm very early in No Man's Sky. I haven't quite got the feel of it yet. I'm basically still in the tutorial quest section. I'm trying it because apparently it's good in VR, and I do have a headset, so I want to try another game that's not Phasmophobia for VR. Which, by the way, I still really adore. We were talking about cool games and stuff we'd love to work on or see exist the other day. That is something I'm desperate for. I don't. It doesn't have to be AAA, but like a AA or just like an A-level, well-funded game. Not one dude in his garage, but an actual studio of competent developers with a bit of a budget, making a Phasmophobia-style experience. Learning lessons from what was exciting about that game and going full into a horror game like that. That would be incredible. There is a new genre that was proved by that game. And now someone slightly better funded, but gets the idea of it. I think that would be a hell of a game. That's a sleeping titan. That's something waiting. And either someone will see that opportunity and grab it, and we'll see something come out of the games industry, or it will just be quietly pushed aside. Have you played Prey? I have played Prey. I actually didn't like Prey that much. It was okay. I liked it. I liked it enough, but it didn't stick with me. It didn't really go anywhere with me. It just felt, you know, generally derivative of BioShock. It didn't really click with me that much. It was okay. 5 out of 10 through and through is my recollection about it. You're tardy to the party. What expansion are we on these days? Right now, you're looking at Heart of Thorns, I guess. You're looking at Heart of Thorns era content right now. But the game is in Path of Fire, waiting for the 3rd expansion. Oh, this guy's back. If there's a Zerg, I'll do it. If not, I won't. There's no Zerg. I'm just here to mine, really. That's what I'm doing. People saying FF14 has a more grounded aesthetic. Are we completely ignoring... Oh, what's this? The mounts or what? No, that's true. I think we are ignoring the mounts, aren't we? Some of the mounts look ridiculous. Very stupid. It's kind of in a very narrow area that they are very good, to be fair. And it is like character outfits and cosmetics, gear cosmetic and stuff. But yeah, like flying around in the regalia and stuff. I mean, Guild Wars doesn't have anything like that. That wouldn't fit at all. I mean, it fits more into their world, though. There's more of that kind of tech, so I don't know. Yeah, there are good mounts, but there's also a lot of mounts in there that is a bit like... They're silly but not glowy. That's true. Yeah, if you think about the fat chocobo, it's silly. Yeah, maybe I've given too much credit. It's interesting to me that that's the first time I've used this map's mechanic, because I've just been mounting the rest of the time. It makes me sad there appears to be no response or fans from Phasmophobia fans in the comments right now. I guess there's not much overlap for my style of content and people who like that game. Do you think game mode specific graphics settings are on the table? Well, what does on the table mean? I doubt you'll find a dev that says, no, I hate it, it's never going to happen. But are you equally going to find a dev that wants to prioritize it high enough you'll see it in the foreseeable future? I doubt that as well. Do I think you'll see it? No, is my answer. Not for a long time. I would quite like that, by the way, because every time I go to PvP, I then change all my UI settings, and every time I go to World vs. World, I change my culling settings, and every time I go to PvE, I change my visual settings. Yeah, it would be nice to have like a tab for each mode or whatever, I suppose. But I mean, I love that. I love where this conversation's gone. Listen to that. I would like a different fucking system configuration tab for the 3 modes. I mean, talk about 3 games in one. 3 different games that ArenaNet are juggling 3 different games. I mean, what is the epitome of that better than the player base asking for different system configurations for the 3? I mean, that's beautiful, really, isn't it? If that doesn't say how vastly different the expectations and desires and presentation are of the 3 games, it's just insanity. Just make a separate World vs. World styled game. Make a separate PvP styled game if you want to be an esport. Make a separate PvE game with its own progression and ideas. Make them separate so that they can shine. I posted that on your graphics video and people loved the comment. Oh, that's cool, man. That is cool. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of a myriad. There's an almost infinite number of cool ideas you can say for the game that still, nonetheless, I don't think would be right to prioritize. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that is like, that would be cool. I mean, there is an infinite number of things you can say, you know? You see this here? This? I think it'd be pretty cool if there was one next to it as well, just so that the scene felt a little bit busier, you know? I don't think that'd hit your frame rate. It'd be pretty cool if there was one there. Are we going to prioritize that? No. Are they ever? No. You know, you can go to any number of scales. The game is to find the biggest bang for your buck stuff. Why are there no tacos? What about putting tacos in the game? Well, of course you can download the taco overlay software, and you will get a taco. There's a little taco icon up here on the top bar on the left. Not that kind of taco. You want an edible taco? Taco? How do I say that one? Taco. Is it taco? Taco. It's taco, isn't it? Isn't that how Americans say it? We don't eat them here. Taco? No, it's taco. It's torco. Torco. No, it's not torco. I would know if it's torco. You guys are trolling me. Americans say taco. I like the guy who is so like bound to his accent and his internal mind. He thinks he can just type it out and therefore the pronunciation will come through. You realize when I read taco spelt like that, I'm going to say it as taco because I have a different accent to you. You realize that, right? It's Toco. Taco. Taco? Tok is in clock. So taco. Do you guys want to buy some tacos? That sounds so weird. That's not right. Are you guys telling me? Do you want to eat a taco? There's a silent Y in it. Tokyo. Oh, people are saying I've got it. Taco. It really is the taco one. Okay, so the way that it was typed that got it there was the tok is in clock. Do you want a taco? That's crazy. We say taco like clocko. Yeah. Praise taco. I should eat a taco one day. Oh god, I just said it there and it sounded so weird. Now that's what the internet says I should do. Now I'm going to go out in real life and I'm going to say that somewhere and everyone in the UK is going to look at me like I'm a twat. They're going to be like, oh, you don't say it like that here. You American bastard. You said it too much now. Taco means nothing anymore. Jalapenos? Yeah. I'll have a jalapeno. I'll have a jalapeno on my doner kebab, please. Americans would call... Oh, yeah. Americans would call you a twat. That's true. They don't like the word twat. They say twat. Stop saying taco. I can't tell if people are trolling me now. Oh, my God. For people watching this on Wood Potatoes 2, where there's no text on screen, they must think, what on earth is going on here? Okay, I think we're done with the gathering on this map now, which is good. I'm getting triggered from Tulip. Wait, why? It's fine. The tacos you get in the UK wouldn't be worth pronouncing. Watch a Taco Bell commercial. Why isn't it spelled O-C-K then, guys? Why isn't it T-O-C-K-O? Why isn't it that? Huh? You can't answer it. You can't answer it. This is pretty cool being a sky scale in the sky of a... I said being a sky... Oh, really? You're not going to let me? There we go. Being on a skimmer in here was a cool experience too. I wonder if while they were making it, they were thinking about the skimmer, because the timeline would line up. It's time for a lore video on tacos. I mean, I don't even really know what they are, to be honest. They're like... there's soft and crispy shell, isn't there? I know there's that joke in The American Office where Nelly... eats one wrong. So I know how to not eat one wrong. I know you turn it on its side and you bite into it like that. They don't look very appetizing. They look small and thin and airy and like just lame, to be honest. I'd rather... It looks like it's trying to be a sandwich, but not really. They don't look good. And I've seen like videos where people eat them from fast food places as well. And they just... I don't know. They just look... Like, imagine going to get fast food and that's the special thing. You know, you go to McDonald's for a burger or whatever. Like, a burger is like a... There's something to have there. A taco looks just like... Like it just falls apart. Like, well, there's nothing there. WB hasn't had good tacos. I haven't had any tacos. Alright, let's go now to... So not a whiskey stream, a taco stream? Is that what you guys want? Oh, I could do the bucket one. Nah, screw it. I'm losing my energy to do anything that requires brain power now. Why are these two return tos below these two? Right, return to Daybreak. I did the story stuff with Kerry. And then she did the other stuff, because she's more into the game than I am at the moment. So, those... Wait, is it really just the two? Oh no, Woodland Management. It keeps tripping me up. I keep not knowing which eyeball to click. Right, so let's just go gather some stuff. Well, there's soft ones, which I guess are technically burritos. Now, I've had a burrito before. I was on an apprenticeship a few years ago where in the office block they had like a small catering company. It's almost like a little cafe or something. And anyway, they sold these burritos that were huge. It was basically filled with like warm beef. You know, if you get like minced beef, it's like chili. It was like you'd had chili in it, but then it also had like nice cold crispy lettuce, like cool sour cream, and it was all wrapped up in like this big soft wrap. It was huge and it was delicious. And I swear to God, working there, I probably put on like 6 or 7 pounds just from those, just from eating one of those burritos every day. Or at lunchtime, just go have one of these, and they were huge as well. They were absolutely massive. And they did like a few varieties. There was cheese in it as well. What was her name? I can't remember the name of the woman who owned the place. But yeah, she had like 3 varieties, and I'd try them all. They were brilliant. It was just like, have a burrito every day. That's my problem. When I fall in love with something, I go like crazy with it, right? So like at the moment, I'm eating a lot of cereal. I've fallen in love with cereal again. So I'm eating like bowl after bowl after bowl of cereal. And it's like, yeah, cereal's what I'm all about. And if I'm not careful, if the thing I end up falling in love with, it's a very, very, very quick way to become unhealthy. Granted, I'll stop eating everything else. It's just, oh yeah, this is what I want. And it can take like months for that to go away and it to become boring, you know, and then it'll be a new food. What kind of cereal are we talking? Cheerios. Cheerios. Multi-grain Cheerios. That's what I'm really into at the moment. Multi-grain Cheerios with red top milk, or I actually had green top this week because they were out of red top at Morrison's when I went shopping. So that's it. And I'm on my 3rd box of Cheerios in like a week and a bit. Just Cheerios. I tried Shreddies, which I haven't had since I was very young again, but they were a bit boring, so they didn't grab me. And I had Crunchy Nut Cornflakes as well, which was okay, but didn't grab me. So I'm just the Cheerio monster at the moment. What about mini wheats? They sound pretty good. I'm being careful with cereal, though, because, I mean, if you pick the wrong cereal... Like, I know for a fact I could go shopping and buy, like, Crunchy Nut Clusters. Or I could buy Frosties. Or I could buy Cocoa Pops. Like, just these insane sugar-infused packets of insanity. And, yeah, that would be the death of me. That would be like, okay. So I'm sticking with multi-grain Cheerios, which are they're still full of carbs and incredibly calorie dense, but they're still they're not as bad as it could be in the world of sugar-infused cereal. All right, it's not as bad as it could be. So I want a little bit of credit for some restraint on that one. What is oat milk? You try it, you mock me, sir, but you will change your tune. What is oat milk? You've been through this phase with honey Cheerios. Yeah, see, I wouldn't... I'm not even risking it. I wouldn't even buy that because if you get the taste for it... Here's the thing. If I get the taste for it and I know it's too unhealthy to binge on, it will just depress me. It's like life will come in 2 halves. The half where you're happily eating it and enjoying yourself, and then the half where you're thinking about it but you know you're not allowed to. And also be a responsible adult. So therefore, it's just depressing. That's it. So just don't even open Pandora's box, you know. That's sort of my my view to the Crunchy Nut Clusters, which I know I love. Do they even do Crunchy Nut Clusters with the little chocolate flakes anymore? They used to. When I was like at college, they used to do that. I don't know whether they still sell those. That sounds almost too weird to me now. Like that was probably a special edition type thing. Check Discord real quick, okay? Okay, open browser source, okay. The one with the poll link, okay. And put this in the CSS style, okay? With the full stop at the start? Do you want me to replace the existing stuff? I'll just append it for now, I guess. You said yes, but I don't know. Okay, yes with the full stop. Do you want me to replace the existing stuff or append? Do you want me to just add this to the bottom? Append for now. If that doesn't work, replace. Okay. So that's now appended. So let's do a poll. All right, guys. The poll is going to be which is the superior cereal. All right. So the superior cereal. That's quite fun. I like all the sibilants in that. Cocoa Puffs. Crunchy. Nut clusters. What else is really high on the list? What else is good as a cereal? Frosties. I'll take more suggestions. Rice Krispies. No, they're not good enough. No American cereals. No. I'm not doing Lucky Charms or any of that shit. Oh, fine. I'll put... Yeah, no, I don't know, because I've had Lucky Charms once, because Kerry bought them for me. That was it. Golden Nuggets. I don't actually like those as an adult. They're too sugary. They are mental. Frosted mini wheats. I'll put the mini wheats on there. They sound pretty good. The mini wheats. I think I had those once before. All right. So which is the superior cereal? Go on then, and we'll see what this appears as. Rocker, is that what you wanted it to be? I'm guessing not. I'll try and append. Okay, appending has produced that, which I'm also guessing you didn't want. Yeah, these are all sugary, insane cereals. The reason I picked them is because they're all ludicrously unhealthy, sugary cereals. He's typed in all caps, this better work. I can feel him being crushed right now from a distance. Would you like me to copy paste you the full block that I have? This is what I have. I thought you were leaving, by the way. I mean, I'm happy you're here, but I thought you were leaving. Okay, so what is the actual result of the poll for my own curiosity here? Mini wheats are going really high. Really now? I like how golden nuggets have nothing. I like that. That really does show how few children there are watching. I should look at my demographics again. What were my demos before? My demographic before was something like nearly everyone was in the 21 to 35 range. And it was something insane like 92% male. It was like... The only real divergence that was going on was country of origin. Yeah, the overlay shows the results. They're just barely visible. He can see. I mean, what a brilliant echo chamber we have created. He says remove the body part. Yeah, that's what I did. I've tried both variations. I did take your advice. I did remove it. That's it with it removed. It just kind of looks the same. Mini wheats are good with or without milk. You guys are actually making me hungry for more Cheerios right now. Oh, I never even put Cheerios on the list. I have to say, that's a pretty good ranking, though. That's generally how I feel. Mini wheats are higher than I would have expected. Crunchy nut clusters are really good. Have you guys not had crunchy nut clusters? That's the only thing I can assume. I'm being very, like, UK-centric here, obviously. Cheerios are gem store content? I mean, an American version, I think, would be... What would that be? Lucky Charms, Fruit Loops, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I don't know what Reese's Puffs are. What are they? Just a little bit of life advice for you guys. Don't eat cereal. Fuck it. You'll be much healthier if you don't eat cereal. None of it's good. Just get rid of it. Don't let some corporation convince you. It's healthy. It's not healthy. Don't eat it. It's unnecessary. Here's what you start your day with. Black coffee. No sugar, no milk. Don't like it? Do it for enough months and you will start liking it. And it will suppress your appetite till lunch. Don't eat any of it. Just don't consume food, forehead. Well, that is the key to long life, isn't it? Isn't that the thing? What do they call it? It's basically like, if you look at like testing on mice and various kinds of mammals, if you just put them on like these big caloric restrictions, they end up living a lot longer. Just because their metabolism doesn't have to do so much. I don't know what it is. No, it's not just IF, it's just like literally hardly eating. They live longer. IF is just like a general term for a weight loss technique. In which you eat for a certain... You allow yourself a certain number of hours in which you can consume. And then for the rest you don't. You can be at a vast caloric deficit without intermittently fasting. Intermittently fasting can help. Fasting in general can help, obviously. Who would have thunk it? Not eating helps you to be at a caloric deficit, but they're not the same thing. Yes, IF is intermittent fasting. It's kind of in vogue on Reddit at the moment. When I browse like the front page of Reddit, the IF subreddit comes up over and over and over again. Live fat, die young. Hell yeah, brother. Join me at the table with my Cheerios. The other key to living longer is always feel slightly cold. Is that true? Is that why women live longer? I'm interested in where life expectancy will be by the time I'm in my 70s, 80s. Well, because there's currently a big difference between men and women. But is that just because of historically men smoking a lot more and doing riskier jobs and physically demanding jobs and war and shit? Is that what's caused a lot of that? Or is there actually a full-on biological thing where women are just predisposed to living longer? Like, is it a construct that has just occurred through the way we as humans have lived the past century? Or is it... Because obviously I want to believe that I'm not predisposed to dying young. Yeah, and alcohol consumption and shit like that. It's only married men. I was listening to a thing, a really sad fact. Because women are... Societally, a lot of... Especially of that generation, women are like tend to be the caregiver and the person who keeps the house and like actually learns how to look after themselves and is basically more of an adult, right? In a lot of these marriages where men are a bit hopeless. So basically, it was a thing where if a man becomes a widow, if a man is widowed, what's that called? If his wife dies, a lot of them, they don't make it very far after that. They just like fall over because women have taken care of them so well and have looked after them and sorted shit out for them that they just fall apart as soon as they're on their own. However, very often when the reverse happens, when a woman is widowed, when the man dies, she's just sort of potters around for like decades longer alone. And it's like, how sad is that? I don't know whether that will be true in my generation and when I'm at that end as well. Are men, hopefully, is there less of a divide now? Is there less gender inequality such that, you know, men know how to look after themselves a bit more? Women are less pushed to dedicate their whole lives to being the caregiver, you know? Hell, even my dad is like that and he's barely 60. Men are simply more devastated. It's unbelievably sexist. Men are still less likely to go to the doctor. I can see that. I think that's true. I myself am like that. I'm a man like that a lot too. We were talking about TB earlier, right? If you guys don't know the story, this is a YouTuber who was very big in games journalism and stuff for his time. But he died in his he was like 31, 32 or something when he died of cancer. And it's because it was colon cancer, and he was just too embarrassed to go to the doctors. Like, he had like runny poo, and he had like blood in his poo, but he was too embarrassed to go to the doctor. He didn't like the idea of a doctor looking at his ass, so he put it off for like 2 years, and of course the cancer spread, and that was it. And then he had a ridiculous struggle. By the end, I think it spread to his spine or something, and it got missed by a physician, and then he ended up dead. And that's it. Embarrassed, didn't go to the doctor too early. And in those later years, while he was still doing a bit of content creation, he was saying to people, go to the fucking doctor. I'm dying because I was embarrassed to go to the... I'm dying because I was embarrassed to go to the doctor. Because I was a snooty idiot Brit, basically. Go to the doctor. And even having seen all of that unfold, and, you know, I was talking about Sean Locke. Sean Locke's, you know, went out young as well, just 22 days ago or something. Even seeing these stories, I'm still one of those typical guys that is a bit scared and a bit embarrassed to go to the doctor and would rather just shoulder it and just get on with it. Which is a lethal mindset. It's a bad way to be. It's not clever. It's stupid. But I do recognize that in myself. In the States, there's less embarrassment and more likely you can't afford it. Yeah, that's why the States are so good, you know. It stops these petty issues. They're more real financial issues. Just go to the doctor is a lot like just go travel. What do you mean by that? Have you got an argument? Some sympathy for people with that mindset? I'd love to hear it. What do you mean? I don't know if I'm shitting blood. I'd go to the doctor. Well, you've got to consider, though, like, it wasn't... I mean, if you actually listen to him talking about it and you follow his story, it's not that simple. He talked about, like, having loose stools for a long time. And it was... He moved to the States. And he also... He didn't know... Like a lot of people, he didn't know how to deal with internet celebrity, and he didn't know, you know, I struggle with this as well a lot. It's like, how do you find that balance of respecting and engaging with everyone's opinion about you, and how much do you learn to just brush it off? And like, there's a lot of really complicated social things going on. He was terrible at it, and it stressed him out. He used to get hives from stress, and he used to get in fights with people on the internet all the time and shouting at people, and it generally had like a really toxic relationship with his community, like really toxic. And basically tried to be too close for too long, I think, is the thing that did him in. But anyway, he had all that shit going on. And so when he sees he has some loose stools, and when he's like moving countries and stuff like that, you know, you put it up to other stuff and you assume it's temporary, and you convince yourself for whatever reason you like. You know, it's not... If it was black and white, oh God, today I'm pooing streams of blood, then obviously it's a lot easier to figure out. But in real life, stuff happens subtly and slowly. And you, a lot of the time, you can't even see it as it manifests before you, you know. And you've got the fallacy of sunk costs to think about, and you know, oh, well, if I didn't do it yesterday, why would I do it today? You know, and it's, you know, stuff sneaks up on you. It's easy to forget how sneaky reality is. Did you tweet your stream in the guild chat? I didn't. I would have, but Boots won't do it with me. So, I've been abandoned, guys. So, I'll watch Boots and Jebro, I guess, do it. Actually, no, I'm not even going to do that. I'll just watch it on my own. What does loose poo even mean? Well, see, I don't really know either. I remember hearing him say that, and I was thinking, what does that mean? Because depending on how your diet is, it's going to change the consistency of your stool anyway, isn't it? I mean, really. So I don't really know what that means. Soft? I don't know. I think it's just a polite way of saying diarrhea, I think. Could be diet, hydration, nerves. Yeah, it could be any number of things. I think what he's saying, and I can kind of resonate, I can kind of get this. I think what he's saying is he had diarrhea for months, I think is the idea. Obviously, people find it hard talking about that stuff. They find it icky or embarrassing or whatever. They haven't ascended to our heights of, you know, intellect, and they're not quite as cerebral as us, you know. They're not happy to talk about runny diarrhea. Considering drinking too much in Guild Wars 2 makes you sick, should eating bad give you the squits? What? Yeah, but anyway, the point is, I can very much imagine that. If I had diarrhea for like weeks and weeks and weeks. I don't know, though. How many weeks of diarrhea before you go to the doctors? If you feel otherwise healthy and fine and normal in every way, how many weeks before you do it? A couple of days? I'm being completely honest. I would definitely be over a week. I would definitely be over a week. To be honest, I'd probably go a whole month before I did. Probably. I'm not being funny. I'd probably wait at least a month before I was like, okay, this is definitely weird. I wouldn't in a couple of days. There's no way I would in a couple of days. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm... No, that's probably really stupid of me. But I really do feel like I'd wait at least a month. Because it's that other thing of like, if you feel healthy in every other way, it just came upon you out of nowhere. Maybe it will go away out of nowhere, you know? It's sort of that I'd fall into that trap, I think. A month? That sounds miserable. Well, okay, what kind of diarrhea are we talking about, though? Are we talking about you're in the toilet constantly? You've got food poisoning? I don't think we are talking about that. I think we're just talking about you poo at regular intervals. It's just when you are pooing, it's runny now. I think that's what we're saying. We're not saying blistered ass because you're wiping it 24/7. We're just talking about runny poo. Is WP going to check out the AFK farmers? Oh, are there AFK farmers on this map now? Is this map comp item just a cosmetic thing? Is WP trolling us? I'm not trying to troll you. It's just there, you know. It's there because I want to be different. I want you to be like, oh, that's interesting. I like to be special, yeah. That's why I need to have the blue title on, the extra life. What was that other thing we had? Let's turn that on. You guys had a recommendation. This was a couple of months ago now. Novelties. Yeah, oh, it's already there. It's already there. We must have been on this character. I need to keybind this. Yeah, we need to run around with the seize the awkward thing on. What else can I do? What else is a conversation piece that I don't have to put any energy into? It's just rolling on in the background. Tacos, breakfast cereals, poo. No. The poo conversation came from... weren't we just talking about stiff upper lip? We were talking about men and women and old men and old women, and how a lot of men don't know how to look after themselves, but a lot of old women do. Because they tend to be the primary caregiver in a household, and they tend to be like the better, so they know how to look after themselves, and a lot of men don't, at least of those generations. And we were talking about whether that goes on into, you know, when we're all old. Long story short, go to the doctor when something's out of the ordinary. I mean, yeah, obviously that's good advice. And there were a lot, I do know for a fact there were a lot, well, I don't know for a fact. I know that the stories are there. I don't know whether the stories are real, but I do know after the whole TB thing, there were a lot of people saying, hey, I only went to the doctor because I follow this YouTuber and he died. And he told me to go to the doctor, and guess what? They caught cancer early for me. So in a way, this guy actually did save my life, or did save me a massive amount of pain and suffering. You know, like there was actual real serious good that was done out of that. I'm not saying it was a, you know, I'm not going to say it was a worthy trade or whatever, but this is the best original Guild Wars 2 song. To be honest, I wasn't listening to it. Oh, no gathering tools again. Whoa, we ran through that so fast. Mind you, I only need woodland management now anyway. So it's a nice little tip-off. How many trees are there to gather on here? I quite like these achievements. They're making me think about maps in ways that I never have. I've never considered how... I think that gathering is... One system, one area of the game that I'd really like to see Guild Wars improve on is the gathering side of the game. Maybe the introduction of fishing can be a catalyst towards that. What if maybe there's some cool systems that get implemented to support fishing as a feature that actually ultimately can come over to logging and mining and gathering, and in those ways, or harvesting, I guess is what they call it, you can have these other rich ideas or other system improvements and stuff. Might be good. I don't really have any... I have the concept, but not the concept within the concept, so I don't know whether any of that's pretty much. It'll be an interesting stream. It's in 1 hour. What's even more roof is Jenna and Orion, his wife and son, also got diagnosed after both of them. Yeah, well, she had it during the whole time, I think, is what she said. But she had like it was more benign or something. It wasn't as dramatic or as big, and so she kept quiet about it while it was going on. I didn't know about the son, though. I want to address something really controversial. Oh god, here we go. Pineapple pizza and its haters. There's people that claim that this and that do not belong on pizza, yet none of these consider that in the oldest recorded recipe of pizza, there were no toppings at all. So even the famed margarita pizza is a fraudulent pizza if we follow pizza purist logic. Hold on. What's a pizza with no topping? You mean a cheeseless pizza? What are we talking about? Just dough and tomato? Is that a true pizza? Just dough and tomato? But I've just got to say I'm a big fan of pineapple pizza. It's my favorite variety of pizza. Generally speaking, I'm hungry. We're talking about food too much. I'm actually hungry. I actually kicked pizza this year. I haven't had pizza since... Oh, I think I had one pizza. Didn't I have a pizza? I genuinely haven't eaten pizza this year. Which is pretty big for me because I do like pizza. I think I had like maybe one pepperoni one in February. But that's it. I think I had a Domino's in February. But I'm a big fan of pineapple pizza, so, I mean, this is definitely a pineapple pizza club corner. Do you guys want to poll on that? This is a boring conversation. Can I just say, this is like such a lazy, like, boring conversation. It's like an eye roller to me. But let's do it anyway. This is like a conversation for squares. Do you know what I mean? This is like such a vanilla question. This is such a vanilla topic. It's like, oh, you got nothing else to talk about, or you don't know that. This is like an icebreaker conversation, you know. You're sitting across from someone you don't know, but you got to make friends. You know. This is the most vanilla thing you can talk about. What's more vanilla than this? Favorite flavor of ice cream? Vanilla. Huh? Yeah. Poll on who sits down or stands up to wipe. I'd actually be quite interested in that. I'm a sit-downer. I never knew there was any other way. Let's talk about UFOs. Vanilla is your favorite flavor of ice cream. To be honest, that's really weird to me. Vanilla is your favorite flavor of ice cream. Maybe I've just never had really good vanilla ice cream. But to me, then, it would be like the way that ice cream had been made. How on earth can vanilla be your favorite? I feel like that's... You know, I'm a bit of a hipster myself, right? And I'll openly admit when I'm being a bit of a hipster just to stand out. But that, to me, I'm like judging you for that. That's like trying too hard to be different. Ooh, vanilla's my favorite. That's like desperate for your own identity there. To a degree where it's like... It's sad. That's what I think. When I hear you say vanilla's my favorite flavor, I think that's sad. That's actually a bit pathetic. You're so desperate for a different identity that you're going to say that. Ooh, how weird of you. Teehee. That's what I think. Vanilla. Of course it's not vanilla. Of course. I refuse to believe that anyone seriously believes vanilla. Of course it's not vanilla. Of course it's not. You're wrong. And if you think you're right, it's because you just haven't tasted more types of ice cream. Alright. Okay, WP and I are fighting now. Vanilla is the most popular flavor. No, but that's the difference between, like, median and mode, right? It's like if you did a poll of every type of chocolate, dairy milk would come out on top. But not because it's the best, but because it is the most middle of the road, the most inoffensive. So therefore, it manages to, you know, crawl to the top, first past the post. But that doesn't actually mean it's the best. That just means it's the most bland, therefore the most wide-reaching. That doesn't mean it's the best. The greatest experiences in life are not in the middle of the road. Okay? And that is why it is impossible. That's something that exists as a statistic, but not in reality. Do a poll. Everyone's just going to troll me. Alright, we'll do an ice cream poll. We'll do an ice cream poll. With the amazing title, ice cream. By the way, you guys, 60% said yes on the pineapples, so good on you. What do we say? Chocolate. Well, nominate some ice cream flavors for me then. See, it's weird to me though, because it really is more of a brand thing for me. Like, it's like cart door or I don't know. Like, do we put Viennetta on the list? To me, that's an ice cream dish. But would I call that chocolate ice cream? I don't think I would. Is it just ice cream? Because it's like, who's making the ice cream? How's it being prepared? How's the flavor being mixed in? Do you know what I mean? Are we talking about an ice cream cone? Are we talking about a cornetto? Because if we're just talking about only the flavors, then are we even talking about ice cream at all? We're going too deep here. What's the ice cream where it's 3 flavors in one? What's that one? I forget. It's like you buy a box and there's like a bit that's vanilla and a bit's mint and a bit's strawberry or whatever and a bit's chocolate. And do you know what everyone always digs out first? The chocolate. Metropolitan, that's it. Thank you. Which one does that... Sorry, to the vanilla boosters. What do people usually leave in Metropolitan? What is that? You know, I think I forget. Is it the vanilla bit that usually gets left? I think it is. I don't know. I put coffee on here and mango. I got strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, coffee, mango. Go. Oh, I didn't put banana down. I mean, look, you can have any... No, there's too many flavors, really, for me to do. Bad vanilla is mad. Good vanilla can be so good. I mean, I'm being very Charlie in this conversation. I am open to the idea that maybe there's a really, really tasty flavor of vanilla, and it's just that I've not tried it. Oh, toffee. Yeah, I should have put toffee on there. I mean, if you're eating ice cream, you're going for like a sugary indulgence, right? So toffee's kind of up there. I forgot mint chocolate chip. Yeah, well, I didn't forget. There's just no space. I ended up putting like fruits on there, really. Of those presented, you guys can vote. 33% are on the vanilla. Come on, everyone. Vote. Vote. Don't vote vanilla. A vote for vanilla is a vote for the enemy. All right? Now, I'm going to give you guys the spoiler effect here. Either chocolate or vanilla is going to win, okay? So you don't vote for what you want. If you want strawberry, you want coffee, or you want mango, I'm sorry, your voter base is too fringe. You guys should forget about it, all right? We have our 2 parties. It's either the chocolate party or the vanilla party. So I suggest you vote against the interest of the guy you don't want in, all right? I'll just skip a few elections here. We're already at the point where we only have 2 front runners, all right? If we have like a third party, if there's like Lib Dems, all right, strawberry is the Lib Dem of our current current poll, all right. Now, I just want to say to any vanilla haters out there, unfortunately, vanilla is now winning. So if you believe in the chocolate cause, and I think you do in your heart of hearts, I think you need to vote for chocolate. Okay. So anyone who would be going strawberry, coffee, or mango, you got no chance. All right, you're just wasting your vote. Don't put it in there. I want you to vote instead for chocolate. Okay. My preferred candidate is chocolate. Chocolate is the worst ice cream flavor ever. BRB getting ice cream. Do you know what I used to do as a kid eating ice cream? Did anyone else do this? I would let it melt. Well, okay, what I do is I get a bowl of ice cream, but then what I would do is like really violently mix it so that it goes, I don't want to say slushy, but it gets a lot more runny. And I would have it there in the less consistent format. Yeah, just like stir it like mad. That's why. Yeah, people did that. That's good. Yeah. That was my preferred way of eating it. You only voted chocolate because there's no salted caramel option. Salted caramel is such like an in vogue food stuff in the UK now. So unfortunately, vanilla won with 35% of the vote. I'm very disappointed. I can't believe 35% of you would be so desperate for an identity that you would say vanilla's your favorite. I mean, that is sad, isn't it, everyone? Isn't that sad that you'd be so desperate for an identity? So desperate to stand out. Hee hee, I'm different. To say vanilla's your favorite. I mean, that could be the only reason they're voting that. That can be the only reason. Just accept it's good. Sorry, Mr. Banana. Banana is too fringe. I don't. We're not putting banana on there. I genuinely don't like banana ice cream. Imagine liking chocolate, the flavor with no thought required. Sorry, vanilla is the flavor with no chocolate required. That's also true. Thought required. I think it's probably the opposite. Vanilla means basic, and picking vanilla means you're kind of basic. No, because everyone knows that vanilla means basic. Everyone knows that vanilla means default. So if you're picking vanilla, if you're going out of your way to pick the default, you are doing that knowing that nobody picks the default. You're doing that knowing that therefore now is an interesting thing to do. All right. Look at the world you live in. It's 2021. You're probably in a first world country with disposable income, the pleasures of 3,000 years of human civilization, the bounty of a capitalist society with money in your pocket, any number of flavors and foodstuffs you can go for, and you're going out of your way to pick the default. With the cornucopia of the first world at your fingertips, you're going to tell me vanilla is your favorite. Get out of here. Get out of here. Do you know what if your vanilla is if your answer is that vanilla is your favorite, your answer isn't actually that. Your answer is, I don't know what my favorite is yet. I haven't tried it all yet. That's your answer. Okay. I will not accept otherwise. I'm taking these votes away. Vanilla didn't win. Chocolate won. Come at me. $2016 all over again. Oh my god, I need to actually focus on getting the trees here. Vanilla accepts toppings better. Yeah, I mean that's what it is really, isn't it? It's like it's the starting point. It's not the whole story. It's the beginning point. By the way, if I was actually going to answer my like favorite, you know, kind of ice cream, if we expand this beyond flavors, you know, what's my favorite like ice cream dish? It's probably like, you know, one of those like ludicrously lavish like Knickerbocker glories you can get when you've just eaten out at a restaurant. I don't know if that's a UK specific thing, but like where it's got like really, really hot like chocolate or whatever or strawberry sauce in it, like nestled against the freezing cold ice cream, and as you so good. Is that what they call a baked Alaska? What is that? Is that what I just said, or is that something else? This is an interesting place. I don't know if I've ever really admired standing on this. Will we get an Elite speculation video when the last teaser picture out? When you say last, you just mean next, right? We only have 2, right? So we would be looking for a 3rd in preparation for the next beta, wouldn't we? I think that's a good time to do it. I haven't spoken to Boots about it, but I think that would be a good moment for sure. I'm looking at chat too much about fucking ice cream. A choc ice. Choc ice is like toddler food to me. I like a choc ice, don't get me wrong, but that's like, if I think of choc ice, I think of being a very little boy eating a choc ice, or like seeing very little children eating one at like the beach or something. I couldn't imagine, now that I'm an adult with my own money and my own capacity to buy whatever I want, I couldn't imagine buying a box of choc ices. That's quite sweet. I don't know whether this is coming across for our international viewers. Are we done? Oh my god, no, we need to mine ores. Ore mining is what I need to do. And I don't have the tool for that. Cinnamon ice cream is really good. Oh, a baked Alaska is in a meringue. Oh, that sounds pretty good. I do like meringue. Man, none of this is food I eat anymore. This is all like food that I probably had in my like first 15 years of life, and I just don't have it anymore. I don't buy like... I guess it's because I don't entertain. I don't really, you know, I don't have people over for dinner. So I never really like buy desserts. I'm not really a dessert guy. Where I fall down, like in terms of unhealthy eating, is like savory stuff. It's like cheese and shit like that. And like baked goods and pasties and stuff like that. That's where I fall down. I'm not really like a sugary, kind of chocolatey, ice creamy kind of person. This is not it either. ArenaNet. So I've got to figure out which random heart vendor has the thing. Screw that. Let's just go to a regular vendor. Let's go to the lava lobby. What you want now is microwave popcorn. I got very into popcorn this year. Popcorn's not too bad in terms of like calorie density and quantity, so it's not too bad to have. But I do it on the hob, and I just cover it in salt. I made some for my family. We watched Black Widow on Disney Plus a few weeks ago, and I went to watch that with my family. And I made them popcorn, and I thought it was really good. It's the kind of popcorn I make, but it's salted popcorn. And none of them could eat it. They were like, this is way too salty. This is terrible. And I felt a little bit bad, but then, you know, more popcorn for me. Gathering merchant. Unbelievable. What a weird merchant to offer. Whoa! This is new to me. Should this be new to me? Why is this vendor only here? Is this in each of the World vs. World maps? Why don't I see these strewn about PvE? They are in every city, are they? I don't think I've ever gone to a gathering merchant. Unbelievable. There's only a bit of karma for each one as well. Yeah, I know that these varieties were added a while ago. I've just never been to them. I didn't realize they'd done this. There are not many uses though. That sucks. If they had more uses, I would use these regularly. I'd rather go with the 100 charges than the perk, honestly. Specifically in the context of today's stream, where I don't want to be hoofing it back and forward. Right, let's go get our minerals. Also, that's not the Lava Lounge, it's the Armistice Bastion, but whatever. Yeah, I assume they're from the same era of the Gathering Sigils. One of the hearts in Frostgorge sells that stuff too. Yeah, every Living World map will have a heart on that map that does sell those. Could buy multiple at once, that's true, but then they're sitting around in my inventory and I don't really care to fuck with that. Shang-Chi was super great. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I want to actually watch that in the cinema. To be honest, I was a bit annoyed. The day that I watched Black Widow, what I was specifically doing, and I asked my family to do, is I said, let's go see it in the cinema. And I specifically waited. I was going to see it in the cinema, but I thought, fine, I'll do it with them. And then on the day, they were all like, no, let's just watch it on Disney+. Plus. I'm like, it's not the same. I could do that at my house. Why did you go to the cinema? So I'm watching Shang-Chi at the cinema. I'm not watching that. It's not even available, is it? Digital distribution. Didn't they get sued over putting it online? Didn't they get sued by any Guild Wars 2 recipe I'd like to taste? It's probably loads, yeah. Probably lots of really good looking food. That's the thing. That's like what I was mentioning earlier. I would love to have like a little, just a little fun on the side show. No, it's not anything else. It's just for funsies, where I just try random stuff. It would be like the laziest, like least intellectual, silliest, like dumb thing. But I think it'd be really fun. Because yeah, if I look through all the Guild Wars 2 recipes, there's probably a billion foods there that I've never had and I'm completely ignorant to, and I'd love to try them. I'm not a picky person, not really. I like to think I'm quite adventurous with stuff like that. I mean, I'm not crazy. If something looks really gross or really weird, it'd probably take a good amount of convincing to have that cheese that's... What is that type of cheese that is basically shat out of maggots? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's a form of cheese that the only way you eat it is after maggots have already eaten it. I can't remember what it's called. Kasamatsu, that's it. Kasamatsu. I don't know how it's pronounced. Kasamatsu. I like this. I like this. There's always someone that knows what I'm talking about. See, if you're in too small of a room, no one's going to know what you're talking about, and you're going to look like a nutter. But on the internet, that's not a problem. I believe it comes with I don't know if the maggots are still alive. You're not meant to eat the maggots, are you? I don't think so. I also don't know whether that's like a real thing or it's just a spectacle thing. You know, sometimes there are like these delicacies and these weird foods, but they're weird and they're eaten because they're weird. They are a thing because they are a conversation piece. It's not actually justified in and of itself. It's just the spectacle that justifies it. And my hunch is with that type of cheese that it's a similar thing. I mean, really, is there some special flavor that you're getting specifically from that process with the maggots, or is it because it's a crazy story and therefore continues as a tradition? My hunch is it's the second of those. We've got those animations are crazy. And you know, of course, the industry and the producers will tell you otherwise. They'll argue until they're blue in the face that no, it is a special. There is something real coming from the maggots, but you know. Yeah, and what's that? Is it a coffee? What is it? A cat that eats the coffee, and then after it comes out the other side, then you harvest it? I believe it's the acid the maggots use to digest the cheese gives it a distinct flavour. They must not digest it very well, by the way, because otherwise what nutritional value are you getting from it on the other side? So what's that? Oh, I don't mean to be offensive here. I might be out of my depth on this. Is it a French thing? What's that thing about eating a bird, but you have to, like, suffocate it first or something? What's that thing? Isn't that a French thing? It's like some horrifying delicacy or something. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah, ortolan. Yeah, does someone want to describe in full what the story is with that? Don't you suffocate it in perfume or something? Is that it? Am I getting multiple things confused here? You don't suffocate it. You force feed it. You eat the head, but you do it under a napkin. You eat everything but the beak. You eat it with a napkin over your head for the odor. Oh, wow. I didn't know about that particular part of it. You've had those. They're good. Well, that doesn't sound as crazy as I thought it was. I thought it was some cruel thing you did to it while it was alive. I thought it was a cruel process. But just, oh, you eat a lot of it and you eat it under a napkin. That doesn't sound that controversial. Are we actually talking about two different practices at once right now and we don't realize it? It's not legal, but it still goes on. Yeah, Zombie says, I think you're getting things mixed up. I think we're getting two things mixed up. Maybe they're two different French dining practices involving birds. Well, what's wrong with eating a whole bird? Less wasteful? In some ways, I think that's not ethically questionable. That's a good thing, really, isn't it? A bit gross in some ways, maybe. Cause what's the implication? You're eating its brain and stuff? It's not alive. In no world have I heard of you're not eating it alive. Plywood 99. Were you born in 1999? How old are you then? You should be old enough to know we're not talking about eating a bird alive. Eating it alive. But a bird feet and beak actually tasty. That's what I was wondering more than anything else. Surely it's just sinew. You get any real meat on that? And I'm sure it's plucked, right? The feet are tasty. I mean, yeah, you can never quite tell with stuff like that because like maybe it gets crispy and sort of good. Oh, maybe it is the same thing. There you go. They are marinated while alive. They are drowned in brandy, essentially. See, that's what I thought it was. I thought they were drowned. I thought it was like a perfume. The ortolan is served in French cuisine, typically cooked and eaten whole. Traditionally, diners cover their heads with a napkin or a towel while eating the delicacy. The bird is so widely used that its French population's dropped dangerously low, leading to laws restricting its use. So, look, that's not even... the law isn't that it's like some abominable thing to do. It's just about population control. Have you guys eaten liver? Yeah, I regularly eat liver. My mum used to prepare various liver dishes for me as I grew up. To be honest, I don't do it for myself as an adult. But bacon, liver and mash. Gravy, staple meal. Anyone out there? Fellow Brits? Liver and onion, that's it, yeah. I don't think it's awesome. It's weird tasting. It's like very dense, almost a little bit gritty under the tongue sometimes. But breaks apart in kind of a nice way. It's just kind of a different textured meat, I would say. There's nothing much more special about it than that. It just feels, the texture's just a bit different. One thing I haven't ever really had is black pudding. I haven't had that. And I know it's meant to be a normal part of a full English. You couldn't do beef liver. What do you mean you couldn't do it? What does that mean? Yeah, Balu, I have a friend, a Vietnamese friend, who eats that. And he says it's nice. Or has had that. I don't think he has on the regular necessarily. But that looks a bit gross and weird to me. I don't know whether... like I said earlier, I think I'm fairly adventurous, but I don't know. I think that might be over the line. You never got the obsession with black pudding? I mean, it doesn't look very tasty. How it's prepared doesn't sound very tasty. A full English has already got so many amazing things on it. I mean, honestly, you're not going to beat the sausage. I'm telling you now, you're not going to beat the sausage. Wooden Potatoes loves the sausage on a full English. What the hell is Frinkendel? Oh, sorry, or fricandel? Fricandel? My god, why? I have failed to find a thing to mine. For how long now? I'm going to go towards Palawadan. It's a Dutch thing. Oh, lots of people like those. What is that? What's the story there? Here in Austria, we like to fry liver with schnitzel. I heard of a German thing, which is raw minced beef on like a cracker or something. And you just eat it. Apparently people have it like on Christmas Day, like with your stocking or something. It's like just uncooked raw mince. Yeah, Met, there you go. That looks mental to me. That looks gnarly. But apparently that's really nice. There you go, Met Brotchen. I don't know how to say it. I'm really sorry, man. Oh, it's Belgian, is it? It's not German? I'm sorry. And it is cold, right? It's just completely uncooked. Do you add anything with it? The reason I know about that is I heard that pork... I could have sworn it was Germany, not Belgium. Because why I heard about it was that standards for like parasites in pork are world class in that country. Again, I thought it was Germany. Like way better than you'll find anywhere else, and that you can eat raw pork there. Yeah, because it's... What am I talking about? Minced beef. Isn't it pork? But because because there's a culture for this Met stuff. Because people are expecting to eat it raw. And everywhere else, it gets cooked and they get killed, so whatever. Oh, yeah, it is German. People are saying it's German. I think I got led astray by chat for a second there. Yeah, it's common in Germany for breakfast. So anyway, whatever animal it is and whatever country it is, they're like really, really, really good. Because it has to be consumable raw. So you can really trust it. If you go visit there and you have it, you can trust it more than anywhere else. Which is cool, I think. If you do it here in the UK, you might get parasites. Oh. It's the frikandel stuff that was Belgian. And again, what is that? Oh, and they eat both in Belgium, pork and beef. A little bit across wires, but only because everyone's eating everything, it seems like. Yeah, someone teach me what this other thing is. The, Frikandel thing. Kibanaya is great. Kibanaya is another raw meat. Raw minced lamb. I wouldn't say I'm queasy, but this has managed to get rid of my hunger a little bit. Also called Mara Marmalade. Roughly Builder's Marmalade. Builder's Marmalade. Thank you guys. German is my native language, but we don't use this word in Austria. Oh, what do you use in Austria? That was another really good episode of Brain for Breakfast. He did an episode on Austria and talking about like superpowers of mainland Europe during like colonial times. And or was it a Germany video? I can't remember. You guys should just check out his channel. Brain for Breakfast. Oh, frikadelle is not the same as frinkandel. It's a common mistake. They're different things. This guy, that dang boy. Have you ever had a Tostino's pizza roll? American delicacy. I like the thought that there are some Americans in chat that are sitting there thinking, oh, look at all this exotic food and all these cultures, and I don't have one. Because that's the great American insecurity. They have to inherit and they have to talk about their heritage all the time because they feel like they don't have one. It's okay. Americana's a real thing. The Coen brothers know it. Just watch any of their movies. Dude, we have fucking barbecue. Thanks for streaming. No worries, man. I'm going to have to start watching the time a little bit closer now because we are getting closer to the stream, aren't we? I'm assuming... Is it in 28 minutes? Am I right? Am I wrong? Have you tried... Fleischgewalt? I don't even know how to say that, so no. Our food is trash outside of the burgers and the barbecue. I wouldn't look down on yourselves too bad. I mean, where I'm from is famously terrible cuisine. Do you know what we like in the UK? We like mushy foods. We like mashed up potatoes. Oh, you could just suck it away. We like nice, bland, mushy stuff. Boiling stuff. That's what we like here. Mushy peas, that's it. Beans on toast. Oh, baby. Oh, it's good to be British. British cuisine. You guys all laugh at it, but my God, you give me some beans on toast, little bit of brown sauce. You guys not got the magic of brown sauce? Oh. Never be ashamed. You never got the UK fascination with jellied eels. I've never actually had that. In England, all you need is a straw. Do you know what? I genuinely do think that England doesn't have... Well, I don't know. I don't think we value crispiness in this country as much as other places in the world. Let me put it that way. WP, I feel weird, but could you look at your donations, please? Oh, did you donate to me? That's really lovely. I actually don't have a way of looking at that. Oh, maybe I do. Hold on. I have to try and log into a whole other website. Give me a second. What do I use? Stream Elements? Is it going to ask me to authenticate, or are you just going to let me in? Okay, they let me in. Activity. I hate this website so much. Oh, yeah. I think I had a donation 28 minutes ago, was it? Lysaran? Have you had any thoughts on the mysterious Asura in the End of Dragons trailer? Was that Lysaran that typed that there, or was that someone else? I haven't really. I think they look cool. We were talking about badasses earlier, and I said I think they look like a badass. But beyond that, I don't really know, to be honest. Was it anyone else? I'm scrolling. We've had a lot of follows, like an obscene amount of follows. But nothing else. If you donated and it's in a weird place, I don't know how I would see it. I've only had, like, spotted dick once, but it was tasty. I think I had it with custard, right? Custard! I mean, that pretty much sums up the UK, right, to me. Do you know what custard is there to do? Is to make the rest of the dish mushy. Cake and custard, whatever you want, you know? And it's the exact same thing as like when I put beans on stuff. You know, mixing beans into things. It's just to make it mushy and smooth and sloppy. That sums us up. Thank you very much for that donation. That's really, really lovely of you. Thank you. Custard sums up where we get our reputation from, I think. Soggy bread. Yeah. And like, if you think about like a Yorkshire pudding, like what do people like to do with a Yorkshire pudding? Cover it in gravy. Mash up the roast potato and put it in the middle. Drench it in gravy. Mash up the cauliflower in the gravy. So it's one big soggy, sloppy, like mess of stuff. And slop it into your mouth. Yeah, cover your chips in cheese. All that kind of stuff. It's all just sloppy. Wet. Yeah, rice pudding. That feels very British as well. There you have it again. WP will die poor in Guild Wars 2 if he chooses gathering as his main income. What? Because I'm so slow and inefficient with it. There's more important things going on, alright? There are vanilla lovers in chat and they must be stamped out. You lived in the UK 1 year. The only thing you dearly miss is a Yorkshire pudding. Dude, they're really easy to make. Just make pancake batter. and roast it instead of frying it. Oh, mind you guys make pancake different too, don't you? You make it really dense. When we make pancakes here, we're making what I think the French call crepes. A lot thinner, a lot crispier. Am I streaming over the fishing stream? I don't know, really. I mean, do I have anything set up? I don't even know if I have it set up, really. So, no, I don't have it set up. I'm sorry. Crepes are better than pancakes. Yeah, I agree completely. I do like a good Scotch pancake, you know? I haven't had that for a long time either. What is going on? That's like the same as all that other shit I was talking about earlier. I used to have that when I was like at school. Scotch pancakes for breakfast. Put them in the toaster. Oh, I'd love that right about now. Toasted Scotch pancakes with a little bit of butter on it in the morning. You guys know what I'm talking about. Our waffles in the UK are made of potatoes. Yeah. I've never really had sweet potato. Yeah, our idea of a Scotch pancake is closer to an American pancake. Sounds like time to revisit some classics. Yeah, but the thing is, it's all unhealthy as shit, and it's like if I could just have it for breakfast one morning, that's fine. But if I'm gonna do it, I would end up buying a whole packet of and I don't even have butter in the fridge. So it's like you got a whole tub of butter and a whole pack of them. So then it's like a whole week of breakfast, and I don't know. I don't want to do that. I'd rather not. I just don't do breakfast, basically, is a big thing. I don't do breakfast and I don't do pudding. They're just meals that don't exist for me as an adult. Yeah, crumpets, same again. Toasted crumpets in the morning. I had a friend that used to put cheese on it as well afterwards. Seems a bit indulgent to me. Sorry, pudding is a meal. Well, pudding is is dessert. It's the part after dinner. Okay, yeah, how long? How long till the stream? How long? Can someone tell me from now? Yeah, it's 20 minutes. Okay, perfect. You guys are gods. Good stuff. I'm actually going to leave this map now, because finding all these things to mine has been a nightmare. Let's just go to the next one, and then next time we can come back and grab that. It's not a big deal. We're not in a rush. I keep doing that. Side story, so... Return to a bug in the system. This is this week's one. Let's get our gathering going here. Logs, ores, crops. So, do you guys want to sort of transition the conversation a little bit back over to Guild Wars and fishing? What are your hopes? Has anyone got any hopes? Has the studio tweeted a bit of concept art ahead of the stream? Why did you get a sudden bauble? Sorry, what do you mean? Why did I get a sudden bauble? What does that mean? I have no hopes for this feature. I mean, I've got to be honest, guys. I'm struggling a little bit to know what the fuck to talk to you about with fishing. It's fishing and skiffs, right? I mean, what could blow... Let me ask you this. What could blow you away? Come on, there's got to be some video game fishing enthusiasts. I don't even say that as a joke or ironic there. People who are enthusiastic about fishing in games. There's got to be some of you in chat right now. So what do you think? What could blow you away about what they got coming up? I think there will be a new type of weapon in the game, like a gunblade. Well, that's more the elite specs. That's a different story. There are so many comments flying on by here. I picked one at random, and it was a guy not talking about the topic at hand. We'd love if they pulled the rug under you, like Arcade fishing. Okay, so what did Arcade do? As long as it's proper fishing, not like Elder Scrolls Online. How did Elder Scrolls Online do it? Some interesting mechanic, not just press F to start. Now that's a funny thing. I do think there's a topic there because Guild Wars doesn't have precedent for that, does it? Guild Wars doesn't have, okay, within this little UI window, we're going to play a whole minigame. They don't do that anywhere. Name me one place they've done that. They didn't do it with crafting. They didn't do it with the Mystic Forge. They don't have Polymorph. They don't have a card game. They didn't. And when they've tried to do features like that, they haven't done it that way either. Like Belcher's Bluff is played through the skill bar UI. It's not really, you know, you look at other MMOs, they'll pop a little panel, and in the panel you'll play a game. We have never had that in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, we had it a little bit with the Char translation minigame thing that came in with Eye of the North. You know, when you're, what the fuck, the Char decoding. There was a little bit of a sense of that. We have no precedent for that in Guild Wars 2, anywhere. So do you think they'll do it? Do you think there's a reason that they've never done it for all those other years? You don't think they'll need a panel? I think skills will work just fine. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a skill bar thing. I think it's going to be a skill bar thing, just like I expressed with Belcher's Bluff a second ago. And I think what they'll do is the masteries that are associated with it, and I think they'll reveal those on this stream. I think they'll show how your skill bar expands. You know how on a mount I slowly unlocked all of these abilities? I think it'll be a similar thing with fishing. I'll unlock new abilities, new flip overs, shit like that. You think he's going to be defusing mines style? Yeah, do you think it will feel a lot like what already exists? Are you not dead? See, he should be dead, really. There's one thing. I don't like it about this build when I see that and they're still sitting around. Sally, it would have been. Because the Condis would have picked up the slack over that longer wave. Personally, I'm hoping Skiffs will let you fight while on the boat. So it could lead to having combat events on the sea where you fight from your boat and move around to avoid big attacks and so on. You're imagining very big boats. But it's not called boats. It's not called ships. It's called skiffs. Like, the identity of it is that they're small. I just can't see a fight occurring on a skiff. And I think that's another reason why it doesn't sit very comfortably alongside the skimmer. The skimmer is a skiff already. We already have a skiff arena. And like, what you get for pre-purchasing isn't an entirely new layout, is it? It's a different skin. You know, they're not giving us it's not Sea of Thieves where there's multiple types of vessel. There is only one vessel. There's just a different paint job, right? It's going to be interesting seeing this, by the way. And under mounts, it says Skiffs. We might be about to see that on the stream. They might pop a hero panel and you'll see Skiffs. I think it's a skiff because the game engine makes you go underwater if you go below 0, and a big boat means part of it goes underwater. That's an interesting thought about why technically they're limited. In the kind of ship it could be. You're totally right about that. I think you're probably right. I don't know how much that was on their mind as it all kind of became what it is, but I think you're totally right. I honestly don't understand why they didn't ban mounts from End of Dragons. The new features would have much more relevance if they did. I talked at length about that on yesterday's stream, which unfortunately I deleted the VOD, so you're not going to be able to see. But yeah, I agree with you. Are there any non-animal mounts we could get with Canthor or future X-Backs? Non-animal mounts? Is that what you think of a skiff as, a non-animal mount? I think it's a bit... I think it's more distinct than that. Because it does exist separate to you. You can get off it and it will stay. They've shown movement and collisions are there. The engine can handle big things. Well, but they've only done that in instances, really, haven't they? I mean, there was the one boat in Sandswept. But when you look at the big rotating pillar in Heart of Thorns, that's like a small instance that's in. The airships in Core, small instance. Anywhere else they've ever used in, small airships, it's like very on rails. As far as the open world and like a persistent idea of big moving stuff that players can pilot, That's all uncharted territory. That's very new. You said you thought it'd be in the mount section. Me? You think it will appear down here? Skiffs. I think that would be inappropriate. Did I really say that at some point? I was wrong to say that. I think it's better to be out up here is its own thing. Just as gliders are their own... You know, a glider isn't a mount. A glider feels a lot like a mount in a lot of ways, but it's not a mount. It's a glider. I think they're put in a different section. They don't have to be large to be functional, nor do they need to have intricate collision rules in order to work in engine. So you're adding that information at me. What if I said to the contrary about that? Do you think fishing will be exclusive to skiffs? I hope not, but I can imagine they might do it that way. Perhaps a mastery unlocks fishing away from a skiff. I like the idea of standing on a shore and casting a rod out. I don't think it all has to be like deep sea fishing, you know. I like the idea of netting and crab potting and stuff like that. It's probably the RuneScape player in me talking there. Netting for my shrimp. Does anyone want to buy shrimp? I've just started. Oh yeah, they showed fishing from the shore already. That's in the original stream, right? Will they add different fish for core and POF? That's really interesting. Why did you say core and POF, but not Heart of Thorns? That perhaps suggests to me that you are a person who started playing with Path of Fire, and you don't naturally distinguish Heart of Thorns as its own thing. Or maybe you just forgot. Selling lobbies 100 gold. What is that what a lobster went for? Legendary fishing rods. So are you guys excited about legendary fishing rods? Let me poll. I'm going to do that as a poll. So the question is, do legendary fishing rods excite you? Yes or no? There's a poll up. Please vote in it. I know you like the alt-tabbed. Come back. Come back. Because I don't want to betray my opinion on this before the poll. I don't want to shade it one way or the other. But until it's gone in a little bit. But to me, they don't excite me at all. I don't know what's exciting about a legendary fishing rod. Do you know what I mean? I'm excited about a legendary mount, but a legendary fishing rod? Legendary gathering tools would be amazing. Would they? I gotta say, that's not high on my list at all. Are you guys, are the same people excited about that? Excited about a legendary harvesting sickle? Ooh. Ooh. A bigger animation when I kneel down. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? Swapping glyphs really regularly? Ooh. It's not thrilling, is it? Legendaries don't excite me in general. Well, no, I like legendaries. I just don't think that that particular category is a very thrilling ride. What are people getting out of that? There's a lot of yes votes. 30%. This is a weird tunnel. I don't remember this tunnel. It's a pretty area, though. Oh, I don't remember this area. Why? Because it's a mastery point place, and, you know, that means I came here once ever and then left. To be fair, there is a POI there, but map comping this isn't something I've done on the reg. Some ancient wood. A legendary craft gathering tool that I can change the glyph on would be really nice. Yeah, I'm not arguing that it wouldn't be really nice. Of course it would be nice. It's a bit of fun little convenience. What's legendary about that? You know, there's a difference between it would be nice and this is a cool legendary. Do you know what I mean? How does Revenant work? You don't get how to use the stances? Basically, you can get 2 full sets of utility skills. Everyone else only gets 1 set of utility skills. You can get 2. The downside is that you have to spend energy to use your stuff. So when you run out of energy, you can't really cast stuff anymore. At which point you want to swap to the other set. Swapping your legendary swaps the utility skills and brings your energy back up. So you just constantly want to swap between the stance and exhaust the cooldowns as regularly as possible. Just like most things in Guild Wars, there's no real strategy to it. It's just exhaust as many cooldowns that you think are valuable. So here I'm spending energy, I'm using the cooldowns, I'm out of energy, so I swap. I get my energy back, now I can use these cooldowns, these cooldowns, these cooldowns, these cooldowns. And then I'm waiting for my legend to come back up so I can swap. That's it. Press buttons fast. Congratulations. It's Guild Wars 2. And if you're a core rev, you can refund some of your energy, which is what my build does. So I didn't have to swap yet. I refunded a bit before then swapping afterwards. Not as complicated as you thought. Thanks for the explanation. No worries, man. It is fun because not only do you have the legend swapping to think about, you have the weapon swapping to think about too. Okay, so you guys mostly voted no on that poll. Not exclusively though. So I guess at least I'm not totally off base on that one. You're doing the wrong map for achievements. Eh? Oh shit, yeah, I'm supposed to be at Sandswept. What am I doing? We're not here yet, are we? I honestly thought that we were in the corner release at the moment. We're at Sandswept. Oh cool, we're back to where we were doing the Wheelbender stuff. Alright, we got 6 minutes till the stream. 6 minutes. So any last thoughts, guys, on any of the topics today? And just as a bit of a wind down, I want to say thanks to everyone who came out as well. I haven't done a YouTube video for a while, so those of you who have found this stream, thank you very much. You're paying more attention than I'm asking you to pay more attention than I should be. So I really appreciate that, and it's been cool to see you guys. I'll probably stream tomorrow as well, so you can click follow to be notified when that happens. We're nearly on 7 hours here. Ask about Arcade again. What about it? How they do fishing in that one? What do you think about every player being given the convenience of stat swapping, build crafting instead of just those that go for legendaries? I think that would be more true to what Guild Wars is supposed to be about. And what I would like to see is ArenaNet double dip. They get all the value and the goodwill and happiness from legendaries this year. And in the upcoming years, I hope that they open up that exclusivity and all that quality of life to other rungs of players. I think that would be much healthier for the game and much better for the game. I really don't like the current situation we're in. I don't think they ever should have opened it up as a legendary thing. And if they're having problems with rewards and incentive and drive for people to play content, they should solve it in other ways. Ways that are true to the fundamental philosophies of the franchise. Not turning their back on it. Yeah, also, if you guys have a look on the Twitch section, Boots and Jebro are covering the show. So you can either go to the Guild Wars 2 channel, or you can go to Jebro's channel, I guess. Is Jebro doing like a full-on podcast? Is Boots the only guest? He might have lots of guests. He might have sorted something big out. WP, will you raid someone else? You're the one that started the tradition of raids in Guild Wars 2 Twitch. Am I? Oh, I've never really raided people. When I used to do this regularly, I don't think I've ever raided anyone ever. I would host. I don't even know the difference between those two things. But I would host like people with 0 views and just bomb a bunch of people on them to see if they were happy about it, or like maybe we'd get some new content creators. All right, it's live. They're starting. They're starting. So you guys go pick the stream that you want to watch. I won't force one on you. I won't show favoritism. I'm just going to go get some coffee and watch quietly on my own. And I'll probably be in the Spud Discord. If you guys want to join the Spud Discord, we can type in real time about it. Hopefully that works. Me typing exclamation mark Discord. There you go. You guys can click that link. Thank you again. Thanks for that donation earlier. Don't forget to click follow and you'll see me live tomorrow. Wood and Potatoes too, as my other streams and stuff. Let's see what they got to say about fishing. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching. See you next time.